Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 189. What's he doing in Nocturne Alley? The next day, the sun struggled to pierce London's perennial thin fog, casting its meager light across the grimy windows of the leaky cauldron. Harry still woke up early and ate a simple breakfast in the pub. The oppressive feeling brought on by Fudge the night before had not fully dissipated, but the news of Ron and Hermione's imminent arrival supported him like a faint but steady light. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, his wand hidden in his sleeve, ready to be drawn. Noctis silently landed on his shoulder, its cold weight constantly reminding him of his mission, bait. Stepping into Nocturne Alley once more, Harry's senses were sharper than they had been the day before. He forced himself to slow his pace, his gaze casually sweeping over the dim shop signs on both sides and the depths of the narrow alley. He could feel countless eyes fixed on him, filled with scrutiny, greed, and even undisguised malice. Some gazes lingered briefly on the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, then turned even more complex and dangerous. Noctis perched steadily on his shoulder, its obsidian-like eyes scanning the surroundings with precision, occasionally turning its head, as if assessing every suspicious figure. Harry's heart pounded, and the hand gripping his wand was slick with cold sweat. Every chill gust of wind blowing from the mouth of a side alley made him tense, half expecting a disheveled, wild-eyed shadow to leap out at him. He repeatedly recalled Sagres's words, "Stay vigilant," and "Emotions are a distraction." He controlled his breathing, forcing himself to look like an ordinary teenager idly curious about dark arts items, even as his green eyes remained taut with tension. He passed the eerie display window of Borgin and Burke's, where various bizarre antiques were showcased. He detoured around several wizards whispering over a deal in a corner, who immediately fell silent when they noticed him. He even paused briefly at a stall piled with rusty cauldrons and strange plant roots, where the vendor, an old witch missing several teeth, scrutinized him like merchandise, her cloudy eyes appraising as she let out a hoarse laugh. Time ticked by second after second, each one stretching unnaturally long. The oppressive atmosphere of Nocturne Alley and the constant sensation of being watched washed over him like a cold tide, steadily wearing down Harry's nerves. Noctis remained highly alert but gave no special warning or reaction. When Harry finally escaped the suffocating confines of Nocturne Alley and returned to the comparatively bright entrance of the leaky cauldron, a bone-deep weariness settled over him. The sunlight chased away some of the chill, but it could not dispel the heaviness in his chest, nor the faint disappointment. Black still had not appeared. Harry went back to his room and collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. Noctis flew from his shoulder to the top of the wardrobe, resuming its silent vigil. Harry closed his eyes, the sinister gazes and grim sights of Nocturne Alley still swirling endlessly in his mind. Sirius Black, where are you? When will you finally appear? With these thoughts, Harry fell into a deep sleep. Days passed, one after another, stretched taut like a drawn string. Harry followed Sagres's plan with mechanical precision. Every morning, he appeared punctually at the leaky cauldron's breakfast table. After that, he would step into the sunlit Diagon Alley for a brief respite, and in the afternoon, unfailingly enter the spine-chilling depths of Nocturne Alley. More than 10 days passed like this. More than 10 days of repetition, and more than 10 days, without results, tch. Every time he set foot in Nocturne Alley, the sensation of being watched by countless unseen eyes lurking in the shadows made his scalp prickle. Noctis was his only reassurance. The raven's dark eyes silently conveyed a single message: the professor is watching. Harry forced himself to keep his head high and his step steady, but whenever malicious whispers brushed past him or cold gazes swept over him, his heart still thudded wildly in his chest. He didn't dare linger too long before any strange shop, let alone enter one. He wandered the narrow cobblestone path like a lost soul. He kept an iron grip on his spending. The mountain of gold in his Gringotts vault seemed to have become a distant illusion. In Diagon Alley, aside from basic necessities and the cheapest ice cream, which became the only indulgence he allowed himself each day, he barely spared a glance for the tempting goods displayed in shop windows, especially the firebolt that still haunted his dreams. However, it was precisely this restraint, southwest out of place for a teenager lingering on the most bustling commercial street in the wizarding world, that drew the attention of certain shadows. A teenager who appeared with clockwork regularity for over 10 days, lingered only briefly in the sunlit areas, ignored the dazzling array of merchandise, and repeatedly ventured deep into Nocturne Alley, that alone was suspicious. Even more strangely, some had seen him coming out of Gringotts, had noticed the bulge of his money pouch. That was more than enough to nourish greedy thoughts in the darkness. That afternoon, the sun once again bathed Diagon Alley in a lazy glow. Harry, as usual, paused at the entrance of Flourish and Blots, breathing in the familiar scent of ink as his gaze swept over the new term textbooks displayed in the window. He didn't buy ice cream as he had on previous days, his only thought was to begin his afternoon patrol as quickly as possible. He failed to notice that, at the entrance of the sweet-smelling shop beside the bookstore, two familiar figures were emerging, each laden with a towering stack of new books. "Hey! Is that Harry?" Ron, sharp-eyed as ever, pointed at the slender back that was just about to turn away from the bookstore. Hermione followed his line of sight and caught only a fleeting glimpse of Harry's profile as he disappeared into the crowd, along with the direction he was hurrying toward, the dark, narrow entrance to Knockturn Alley. The surprise on Ron and Hermione's faces froze the instant they saw where Harry was heading. "What's he doing in Knockturn Alley?" Hermione's voice was tight with strain. She deftly stuffed the stack of books into a bottle enchanted with an undetectable extension charm, her face full of shock and worry. "That place is far too dangerous. Maybe he's just cutting through." Ron guessed, though his tone lacked confidence. Impossible. He was walking so fast, so deliberately. Hermione made up her mind in an instant. "We're following him. It's far too dangerous for him to be alone." Without waiting for Ron's response, she immediately hurried after Harry in the direction he had gone. Harry forced himself to step once more into the suffocating depths of Knockturn Alley. He took a deep breath, repeating silently to himself, Black could be hiding in some corner. For his parents, he had to endure. He deliberately slowed his pace. After so many days of near-numb observation, the initial fear had indeed dulled. At the very least, he no longer constantly imagined a shriveled hand reaching out from the cracks of those dark shop doors to drag him inside. And yet today, the moment he entered the alley, a strange sensation crept over him, like cold vines slowly wrapping around his heart. He had a constant sensation that someone was following him. Several times he turned sharply, his gaze cutting through the twisted alleyways and shifting shadows behind him. He even instinctively glanced at Mr. Noctis on his shoulder, searching for confirmation. But the dark bird merely crouched there in silence, its small eyes keenly scanning the surroundings, giving no special warning. Harry could only force down the rising unease and continue deeper into the alley, thick with the stench of mold and strange potions. He reached a relatively secluded corner where the towering, crooked shops on either side nearly blocked out the sky, leaving the light here especially scarce. A powerful intuition seized him. His heart slammed in his chest, and almost instinctively he whipped out his wand and spun around. But the moment he saw who it was, all color drained from his face. Incredulous shock and sharp panic flooded his eyes. "Hermione. Ron. What are you doing here? How did you get here?" His voice shook as he blurted, "Get out. It's too dangerous." "Dangerous? So, you know it's dangerous." Hermione snapped, anxiety and anger mixing together. Ignoring her fear, she stepped forward and grabbed Harry. "What are you doing, Harry? Why are you coming to this horrible place? And Mr. Noctis, you are here too. What is hap? Now isn't the time for this." Harry cut in urgently, his eyes sweeping the darkened doorways and narrow crevices around them. "You have to leave immediately." Before he could finish, a strange voice drifted out of the darkness, cold and venomous like a viper, catching them completely off guard. "Did you hear that? They want to leave." As the words faded, several tall, burly figures seemed to peel themselves from the shadows of the buildings, or condense out of the foul air itself. They moved soundlessly, blocking the path the trio had come from as well as the exit of the narrow side alley. Greasy, dark cloaks enveloped their bodies, hoods drawn low enough to reveal only the lower halves of their faces. On those exposed faces were all manner of unpleasant sights, twisted scars, yellowed teeth, and openly greedy, malicious grins. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 190, Fighting in the Face of Death. Look who it is. The wizard blocking Harry's path spoke in a hoarse voice, like sandpaper grinding together. The famous Harry Potter. Taking a stroll in Knockturn Alley again. You've got some nerve, kid. Tisk, tsk, tisk. The scarred man's rasp dripped with mockery. Our little savior is quite thoughtful, he even brought 2 little snacks. His sinister gaze swept over Hermione and Ron, lingering when Hermione instinctively reached for her wand. Heard you've got a lot of gold in your pocket. The wizard on the left licked his lips greedily, revealing a mouthful of crooked yellow teeth. Your dead parents left you plenty of money, didn't they? How about sharing a little with your uncles? Harry's blood froze. It wasn't Black. Just a few dark wizards, greedy, violent, and after money and lives. Fear wrapped around him like a cold serpent, tightening with every second. After all, Professor Greengrass's plan hadn't included running into these street thug dark wizards. We don't have any money on us. Harry's voice trembled. No money. The scarred man sneered and stepped forward. The stench of alcohol and sweat rolled off him. Who'd believe that? We'll know once we search you. A filthy, calloused hand suddenly lunged for Harry's pocket. Wait. Harry backed up quickly, his mind spinning. All my money is in Gringotts, an entire vault full of galleons. I'll give it all to you, just let us go. Is that so? No problem, kid. The scarred man grinned, taking 2 slow, deliberate steps forward. But your little friends stay here as insurance. Harry's stomach dropped like a stone. The worst situation had happened, and Hermione and Ron were now trapped with him. He instinctively pulled the 2 of them behind him, his wand snapping up to point at the scarred man. Noctis on his shoulder let out a sharp, cutting screech, the black feathers on its neck flaring like a threatened beast ready to strike. Hermione's face blanched, but her eyes sharpened as she drew her wand without hesitation. Ron wasn't any calmer, but he forced down his fear and raised his wand as well. Get lost. Unless you want a one-way trip to Azkaban. Azkaban. The scarred man barked out a laugh, harsh and ugly. In this alley, the Ministry of Magic is nothing. An eerie green glow flared to life at the tip of his wand. Hand over everything you've got, money, wands, all of it. Otherwise. The green light sharpened into a deadly point. We'll start with this little witch. The spell aimed straight at Hermione. The air froze. The chill of death spread through the narrow alley. Several seasoned dark wizards tightened their circle, their wand tips sparking with deadly light, hemming the 3 terrified students in with no escape. Just as the scarred man lifted his wand, just as that fatal incantation was about to spill from his lips. Expelliarmus. Hermione's voice cracked with fear, but the brilliant red beam shot straight at the scarred man's wand hand with razor-sharp accuracy. Impedimenta. Harry roared at the same moment, and an invisible barrier snapped into place in front of Hermione to intercept any counterattack. Ron, trembling yet determined, squinted hard and shouted, "Stupefy." In that narrow, lightless alley where the sun never reached, chaos erupted instantly. Spellfire tore open the shadows, death brushed against every breath. But the disparity in strength was brutal. The scarred man merely twisted his wrist, knocking Hermione's Expelliarmus aside as if swatting a fly. The stocky wizard dodged Ron's stunner with nothing more than an awkward sidestep. And the tall, thin wizard had already locked onto Harry, his wand tip spitting a venomous purple-black curse straight at him. Harry's pupils shrank, he threw himself into a desperate roll, the malevolent spell slicing the air where his ribs had been a heartbeat earlier. He fired back instinctively, reducto. The red blast hit the scarred man square in the chest, flinging him hard against the nearest wall with a bone-rattling crack. Ron, protect Hermione. Harry shouted, raising a shield charm just in time to block a streak of crimson light aimed at his side. Ron understood immediately and fired an impedimenta behind them, sealing off their backs with a slowing barrier. Hermione, don't be afraid. Harry shouted as he ducked behind a crooked crate, trying to find an opening. Professor Greengrass is watching us. He had no idea if that was true, but instinct urged him to say anything that might steady his friend's nerves. Hermione didn't even catch his words. The instant Harry had yelled protect Hermione, she understood exactly what she had to do. Bombarda. A blazing yellow blast shot from her wand, streaking toward a shadowed corner at terrifying speed. Boom. A thunderous explosion ripped through Nocturne Alley. A massive section of the neighboring shop wall blew outward, showering the alley in shattered bricks. The tall, gaunt dark wizard who had been lurking there was gone, engulfed by the blast. But Hermione didn't pause. Her wand arced sharply, incendio. Whoosh. A wall of roaring flame burst out of the gaping hole she had created, swallowing the debris and forcing back the shadows. The once smothering darkness was driven away, replaced by violent firelight that threw long, distorted silhouettes across the alley. The flickering blaze illuminated everything, the twisted shop signs, the cracked cobblestone street, and the murderous faces of the remaining dark wizards narrowing in on them. Carnamad Stone. The scarred man, having just staggered up from the rubble, hurled the curse toward Hermione with murderous force. But Harry and Ron were already there. Harry reacted with lightning speed, diving in front of Hermione as a shimmering protego burst from his wand. The hostile spell slammed into the shield with a crack, dispersing harmlessly. No sooner had the barrier faded than Hermione's wand flashed past Harry's ear. Stupefy. Petrificus Totalis. A beam of red light missed the scarred man by inches, but the conjured bindings did not. Magical ropes shot from thin air, twisting around him like a nest of serpents and pinning his limbs tight. Behind them, a slicing diffindo shot forward. Ron blocked it with a desperate shield charm, the impact rattling his entire arm. Expelliarmus. Harry spun, firing at the stocky wizard built like a boulder. A brilliant red streak struck the man squarely in the chest, his wand flew from his hand, clattering across the stones. Petrificus Totalis. Ron shouted, voice cracking with adrenaline. The wizard's limbs snapped rigid, his body froze mid-motion like a grotesque statue. Reducto. Hermione's spell followed instantly. A deafening boom shook the alley. The petrified bulk shattered on impact and exploded into a cloud of stone fragments that rained down like sharp gravel across the narrow passageway. Avada Kedavra. A piercing shriek split the air as a streak of sickly green light, cold, hateful, inevitable, tore through the flames and shot straight at Hermione's chest. There was no time to think. Ha dash. Harry lunged. He grabbed Hermione by the arm and yanked her toward him with all his strength. She stumbled hard against his shoulder, and the killing curse skimmed past the tips of her hair with a hiss, slicing into the darkness beyond like a viper's fangs. The air crackled with the deathly chill left in its wake. From within the cloud of debris, the two remaining dark wizards staggered toward their bound companion. Through the swirling dust, Harry saw one of them lift his wand. Relatio. The magical ropes binding the scarred man writhed once before snapping apart, releasing him. His eyes burned with murderous fury. Bamarda Maxima Aaa. Ron's voice cracked as he shouted the spell, his wand thrust forward with trembling determination. A thunderous explosion erupted. The walls shook. Stone and splintered wood blasted outward in all directions. Thick smoke surged up, swallowing the entire corner of the alley in a violent plume. For a moment, everything was nothing but ringing ears, choking dust, and the sound of debris clattering onto the cobblestones. Harry coughed, lowering his wand for a second. Huff. Huff. Ron staggered back, shielding Hermione with his arm. Hermione, face tense and pale, raised her wand, summoning a powerful gust. Wind rushed through the alley, tearing at the smoke, beginning to peel it away. When? Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Not one, but three. 3 murderous green beams exploded from within the dust cloud, bursting out like venomous serpents, weaving through the air with lethal precision, one aimed for Harry, one for Hermione, one for Ron. They had survived the explosion. They were furious. And they were killing to escape. The alley twisted under the sickly green glow as the 3 curses sliced toward them, crossing one another like 3 blades of death. Harry's breath froze in his lungs. Hermione's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Ron's legs buckled beneath him. There was nowhere to dodge. Too close. Too fast. Too many. In that split second, barely more than the flash of a heartbeat, boom. The ground beneath their feet heaved upward with a deep, rumbling, like alive, shifting, reshaping itself like a creature waking from slumber. A massive wall of earth rose instantly, thick enough to swallow all light. The 3 streaks of deadly green slammed into it with a violent hiss, shaking the entire alley. Then, boom, the force of the impact sent Harry, Ron, and Hermione flying backward like fallen leaves in a storm. Before they could crash onto the cobblestones, an invisible power, smooth, controlled, unmistakably magical, wrapped around their bodies like unseen threads and gently pulled them aside, away from the collapsing dust and the echo of death. As their vision steadied, they saw it. The ground that had risen moments ago twisted and folded into an enormous, grotesque mouth made of earth and stone. Jagged chunks of rock formed teeth, long cracks spiraled like a gaping throat. It snapped shut. All 3 dark wizards, wand, cloak, and screams, vanished inside the closing maw. And then. Silence. In the blink of an eye, the monstrous formation crumbled back into ordinary cobblestones, leaving not a single trace. The alley lay still, cold, and empty, as if nothing extraordinary had ever happened. High above, Noctis spread its wings and swooped down from a rooftop, gliding silently beside Harry, Ron, and Hermione as they were carried toward the entrance of Nocturne Alley. A slender figure was already standing there, half-shrouded in shadow, composed and unmoving. Sagres. His gray eyes were calm, but sharp enough to make the air itself still. As the invisible threads gently released the 3 trembling teenagers, he spoke with the steadiness of someone who had seen the entire battle from beginning to end. Well done. His gaze swept over Harry, Hermione, and Ron, bruised, pale, wide-eyed, their chests still heaving. You truly surprised me. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Chapter 191, The Doctrine of No Mercy. The gravel beneath Hermione's feet dug into her painfully, she had practically collapsed, and a violent wave of nausea surged up her throat. She lay there retching, tears and cold sweat streaming down her face and dripping onto the cold flagstones. The life and death struggle from moments ago now felt like shattered glass, each fragment stabbing deeply into her mind. The enormous figure of the Petrificus Totalused Dark Wizard, and the sight of him turning to dust in an instant, were seared into her memory like a burning brand on an endless loop. Merlin's beard. Whack. Ron dropped to the ground, his face ashen as he gasped for breath, his wand still clutched tightly in his hand, knuckles white. He glanced at Hermione's distress, then recalled the squat wizard being reduced to dust under Petrificus Totalus and Reducto, and his stomach lurched. Huff. They tried to kill us. They used the killing curse. Ron croaked, as if trying to convince himself, or perhaps to comfort Hermione. Harry managed to steady himself on one knee, his body still trembling. The 3 sickly green bolts of light seemed to burn on his retinas, the cold touch of death lingered so vividly that it sent a chill through him. He looked at Sagres, whose calm gaze pierced through his chaotic thoughts like needles. Harry opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but his throat tightened and no sound came out. The professor's casual "well done" felt like a massive weight pressing down on their hearts. Well done. They had just killed someone. Or, at least Hermione had. I. Hermione finally stopped retching. She forced her head up, her face streaked with dust and tears, her eyes filled with overwhelming terror. She stared fixedly at the hand holding her wand, as if it wasn't her own, but a venomous snake coiled around her wrist, flicking its tongue. I used Bombarda and Reducto. I might have killed them. Several of them. Her voice broke, tangled with uncontrollable sobs. Professor Greengrass, you said to finish them off, but I only wanted to. She couldn't continue. Tears streamed down, mixing with the grime on her face. During their first dueling lesson, the professor's cold instruction echoed in her mind: in battle, either completely eliminate the enemy's threat, or be eliminated by the enemy. Showing mercy to an enemy is a desecration of your own life. But when theory became reality, when a spell truly took a life, the crushing guilt nearly broke her. Ron looked at Hermione's anguish, and whatever forced bravado he had summoned vanished instantly, leaving only confusion and a lingering threat of fear. Harry lowered his head as well. After the adrenaline of protecting his friends faded, a wave of guilt and helplessness washed over him. It was me, they came here following me. My presence brought them here. The suffocating chill of Nocturne Alley seemed briefly shut out, only for another kind of cold to seep up from the bones of the 3 young wizards. The weight of taking a life for the first time pressed heavily on their hearts, even if the ones who died had been vicious dark wizards. Their gazes drifted back to the alley that had just been the site of a life-and-death struggle. Now it was empty, with only the flames Hermione had cast still crackling, throwing flickering light across the ruined walls. Sagres observed them quietly, his eyes passing over each face, taking in their fear, their collapse, and their confusion. He didn't comfort them immediately. He simply waited in silence until Hermione's retching eased into soft, stifled sobs. Only then did Sagres speak, his voice steady. Miss Granger, you are a clever witch. Your spell casting was precise and decisive, and under pressure, you made the correct choice. But I. Hermione looked up, her eyes still swimming with tears. This is not a fault, Sagres cut in, his tone firm. It is a sign of courage and strength. The filth you feel is the mark the battlefield carves into every warrior. He lifted a hand, as though intending to place it on her shoulder, but paused in midair. He lowered it again, simply meeting her gaze with quiet composure. Hermione's sobs faded. She was still pale, but the fog of confusion in her eyes seemed to have split open under Sagres's words. Feeling nauseous. Frightened. Feeling as if your hands are stained with blood. Sagres stepped closer, his voice calm and gentle. That is perfectly normal. When you face death for the first time, especially death caused by your own wand, not reacting this way would be truly strange. There was no praise in his voice, no criticism, just his usual composed steadiness. This proves that you are not born executioners, and that is something worthy of admiration. The trio froze. They had expected scolding, or perhaps a cold, dismissive, you'll get used to it. Sagres's gaze drifted into the shadows illuminated by the flames deep within Nocturne Alley, as if he were staring at some distant memory. His voice grew slightly lower, also in Nocturne Alley, in a filthier corner. Just for a few nuts, a rat tried to slit my throat. He paused, then added, turning his head slightly, you probably find it hard to believe, he didn't even have a wand. The quiet, unembellished statement made the 3 young wizards hold their breath. Even Hermione's last faint whimper faded completely. Only the crackling flames remained in the alley. Then, were you like us at that time? Harry couldn't help asking, his voice rough. Not entirely. Sagres withdrew his gaze from the shadows and looked back at their pale, frightened faces. It took me a minute to figure out, why did I have to kill him? He answered his own question, each word firm and unhurried, because he was about to kill me. In that moment, there were only 2 paths, either I died, or he died. There was no third option. With a sweep of his hand, a gust of wind surged through the alley, instantly extinguishing the raging flames. Hesitation gives the enemy a chance. Weakness only fuels their greed. He waved his hand again, and the building destroyed by the blasting curse rapidly pieced itself back together under his powerful reparo charm. At the same time, without turning around, he spoke. Today was no different. What would a few ruthless dark wizards have done if they'd caught you? His sharp gaze swept over them, and the 3 instantly stiffened. Blackmail. Torture. Or, like what you did to that short man, reduce you to a pile of dust blown away by the wind. Hermione's body trembled again, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. The cold brush of that green light of death grazing past her hair resurfaced vividly in her mind. On a real battlefield, in a true life and death moment, any hesitation, any mercy toward the enemy, will cost you and the people you care about their lives. He lifted his hand, pointing toward the battlefield that had already been restored to its original state. Blasting them back, knocking them away, even stunning them isn't enough. As long as they still hold a wand, or even have a single finger they can move, they can cast the killing curse in the next second and take your life. Sagres lowered his hand and looked back at the three of them. This kind of scene happens every single day. Since they chose to aim their wands at innocent students, then being killed is the consequence of their own decision. He nodded at them. You merely did what you had to do. The three of them were speechless, and Sagres finally ceased his relentless lecturing. After a long time, the young student slowly calmed down. Professor. Hermione's voice was soft and drained of strength. Will that feeling go away? Sagres was silent for a moment before he slowly shook his head. It won't completely vanish, Miss Granger. He paused, and his gaze seemed to pierce through the girl in front of him, as if seeing something deeper. It will settle into your body and become a part of you. But this is not a curse, it is the mark of growth. Oh, * greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 192, What is taken cannot be returned. The three of them stared at him blankly. All right, Sagres changed the subject. Noctis will escort you back to the leaky cauldron. The raven on his shoulder glided down in silence, landing on Hermione's shoulder. It tilted its head, its deep eyes calmly studying the three of them. What about you, Professor? Aren't you coming with us? Harry asked. I'll be there shortly. There are still a few things that need to be dealt with. Sagres's gaze fell on the seemingly flat ground, his tone as calm as still water. Go. Noctis will ensure your safety. The three exchanged glances. Though their emotions were still heavy and unsettled, Sagres's words and composure were like an anchor, temporarily steadying their nearly capsized hearts. Harry was the first to reach out, helping Hermione to her feet as she continued to tremble slightly. Ron also pushed himself upright, brushing the dust from his robes. Under Noctis's silent prompting, they supported one another and slowly made their way out of the alley that had just claimed lives, heading toward the leaky cauldron. The light at the mouth of the alley was a little brighter, but the shadows in their hearts had yet to fully fade. After walking in silence for some time, far from the battlefield, Harry finally drew a deep breath and broke the quiet. I need to tell you something. Going to Nocturne Alley today was actually because of Black. Hermione and Ron both turned to him sharply, their eyes filled with shock. To capture Sirius Black as soon as possible, Harry said with difficulty, I decided to act as bait to draw him out, and Professor Greengrass would deal with him from the shadows. Are you mad? Ron gasped. Alone. Acting as bait. That's Sirius Black. The professor said he'd be watching. Harry's voice trailed off, carrying a trace of irritation. But Black didn't show up. Instead, a few lunatics did. He paused, as if wanting to change the subject, or simply to say something to ease the oppressive mood. So he told the other two about Aunt Marge being poisoned and silenced during the summer holidays. Hermione's attention was indeed drawn away. Her voice was still a little unsteady, but filled with curiosity. Silenced. Yes. Harry nodded, his expression complicated, somewhere between satisfaction and helplessness. She drank a cup of, well, wine mixed with Mr. Noctis's excrement. After that, she couldn't speak any more. Excrement. Bird droppings. Puffed. Ron's eyes went wide, his fear temporarily forgotten. Merlin. Did you order it to do that? Does the Ministry of Magic know? Harry neither confirmed nor denied it, only shrugged. People from the ministry came. They said she was completely silenced and had lost all her teeth, and that it couldn't be cured. But, they didn't hold me responsible. They didn't hold you responsible. Hermione stared at him, shock pushing aside the heaviness in her heart. How is that possible? A muggle being poisoned and silenced? That violates the statute of secrecy. How could the Ministry of Magic? I was surprised too, Harry said with a frown. But Minister Fudge came to the leaky cauldron to see me, and then, he left. It seems that Aunt Marge being silenced isn't considered a serious matter to them. That's not fair. Ron burst out at once, a mix of indignation and envy in his voice. If I poisoned some awful aunt and silenced her, the Ministry of Magic would have thrown me straight into Azkaban. He quickly shifted tone, pulling a strange face. Though before that, they'd probably have to dig me out of the ground, because Mum would have killed me first. Ron made an exaggerated choking gesture. Puffed. Haha, Harry couldn't control himself and started laughing, and Ron also joined him. The sudden outburst was like a faint current, instantly dispersing the heavy atmosphere hanging over the three of them. You too. Seriously. Hermione froze for a moment, then the corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably, the oppressive mood easing slightly. At the same time, in Knockturn Alley, Sagres stood quietly at the mouth of the alley until the figures of the three had completely vanished. Only then did he slowly raise his wand and cast a powerful CONF undo over the area. The air seemed to stiffen for an instant. An invisible barrier spread out in silence, completely isolating all sights and sounds within. He then casually waved a hand toward the spot where the three had been standing moments earlier. The flat ground began to writhe soundlessly, like a slumbering giant turning over. Soil and gravel split apart as three figures, faintly breathing, were lifted by an unseen force and slowly rose from beneath the ground. They were the three dark wizards who had been swallowed by the rocky maw earlier, Scarface, Big Yellow Tooth, and the Strong Man. Their bodies were coated in damp, cold earth, their tattered robes plastered to their skin, and the exposed flesh was marred by deep purple bruises left by the crushing pressure of stone. Their eyes were tightly shut, their chests rising and falling only faintly, like three broken dolls dragged from a grave. Sagres looked down at them from above, his expression utterly calm, without the slightest ripple of emotion. There was only cold scrutiny in his gaze, as though he were selecting materials for an experiment. At last, his eyes settled on Scarface. Without the slightest hesitation, Sagres stepped forward. The tip of his wand gently touched Scarface's forehead, slick with grime and cold sweat. Paraguayan Guarani el Ukrainian Hrivni el Cuban peso Nigerian naira. The low incantation, laden with undisguised intent to plunder, echoed through the silent alley. In an instant, a subtle surge of magical energy burst from the wand tip. Ah. Scarface, who had been unconscious only a moment earlier, snapped his eyes open. His pupils were unfocused, filled with nothing but blankness and the terror of being torn apart by overwhelming pain. An inhuman scream tore from deep in his throat. His body arched violently, spasming like a shrimp dropped into boiling water. He felt something within him being ripped apart by a cold, ravenous force. The agony pierced to the bone. The very essence that sustained his existence as a wizard was being stripped away and crushed, piece by piece. Sagres watched him without expression. A chilling, bone-piercing current of magic, like venom forcibly drawn out, surged backward along the everlasting flowerwood wand and into his palm. The power tore roughly through his arm, bringing a sharp, searing pain, before finally merging into his magic core, which had lain dormant for many years. The sensation was like an icy, venomous snake boring straight into his heart, yet it carried with it an intoxicating sense of fullness. Scarface's scream shifted from shrill to hoarse, from piercing to barely audible. His violent convulsions slowly faded, replaced by uncontrollable spasms. The light that symbolized magic in his eyes dimmed rapidly, giving way to a hollow, lifeless gray. His mouth hung open, but only ragged, ho, gasps escaped, saliva mixed with dirt spilling from the corners of his lips. Sagres lifted his wrist slightly, and the wand left Scarface's forehead. The once ferocious dark wizard collapsed to the ground with a dull thud, like a heap of mud that had lost all support, his body still twitching faintly in reflex. All magic within him had vanished completely, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell, as though his very soul had been scooped out. He had become a muggle. A newly born muggle, utterly abandoned by the magical world. Sagres closed his eyes and took a moment to feel it. The magical barrier that had remained immovable for many years now clearly showed a tiny crack. His magic had indeed increased, if only by a small margin. Sagres opened his eyes, his expression calm and undisturbed, as though he had merely completed a trivial replenishment of energy. His gaze shifted to the next target, Big Yellow Tooth. At that moment, Big Yellow Tooth seemed to be roused by Scarface's final scream and the violent surge of magic. His eyelids fluttered, and with great effort he forced them open a sliver. His blurred vision first caught the gloomy sky of Knockturn Alley above him, then Scarface lying motionless on the ground, wasted and still. And then, the tall, slender figure standing nearby, wand in hand, looking down at him with cold indifference. A terror colder and more absolute than the face of death itself washed over him in an instant. He didn't understand what had happened to Scarface, but he knew with certainty that it was nothing good. He wanted to scream, to struggle, to beg for mercy, but his body, only just waking from unconsciousness, felt impossibly heavy. His throat was so dry that no proper sound would come out, only frightened, broken, noises. His body writhed uselessly against the ground as Big Yellow Tooth tried to crawl away from the men who seemed like death incarnate. Sagres ignored the fear nearly spilling from his eyes, his gaze calm and detached, as if he were merely watching a struggling insect. No unnecessary words. No hint of pity. The wand lightly touched his chest, which was heaving violently with terror. Paraguayan Guarani el Ukrainian Hrivni el Cuban peso Nigerian naira. The same spell. The same cold act of plunder. No, Arirgig. This time, Big Yellow Tooth managed a brief, desperate cry before the overwhelming pain swallowed his consciousness. The sound was thick with regret, but it was instantly drowned out by even more agonized screams. His body convulsed and arched violently, as though struck by the Cruciatus Curse. Sagres closed his eyes once more, sensing another torrent of violent magic surge into him, only to be absorbed and assimilated by his own power. His magic core hummed faintly again, and the crack in the barrier seemed to widen just a little more. Big Yellow Tooth's screams quickly weakened, fading into nothing but hoarse gasps. When the wand was withdrawn, he collapsed as well, following Scarface's path, his eyes empty, his magic gone, reduced to a muggle. Sagres's gaze shifted to the last remaining one, the tall, strongman Dark Wizard. He was still unconscious, oblivious to the fate that had befallen his companions. Sagres repeated the process. Wand to forehead. Paraguayan Guarani el Ukrainian Hrivni el Cuban peso Nigerian naira. The strongman let out a pained groan even in his unconscious state, his body shuddering violently, though far less intensely than the previous two. The magic within him flowed steadily into Sagres's body, like a stream forcibly siphoned away. But this time, as the magic surged in, Sagres frowned slightly. A faint stinging sensation rose from within. The clear sense of growth he had felt while absorbing the previous two became vague, and the loosening of the magic barrier stalled. What a pity. Just a little more. Oh, * greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 193, The Black Dog Strikes. The alley fell completely silent, broken only by the faint, ragged breathing of the three dark wizards, now no different from muggles. Sagres withdrew his wand and idly twirled it between his fingers, as if savoring the lingering aftertaste of the three siphonings, or sensing the slightly abnormal sluggishness of the magic within his body. He looked down at the three figures sprawled on the ground, once ferocious dark wizards, his gaze indifferent. Thank you for the meal. In return, I won't leave your bodies exposed in the street. With a casual flick of his wand, an invisible whirlwind rose from the ground, sweeping up dust, gravel, and scattered debris. Like a massive broom, it roughly bundled the three unconscious men together and hurled them into a cracked crevice in the alley, burying them completely. The powerful conf undo was silently lifted. The shadows of Nocturne Alley closed in once more, swallowing everything that had just occurred, as though it had never existed. The next morning, as the first murky ray of light struggled through the window of the leaky cauldron, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were already dressed and standing in the hall. After the life-and-death struggle of the previous night and Sagres's guidance, the exhaustion and fear had not entirely left their faces, but deep in their eyes, a strange resilience had begun to take root. The shadows still lingered, yet any thought of retreat seemed to be suppressed by a stronger purpose, to find Black. Are you sure you want to come with me? Harry looked at his two closest friends, his voice slightly hoarse. Part of him actually hoped they would stay behind. The dangers of Nocturne Alley far exceeded anything he had imagined. Hermione took a deep breath, her fingers unconsciously brushing along her wand, her knuckles paling slightly as if to reassure herself it was there. The bait plan is too dangerous. And she looked up, her gaze steady. If Black really is there, we need to watch each other's backs. I don't feel safe with you going alone. The memory of the ugly man's killing curse, that flash of green light aimed at her, still lingered vividly. Ron's face was still a little pale, but he nodded vigorously, forcing his voice to sound steadier than he felt. Exactly. Besides, who knows if that, Professor Greengrass, will do what he did yesterday and only show up at the critical moment. He glanced at the raven on Harry's shoulder and left the sentence unfinished, but the meaning was clear. Yesterday's ordeal had given them a deeper understanding of Sagres's particular brand of protection. Harry looked at them, warmth mixed with guilt welling up in his chest. He didn't argue further. All right. But we have to be careful this time. If anything feels wrong, we retreat immediately. Agreed, Hermione and Ron replied in unison. As they stepped into Nocturne Alley once more, the stench of mold and rotting herbs rushed at them, instantly putting them on edge. Yesterday's battlefield had returned to normal, leaving no visible trace behind, yet the lingering stench of dark arts in the air made every step feel unnervingly heavy. The street seemed even darker than the day before, and the objects displayed in the shop windows on either side were even more disturbing. Dried bat specimens floated in glass jars, towers of eyeballs glimmered with an eerie sheen, and several cages held small, unknown magical creatures that let out faint, pitiful whimpers. Figures wrapped in tattered black robes watched them from the shadows, their gazes greedy and dangerous. A fight had erupted here just last night, and several people had died, yet it seemed no one cared, except them. Care for some candy? Sweet oblivion. A toothless old witch with a face covered in sores suddenly leaned halfway out of the shadows of a nearby alley. She held a filthy plate bearing several oddly colored, constantly wriggling sweets. No, thank you. Hermione immediately dragged Harry and Ron away, her stomach roiling. Those sweets, Harry glanced back, Professor Dumbledore might like them. Hermione shot him a sharp look. Care for some amulets. They can ward off the most vicious curses, just one galleon. At another stall, a skeletal old man dangled a necklace strung with rat bones. Ron immediately grimaced in disgust. This place is even worse than the Forbidden Forest. Oh, Luna might like that necklace, Harry muttered again. Who? Ron asked, sounding a bit puzzled. Luna Lovegood, Ginny's good friend, Hermione replied without turning back. How can you be her brother and not even know that? Oh, her, Ron said, still unconvinced. If you'd said Loony, I'd have known. He pursed his lips, then added, but she really might like that rat-bone necklace. The trio continued forward. Hey, red-haired boy, a hunched old witch leaning against a crumbling doorway suddenly spoke. Her voice was hoarse and low, her cloudy eyes fixed on Ron. Do you have a little pet? A rat. Ron stopped, staring at her in surprise. How did you know? He did have Scabbers tucked in his pocket. He'd been worried about leaving him alone at the leaky cauldron. Ever since they'd returned from Egypt, Scabbers had been sickly. Lately he'd grown thin, trembling and curled up all day. Because of that, Ron had even bought a bottle of rat tonic for him in Diagon Alley the morning before. Maybe she saw you buying rat tonic for Scabbers in Diagon Alley yesterday, Hermione whispered. But Ron looked at the old witch with a spark of hope. He genuinely cared about Scabbers. He didn't have an owl, and Scabbers was the only pet he had in the family, even if he was second-hand. The old witch pulled her toothless lips back in a creepy grin. I saw it in my crystal ball. Poor little thing, his lifeline is very faint. Her cloudy eyes seemed to peer straight through Ron's pocket. And I also know why you've come here, to look for something, isn't that right? A fleeting, enigmatic smile crossed her face. Something hidden in the darkness. The words slithered into the trio's ears like cold, venomous snakes. Ron's face went pale at once, and he instinctively clutched his pocket, feeling Scabbers' faint struggles and tremors inside. Hermione frowned deeply. Instinctively, she sensed that the old witch meant no good, yet the words find, hidden, and darkness oddly overlapped with their mission to hunt down Black. What do you mean? Harry asked cautiously, his hand already drifting toward his wand. Mean. The old witch cackled, her voice rasping. It means I can help you find what you seek and accomplish your goal. Because I am a seer. Come with me. She turned unsteadily and began to shuffle toward a narrow nearby dead end, almost entirely swallowed by shadow. I know what to do. I can help you see the truth, very cheap. Her words were heavy with temptation, and they struck uncomfortably close to what Harry and his friends were thinking. The young wizards exchanged a glance. Reason told them this was likely a trap, yet the old witch's ambiguous words, especially her hints about shadows and hidden things, hooked into their hearts. Black. Did she really know something? Or was she simply exploiting their concern for Scabbers and their fear of Black? Let's go and see, Ron said through clenched teeth, his voice trembling slightly. What if she really does know something about Black? Too dangerous, Hermione whispered. This is obviously a trap. But it could also be a lead, Harry wavered as well, his fixation on Black outweighing some of his caution. We'll be careful. If anything feels wrong, we leave immediately. Pulled along by conflicting emotions, the trio ultimately followed the old witch step by step into the narrow dead end that reeked of rotting refuse. Light nearly vanished here, leaving only a thin strip of pale sky filtering down from between the tall walls on either side. The alley ended at a high wall, mottled with moss and stains, with no way out. The old witch stopped at the base of the wall and turned around. The eerie smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling greed and ferocity. Her hunched body seemed to straighten just a little. All right, you little brats, her voice turned sharp and cold, devoid of any trace of age. Kakik hand over everything valuable you have, and your wands. Save this old woman the trouble. A withered hand stretched out from her tattered robes, nails long and black, like the claws of some beast. Just as expected. A trap. Another damned trap. The trio drew their wands at once, backs pressed together, hearts hammering. Another dark wizard. And judging by her behavior, an even stranger and more troublesome one. Caw. Noctis let out a sharp cry, like a bugle sounding the charge. Stupefy, Ron's spell was only half spoken. Petrificus totalis. Hermione was a step faster, a streak of blue light shooting toward the old witch. But the witch moved with terrifying speed. She slipped aside like a phantom, and Hermione's Petrificus totalis slammed into the wall behind her. At the same time, her shriveled lips moved rapidly, and a foul-smelling black current of air lashed toward Hermione like a whip. Protego. Harry reacted instantly. His shield charm barely managed to block the vile curse, but the barrier shuddered violently, emitting a sizzling, corrosive hiss. Be careful. Her magic is vile. Harry shouted. At that moment, something changed abruptly. A massive, swift black shadow, carrying a rank, animal stench, lunged down without warning from the ledge above the wall. Its target was the old witch, her back turned toward the alley entrance as she was about to cast another spell at Harry. Grr. A deep, feral roar exploded through the cramped space. The black shadow slammed squarely into the witch's back, the tremendous impact knocking her straight to the ground. She let out a shrill, broken scream, and her wand flew from her hand. The trio stared in shock as they realized it was an enormous black dog. Its fur was matted and filthy, but its muscles bulged with raw, savage power. It clamped its jaws onto the witch's shoulder, sharp fangs sinking deep into her flesh, then dragged her across the filthy ground strewn with gravel and sewage like a discarded sack. With astonishing speed, it dashed toward the deeper shadows near the mouth of the alley. Ah! Let go of me. You cursed beast. The witch's screams intertwined with the black dog's low growls, quickly fading as both vanished into the deeper darkness of Nocturne Alley. Oh, * greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 194, 194, Before the Term Begins. The dead end fell instantly silent. Only Harry, Ron, and Hermione remained, pressed against the cold wall, faces pale as they struggled to catch their breath. Their wands were still trained on the spot where the old witch had vanished, hearts hammering so violently it felt as though they might burst from their chests. What had just happened, swift as a lightning strike, was far too terrifying and unexpected. The enormous black dog that had appeared and vanished in an instant, the witch's wretched state as she was dragged away, none of it was anything they could have imagined. Mayor, Merlin's beard. Ron's voice shook uncontrollably. What was that thing? A huge black dog. Hermione's voice still carried the tremor of lingering fear as she tried to piece it together. Did it save us? Or was it attacking that old witch? Harry stared hard at the darkness at the mouth of the alley, his palms slick with cold sweat. That black dog, for some reason, it filled him with an overwhelming sense of unease, far stronger than the fear the old witch had inspired. Especially its eyes. They had looked almost human, and that unsettled him deeply. I don't know. Harry said hoarsely. This bait mission is over. Let's go. They didn't dare linger a moment longer. They didn't even stop to search for the wand the witch had dropped. Turning on their heels, they sprinted out of the dead end at full speed, racing toward the exit of Nocturne Alley without looking back, desperate to escape that nightmarish place as quickly as possible. At the same time, at Hogwarts, in Sagres's office. Sagres leaned back in his high-backed chair, his fingertips lightly tapping against the smooth surface of the desk. Through Noctis's eyes, he clearly observed everything that had happened in Nocturne Alley. He saw the trio moving forward with caution, saw the unsettling vendors lining the street, and watched as the old witch coaxed them into the dead end with her words. He saw her turn hostile, saw the three draw their wands to confront her, saw Hermione's Petrificus Totalis miss its mark, and saw the witch's foul black mist stopped by Harry's shield charm. Throughout it all, his expression never changed. Then the enormous black dog lunged in, knocked the old witch to the ground, and dragged her away. Sagres's eyebrow twitched almost imperceptibly. Is that a large magical canine? He murmured, his voice tinged with mild surprise, but more with analytical interest. A stray from Nocturne Alley? Or a magical beast altered by some dark wizard? He watched with interest the direction in which the black dog disappeared, as well as the fleeing figures of the three frightened students. Its aggression is quite impressive, saved me the trouble of intervening. Sagres was not surprised that the three students had encountered danger again, that was the price of serving as bait. As long as their lives were not truly at risk, he preferred to observe how they would respond. As for the black dog that had appeared so abruptly, in his view it was merely an unexpected variable in the chaotic ecosystem of Nocturne Alley, a slightly stronger scavenger, nothing more. His attention quickly returned to Harry and the others as he watched them flee from Nocturne Alley and blend into the comparatively safe crowd of Diagon Alley. Their reactions on the spot were acceptable, but their vigilance still needs improvement, Sagres assessed coolly. The bait is beginning to work. At the very least, the fish in Nocturne Alley are starting to stir. A trace of contemplation flickered through his eyes. He had no idea that, through the Raven's perspective, he had just missed the most important fish of all. After bursting out of Nocturne Alley in a state of lingering shock and merging into the brighter, safer crowd of Diagon Alley, Harry, Ron, and Hermione finally dared to slow down. Their hearts were still pounding, and the image of the massive black dog leaping onto the old witch was etched deeply into their minds. What on earth was that thing? Ron asked, his voice still shaking. He instinctively clutched his pocket, where Scabbers was trembling faintly. I don't know. Harry's face was pale as he cautiously glanced back toward the entrance to Nocturne Alley, half expecting the black dog to come charging out at any moment. But it seemed to save us. Save. Hermione's voice was hoarse, still edged with fear. It felt more like hunting to me. That old witch was its prey. She recalled the cold, feral gleam that had flashed in the black dog's eyes. So Nocturne Alley doesn't just have dark wizards. It also has dark dog guards. Back at the leaky cauldron, the warm lights and lively chatter eased some of the chill clinging to them, though the fear lingering deep in their eyes was still unmistakable. The Weasley children, Ginny, Fred, and George, were already eating in the main room, while Percy was alone upstairs in his room. "Hey! Where have you been? Why do you look like you've been kissed by a Dementor?" Fred exclaimed theatrically. "Don't ask," Ron groaned as he dropped into a chair, grabbed a goblet of pumpkin juice, and took a huge gulp. "Nocturne Alley, it's even scarier than Snape's potions class." "Nocturne Alley?" Mr. Weasley came over carrying a large bag, his eyes widening. "Did I hear that right?" "Ah, no, Mum, I misspoke." Ron corrected himself at once. "I meant Diagon Alley." The three of them didn't dare tell Mrs. Weasley the truth, it would worry her sick. "Where's Noctis?" Ginny craned her neck to look around, but didn't see the raven. Hermione sat quietly to the side, holding a cup of hot tea. Her gaze was distant, and her fingers unconsciously traced the rim of the cup. Fred and George exchanged a look. Sensibly, they didn't press for answers, instead launching into an animated discussion about the new products they planned to develop for the coming school year. Nearby, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley spoke in low voices about the tense situation caused by Black's escape. Over the next few days, the trio nearly wore out the stones of Nocturne Alley, yet still found nothing at all. It wasn't until the start of the Hogwarts term drew near that the bait tactic was officially declared a failure, leaving them no choice but to pack up and head back to school. On September 1st, under the personal escort of Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, everyone gathered their luggage and made their way to King's Cross Station. Standing before platform 9 3/4, gazing at the familiar deep red Hogwarts Express, a tangle of emotions rose in their hearts. During this time, Sagres was naturally not idle. He paid a visit to the Forbidden Forest, escorting the envoy sent by Miss Snowy Owl to the secret clearing agreed upon with the Centaur tribe, and oversaw the exchange between the two sides. The Centaur warriors carefully produced rare treasures from the outside world from their moonstone-inlaid leather pouches. Several bundles of shimmering silverleaf grass that could only be harvested on nights of the full moon. Several bottles of crystal-clear dew said to be condensed from unicorn tears. And a number of peculiar ore fragments that carried the traces of stellar trajectories, their surfaces glowing with a faint blue light. There were also various precious ores and medicinal herbs. In return, Miss Snowy Owl's envoy brought supplies that were difficult for the tribe to acquire, several bundles of extraordinarily tough dragon sinew from the east, a set of gleaming, finely crafted metallurgical tools, and 2 large rolls of alchemical fur that could automatically regulate temperature. There were also several books carefully wrapped in waterproof parchment. Sagres's gaze swept over them, and he noticed titles such as Medieval European Wizard Feasts, 100 Lost Recipes and the Culinary Art of Magical Creatures, making the corner of his mouth twitch involuntarily. Back within the warm, brightly lit stone walls of the castle, Sagres did not rest. In the final days before term began, he paid visits to the various heads of house and ultimately held a detailed discussion with Professor Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. He put forward an idea, establishing a reward system redeemable through dueling points. Each professor could provide a list of items or knowledge to be included as rewards, serving as incentives for students to work hard in the dueling club. Snape's reaction, as expected, came wrapped in his usual sarcasm. His black eyes stared at Sagres from beneath his greasy hair, as though accusing him of deliberately stirring up trouble. Even so, he eventually tossed over a sheet of parchment filled with items written in his sharp, cold handwriting. The list was packed with rare and unusual potion ingredients, mooncalf pituitary glands, highly concentrated venomous tentacula bile, and even a small vial labeled, "Use with caution," containing basilisk scale powder. The latter half of the list featured advanced potion formulas, such as potent draught of living death, improved, and non-standard extraction methods for polyjuice potion. Scattered among them were several spells of his own development, their names anything but pleasant. Professor Flitwick, by contrast, was clearly enthusiastic. His list contained the of his many years of research, several rolls of meticulously prepared teaching manuscripts on advanced magic, complete with carefully drawn diagrams of wand movements alongside the text. There was also a complete set of notes on advanced applications of basic spells such as the levitation charm and Expelliarmus. For instance, how to make a levitated feather strike a target with precision, or how to give Expelliarmus a slight knockback effect, techniques he simply couldn't cover in depth within the limited time of regular classes. Professor Sprout's list was the most varied. It included rare or dangerous plant materials, such as mature mandrake leaves that required special containers for preservation, and venomous tentacula seeds accompanied by detailed cultivation guides. There were also several carefully nurtured young lily-of-the-valley plants from the greenhouses, which emitted pleasant, bell-like chimes, and even a small pouch of elf pollen said to enhance affinity with magical plants. Professor McGonagall's list was equally substantial, several pages of detailed private notes on advanced transfiguration, including precise analyses of performing multiple simultaneous transfigurations on inanimate objects. Even more striking was the inclusion of advanced human transfiguration content, including detailed step-by-step guidance on becoming an animagus, key points for maintaining stability, and a list of extremely rare and costly auxiliary materials required for each animal form, such as moonstone powder and specific preparation methods for mandrake leaves. While browsing, Sagres even joked about adding a few school rule exemption vouchers, only to be firmly rejected by Professor McGonagall. Not only that, she issued a stern warning. Sagres, any form of condoning rule-breaking runs counter to Hogwarts educational philosophy. I trust you understand this. In the end, even Professor Dumbledore smiled and provided a list containing a few rare sweets and several interesting, uncommon books on the history of magic. Sagres, however, felt the old man was rather stingy. Fawkes's tail feathers and tears were far more valuable than these items, yet Dumbledore clearly had no intention of offering any of them. Oh, * greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 195, Dementors inside the Hogwarts Express. After boarding the Hogwarts Express, the group waved goodbye to the Weasleys. Percy headed straight for the head boy's private compartment. Ginny ran off excitedly to find her friends, while Fred and George loudly discussed scouting the market for potential new product test subjects. Harry, Ron, and Hermione dragged their trunks along the corridor, habitually looking for an empty compartment. But in the end, they couldn't find a single one. "Hey, over here," Ron said, his sharp eye spotting an open door as he pushed it aside. "There's only one person in here." Sure enough, a shabbily dressed middle-aged wizard was leaning against the window seat. He looked utterly exhausted, his head tilted to one side, apparently asleep. His hair was streaked with gray, his complexion an unhealthy waxy yellow, and even in sleep his brow was tightly furrowed, as though he were enduring great pain. "He looks worn out," Hermione whispered with a trace of sympathy. "Let's be quiet." The three of them tiptoed inside and sat down on the bench opposite. Noctis glided down gracefully, landing on the empty seat beside Harry. It quietly preened its dark feathers, its obsidian-like eyes sweeping over the compartment before finally settling on the sleeping men. With a long whistle, the train slowly pulled out of the station, leaving the noise and bustle of London behind. Outside the window, the scenery gradually shifted into wide fields and rolling hills. Inside the compartment, only the rhythmic clatter of the train and the man's steady, slightly labored breathing could be heard. "Is he still alive?" Ron lowered his voice, staring at the man's pale lips and the dark circles beneath his eyes. "Ron, be polite," Hermione immediately whispered in reprimand. "Who is he?" Harry asked quietly as well. "Professor R.J. Lupin," Hermione answered with certainty. "How do you know everything?" Ron's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. "Because it's written on his suitcase," Hermione said, lifting her chin. Ron fell silent at once, looking deflated. "I don't remember Hogwarts ever having a professor like him," Harry said, puzzled. "Of course not," Hermione replied matter-of-factly. "He's the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor." "Is there anything you don't know?" Ron muttered. "Isn't it obvious?" Hermione said calmly. "Professor Lockhart was hospitalized during the first half of last year, and Professor Lumina was hospitalized in the second term, so the position obviously needed to be filled." "It's really a shame," Harry said, cutting in. "Professor Lumina, even if she did seem, well, a bit unreliable, we actually learned a lot in her class. I just hope this Professor R.J. Lupin lasts a little longer." A moment later, the compartment door was pulled open from the corridor. It was Draco Malfoy. He paused in the doorway, momentarily startled by the sleeping Raven and the unfamiliar adult inside, but quickly regained his usual cold composure. "Potter," he said from the threshold, looking down at Harry. "Let's have another duel once term starts." The three inside the compartment looked up at him, momentarily at a loss for words. "No problem," Harry thought for a moment before replying calmly. "If you insist." "Don't talk like you've already won, Potter," Malfoy said lazily, leaning against the doorframe. "I wasn't idle this summer." "Oh, really?" Ron couldn't help chiming in. "You didn't spend the whole holiday thinking about Harry, did you? Is he your only goal in life now?" Malfoy's gaze flicked to Ron, a trace of irritation flashing in his eyes. "I'd love to challenge you, Weasley," he sneered, "but unfortunately, your dueling points aren't even high enough for you to be ranked ahead of me." Ron's face flushed bright red, and he had no reply. Malfoy turned and walked away. Ron stared after him, indignant. "What's there to be so smug about?" If you don't want him looking down on you like that again, you'd better practice your spells properly this term, Hermione said as she stroked the large ginger cat, Crookshanks, in her arms. She added by way of reminder, with what Professor Greengrass is teaching us, it won't be hard to surpass him. At that moment, the light outside the train window suddenly dimmed, as though heavy storm clouds had rolled overhead. A bone-deep chill seeped through the compartment walls without resistance, sweeping through the space in an instant. It wasn't an ordinary cold, but a profound, clammy chill that seemed to drain away all warmth, joy, and hope. The lights in the compartment began to flicker, emitting a faint buzzing sound, before going out completely. What's happening? Ron shuddered, his voice shaking. Before he could finish speaking, the compartment door was wrenched open by an unseen force. A tall figure cloaked in tattered robes floated in the doorway. Its face was entirely hidden within the shadow of its hood, nothing could be seen clearly, only a sense of emptiness that swallowed the light. A skeletal hand, the bones dark and decayed, extended from beneath the cloak and rested on the doorframe. With its arrival, the soul-sapping, despair-laden cold intensified tenfold. Hermione was instantly overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of despair and instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around herself. Harry's reaction was the most severe. The instant the cold descended, it felt as though an icy hand had clamped around his heart. A piercing scream rang in his ears, not an external sound, but one that stabbed straight into his mind. Pain, fear, despair, they crashed over him like a tidal wave. His vision blurred, the world spun, and all the strength drained from his body in an instant. He felt himself sinking into a freezing, hopeless abyss. Harry! Hermione cried in horror as she saw his eyes go unfocused and his body slump in the seat, his breathing coming in harsh, ragged gasps. Ron was equally terrified. He tried to stand, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, the numbing cold pinning him in place. The Dementor's hollow gaze swept across the compartment, as though searching for something. At last, its hungry attention locked firmly onto Harry Potter, who was writhing in agony. Noctis's feathers suddenly flared, and it let out a sharp, piercing shriek. Its small body positioned itself in front of Harry, dark feathers seeming to gleam faintly in the dimness. Expecto Patronum. A steady, powerful voice rang out in the compartment. In the next instant, a brilliant white light, like the rising sun, burst forth from Lupin's hand. He had risen at some point, a wand held steady in his hand. The light rapidly condensed, forming a barrier between the Dementor and Harry. Sirius Black is not here, he said, standing firmly in front of the students, his wand unwaveringly trained on the Dementor. His voice was calm and resolute. Leave this place. The Dementor seemed to recoil in alarm. Its tattered cloak billowed as it jerked back, then it vanished instantly into the darkness of the corridor. The lights in the compartment flickered a few times before coming back on, and the suffocating cold retreated like a receding tide. Harry sucked in air as though he'd just been pulled from deep water, his body soaked in cold sweat. Professor Lupin quickly drew a large bar of chocolate from his pocket, snapped off a generous piece, and placed it into Harry's trembling hand. Here, my boy, he said gently, his voice hoarse with evident exhaustion. Eat it. It will help. He then broke off 2 more pieces and handed them to Hermione and Ron, whose faces were just as pale. Harry did as he was told, biting into the sweet chocolate. Warmth spread through him along with the sugar, his racing heart gradually settling as the cold stiffness in his limbs eased. I'm much better. Thank you, Professor. He said weakly, relief at having escaped the danger and gratitude toward the men before him filling his chest. Hermione and Ron let out breaths of relief as well, their eyes filled with genuine admiration as they looked at Lupin. What was that thing just now? The 3 of them asked, still shaken. A Dementor, Professor Lupin replied gently. I imagine they're here searching for a fugitive. His gaze then shifted to Harry's forehead, before finally settling on Noctis. The raven had withdrawn its hostility after the Dementor's departure, yet it remained alert, its dark, glossy eyes fixed unblinkingly on Lupin. Its gaze was nothing like that of an ordinary bird, far too human. A raven. Lupin raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. How unusual. It seemed to be protecting you just now. He looked at Harry. Its name is Noctis, Professor, Harry explained, reaching out to gently smooth the raven's feathers. It's Professor Greengrass's messenger. Greengrass. Lupin paused visibly at the name. A sharp glint flashed through his weary eyes, as though the name itself had struck something deep within him. He studied Noctis again, as if trying to discern something from the raven. Sagres Greengrass, he asked, as though seeking confirmation. Yes, Professor. Hermione spoke up at once, her voice full of respect. Professor Greengrass is our professor for advanced spell theory and practice, and he also teaches dueling. He's very, knowledgeable. And very powerful, Ron took over, recalling the few shocking moments when the men had acted. His voice dropped unconsciously as he added with emphasis, really, very powerful. And not just that, Harry said, having recovered some of his composure. Minister Fudge speaks very carefully in front of him. Harry recalled Fudge's almost fawning attitude toward Sagres at the leaky cauldron. Lupin listened quietly to their descriptions, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the rough wooden handle of his wand. His expression remained calm, but deep within his eyes, complex emotions stirred. Oh, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on P@Trian/Dark Devil. Chapter 196, The Start of Term Feast. The Hogwarts Express finally arrived at Hogsmeade Station. The night wind carried a fine drizzle, but the familiar platform and Hagrid's characteristic booming voice brought a sense of warmth. First years. This way. Mind your steps. Hagrid's voice was exceptionally clear amid the clamor. Harry, Ron, and Hermione dragged their luggage off the train, ready to look for the invisible Thestral carriages as they did every year, but their eyes were involuntarily drawn to the tall figure at the center of the platform. Is that Hagrid? Ron's mouth fell open, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. It was indeed Hagrid, but he was completely unlike the Hagrid they remembered. He was wearing a well-tailored dark gray suit, and his posture seemed unusually straight. Even more shocking, his perpetually bushy beard and hair, which usually resembled a tangled thicket, were now neatly combed, even gleaming faintly with hair oil. His beard had been meticulously trimmed and braided into a thick but tidy plait that hung down his chest, while his hair was smoothly slicked back, revealing a broad but currently somewhat self-conscious forehead. He was trying to straighten his back, attempting to look more proper, but his clumsy tugging at his tie betrayed his discomfort. A group of anxious first-years huddled at his feet like ducklings, looking up at their giant-like guide. Hagrid, what happened to him? Hermione whispered in disbelief. He looks like... Harry searched for the right word, like he's about to attend a wedding. Just then, several empty carriages glided silently up before them. The creatures pulling the carriages were clearly visible, skeletal, pitch-black, horse-like beings with enormous bat-like wings. Their eyes were white, empty, and lifeless, exuding an aura of death. Thestrals. The trio looked at the creatures, visible only to those who had witnessed death, and a wave of solemnity washed over them. They averted their gazes and silently boarded the same carriage. Noctis landed on the carriage roof, quietly preening its feathers. Its dark, bright eyes swept over the silent Thestrals, then turned toward Hagrid, who was leading the first-years through the rain in the distance, carrying a faint hint of curiosity. The carriage rolled smoothly toward Hogwarts Castle, drawn by the Thestrals. Rain pattered against the roof, and inside the carriage, silence reigned, as if the trio were still immersed in the shock of the Dementor and Hagrid's dramatic transformation. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, the 4 long tables were gradually filled with chattering students. Candlelight danced amid the glow of floating pumpkin lanterns, and the air was thick with the aroma of food and the excitement of returning to school. Sagres sat at the teacher's table, his long fingers unconsciously tapping against the smooth surface before him. He paid no attention to the noisy students below. His deep gaze seemed to pierce the dazzling starry sky of the Great Hall's ceiling as his thoughts drifted back to mid-August, to the grand awards ceremony at the Ministry of Magic. Memory slowly surfaced, the opulent atrium of the Ministry of Magic, crystal chandeliers casting brilliant reflections, well-dressed wizards raising their glasses and exchanging pleasantries, the air heavy with false compliments and undercurrents of power. Flashbulbs flickered incessantly, all focused on the woman at the center of the hall, dressed in a magnificent gown, wearing a polite smile that could not quite conceal her nervousness, Hummingbird. He watched as she received the Order of Merlin, first class, symbolizing outstanding contribution, from Umbridge, and listened as Minister of Magic Fudge praised her loyalty and outstanding contributions to the wizarding world in an exaggerated tone. Sagres had been seated among the audience at the time, applauding without expression, a cold sneer flickering deep within his eyes. Loyalty. Indeed loyal. He sneered inwardly. But the object of that loyalty was questionable. A carefully placed chess piece had finally been moved to a prominent position on the board. Lockhart, your good days are numbered. At the next Bronze Feather meeting, he would personally inform Hummingbird that the meticulously gathered evidence, enough to send Lockhart to an Azkaban cell, could begin to be made public. The man had recently been promoting his new book. Although his appearance had aged, his influence had actually grown. Let the downfall of this world-renowned author help Hummingbird, Mirabella Ralston, ascend to the position of Dean of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Just as he was immersed in these cold calculations, a gust carrying the scent of earth and rain swept into the great hall through the main doors. Sagres's thoughts were pulled back to reality. Hagrid's massive figure appeared in the doorway, leading the trembling first-years inside. His suit looked somewhat out of place among the wizards in robes, but he tried to straighten his back, striving to maintain an air of dignity. The first-years looked around curiously, and low laughter and whispers rippled through the great hall. Then Professor Lupin entered as well. His face was still sallow, showing the fatigue of travel, but his steps were fairly steady. Lupin and Hagrid walked toward the teacher's table. Hagrid sat beside Professor McGonagall, while Lupin took an empty seat next to Sagres, giving him a slight nod as he did so. Professor McGonagall left with Potter and Hermione, and the task of sorting naturally fell to Professor Flitwick this time. Sagres could tell that Flitwick had been looking forward to this for a long while. The small professor rubbed his hands excitedly, used the levitation charm to place the sorting hat on the stool, and then the hat began to sing its annual composition, pushing the atmosphere in the great hall to a crescendo. Professor Flitwick then stood on a chair and began reading out the long list of first years. After rounds of cheers, the long line of students gradually dispersed, merging into the 4 long tables. Finally, Professor Dumbledore stood up. He spread his arms and said in his booming yet gentle voice, "Welcome. Welcome back to Hogwarts for a new school year." Warm applause erupted. Dumbledore waited for it to die down, his smile fading slightly as he grew serious. "Before the feast begins, I have a few announcements to make." He surveyed the Great Hall, his gaze sweeping over every young face. "First, I regret to inform you that all entrances to Hogwarts Castle and its grounds are currently guarded by Dementors stationed by the Ministry of Magic." A collective gasp of horror and uneasy murmurs instantly filled the hall. Harry and Hermione, who had just returned from Professor McGonagall, turned pale at the news. "They are stationed at every entrance to the school," Dumbledore continued, his voice clearly carrying over the murmurs. "During their stay, I must emphasize that no one is to leave the school without permission. You should understand that Dementors are not fooled by disguises or trickery, invisibility cloaks are no exception." As he spoke, his gaze, whether intentionally or not, swept toward the twins. "They do not understand pleas or excuses. Therefore, I warn each of you, do not give them any reason to harm you. I expect the prefects, as well as the newly appointed head boy and head girl, to ensure that no student comes into conflict with the Dementors." The Great Hall fell silent, as though the shadow of the Dementors had already descended upon it. Dumbledore's tone softened slightly, and a faint smile returned to his face. "On a more pleasant note, I am delighted to welcome 2 new professors to our staff." He turned toward the teacher's table. "First," Dumbledore said with a trace of regret, "as Professor Lumina requires long-term recuperation at St. Mungo's due to a curse injury and is unable to continue her duties as Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, her position will be temporarily filled by Professor Remus John Lupin." He extended a hand toward Lupin, who was seated beside Sagres. Professor Lupin rose somewhat awkwardly and gave the students a slight bow. Polite, but not particularly enthusiastic, applause filled the Great Hall. Many eyes lingered on his worn robes and tired face. Only Harry, Ron, and Hermione clapped with real enthusiasm. Professor Lupin was genuinely capable, and he had saved their lives on the train. Additionally, Dumbledore's voice carried a note of cheerful amusement. Professor Kettleben officially retired at the end of last term, and Rubius Hagrid has kindly agreed to take on the post of Care of Magical Creatures professor, while retaining his duties as gamekeeper. He gestured toward Hagrid. Hagrid shot to his feet, his enormous body nearly knocking over his chair. His weathered face flushed crimson, and his beard trembled with excitement. He bowed clumsily in every direction, nearly knocking off Professor McGonagall's hat beside him. The Great Hall erupted into far more enthusiastic applause and cheers than before, with the Gryffindor table practically boiling over. Fred and George leapt to their feet, whistling loudly. Ron and Harry clapped until their hands turned red, and Hermione smiled brightly, genuinely happy for Hagrid. Sagres's gaze calmly passed over the excited Hagrid and the weary Lupin, before settling once more on the empty plate in front of him. His thoughts had perhaps already drifted to the upcoming Bronze Feather meeting, and to the next step of the plan to cast Lockhart into the abyss. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Chapter 197, The Path to the Pinnacle. The thick stone walls of Hogwarts Castle shut out the chilling cold brought by the Dementors. At the start of the new term, Sagres's first dueling class was steeped in a solemn atmosphere. He had heard that the 2 new professors had performed very well in their first lessons, especially Lupin, which put him at ease. Combining Lupin's performance on the train, Sagres had already classified the gray-haired man as a reliable adult wizard. On the spacious floating dueling platform, the students occupied only one side. The cold stone floor reflected the clear glow of the magical light orbs, vines coiled around the stands, and the whistling wind was the only background sound. As usual, the students were dressed in practical clothing suitable for movement, standing solemnly on both sides of the field. The air was heavy with silence mixed with awe and tension. Even the usually boisterous Fred and George were uncharacteristically quiet, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Sagres stood atop the dueling stone monument at the center of the field, wearing a well-tailored robe of exquisite texture, its silver buttons perfectly fastened. His everlasting flower-wood wand rested casually at his side, and his calm gaze slowly swept across the entire arena. Wherever it passed, students unconsciously straightened their backs. "New term," Sagres said. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached every ear, instantly suppressing even the faintest noise, means new goals, new challenges, and new rules. He paused, his deep gaze seeming to assess the potential of each student. Since decided the previous year, Hogwarts will no longer be an isolated island, Sagres continued calmly, his tone carrying an almost cold edge. After consultation among the 3 headmasters, beginning this term, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, and the Demstrang Institute of Magic will jointly host a fixed annual event, the Triwizard Dueling Tournament. Wow! An uncontrollable gasp and murmur instantly rippled through the crowd. Sagres did not stop the commotion, merely waiting quietly for it to subside on its own. The competition format will be divided into team confrontations and single duels, he continued, his tone unruffled. As before, each school will send 8 contestants. The competition venue is right beneath your feet. And Hogwarts's representatives. His calm gaze swept across the entire arena once more. Will be determined by your dueling points ranking. Everyone held their breath. Yes, Sagres seemed to read their thoughts. Before the competition begins, the top 8 students on the dueling points leaderboard will automatically qualify to represent Hogwarts. Of course, they may refuse. Students exchange glances, seeing the fire in one another's eyes. Refuse? How many would turn down such school-wide glory? Even if there were a few, those people probably would not make it into the top 8 anyway. To adapt to these new challenges and better motivate you to improve your strength, Sagres continued, lightly tapping his wand as he changed the subject. A soft silver light projected into the air, forming a constantly shifting diagram of an emblem-like structure. The dueling leaderboard will be upgraded. The method of earning points will remain unchanged. However, in the new term, when your accumulated points reach certain milestones, you will unlock corresponding advancement quests. Advancement quests, the students whispered, confusion flickering in their eyes. Sagres seemed to hear their murmurs. Yes, advancement quests. Not simple classroom sparring or after-school practice. Instead, they will involve high-difficulty spell combination cracking, simulated confrontations with specific magical creatures, the deployment of complex ancient rune traps, and even practical combat drills under specific restrictive conditions. With each item he listed, the students below felt their heartbeats quicken, it all sounded both dangerous and exhilarating. By successfully completing advancement quests, Sagres continued, tapping his wand again as the emblem diagram in the air shifted accordingly, your emblem's form will change. It will not only record your points, but also serve as a visual symbol of your strength and achievements. More importantly, as your points increase and you complete advancement quests, you will unlock a brand new exchange catalog. His wand tapped a 3rd time, and a shimmering, iridescent scroll apparition appeared in midair, densely packed with flowing text and images. Though blurred, it was more than enough to hint at the value and abundance of its contents. The catalog will offer items that you may exchange using your points. These include, but are not limited to, unique spells, rare potions, various magical materials, and practical magical items. Previews of the items flashed past, each one enough to make the young wizards' hearts race and their breathing grow quick. These are precious resources that are difficult to find on the open market, or even impossible to purchase at all. The full catalog will be posted by the prefects in your respective house common rooms. Sagres looked down at the students, his calm words igniting excitement in every heart. Want to win glory for Hogwarts in the tournament? You can. Want to obtain the treasures in the catalog that can change your magical path? You can do that as well. His voice returned to its earlier indifference. But that requires you to prove your worth with strength. Points, rankings, quests, every effort you make will be transformed into visible rewards. He gave a light wave of his wand, and the images in the air vanished. Even the sound of the wind seemed to fade away. Now, take out your wands, Sagres commanded, concise and forceful. The first lesson of the new term, how to survive in a 100-person free-for-all. His calm gaze swept across the entire arena. Begin. Let me see who among you is worthy of touching those 8 seats, and who can ultimately stand at the pinnacle of the Triwizard Tournament. The atmosphere of the dueling arena ignited instantly. Students were eager to act, their eyes blazing with an unprecedented hunger. The glory of the Triwizard Tournament and the temptation of the exchange catalog were like twin flames, driving them into this fierce and unprecedented competition. As Sagres' words fell, the dueling stone monument beneath his feet sank with a deep rumble. Rumble. The surrounding environment began to change rapidly. Low walls rose up, muddy swamps spread across the ground, rivers cut through the field, and even 2 miniature volcanoes emerged, their molten lava slowly beginning to boil. The students froze for a split second, then, like drops of water thrown into boiling oil, the entire floating arena erupted into chaos. Stupefy. Someone who could no longer hold back struck first, a red beam shooting diagonally toward the front ranks of the Ravenclaw line. Before the gasp could fully escape, the red light was silently swallowed by a silver barrier that appeared out of nowhere. Petrificus totalis. Protego. Rictus Empra. Spellfire instantly wove into a dazzling web, and the white light of the arena's protective magic began to flash without pause. The once clearly defined house lines were completely shattered by the chaotic collision. Red, green, blue, and yellow lights clashed violently across the cold arena. Explosions, the shriek of deflected spells, and the grunts and heavy thuds of those struck rose and fell in rapid succession. The floor was scarred with scorch marks from countless spells, and the air was thick with the faint scent of sulfur and ozone. Harry instinctively ducked and rolled as a dangerous purple beam grazed his scalp, striking a Hufflepuff student behind him and bursting into a shower of sparks. He scrambled back to his feet, pressing back-to-back with Ron, who was also dodging frantically. "This is insane." Ron gasped as an Expelliarmus was narrowly deflected, almost tearing his wand from his grip. "Don't fight head-on. Find cover." Hermione's voice cut through the chaos, calmer than usual. She dragged Neville behind a thick green vine hanging from the edge of the stands. With a swift wave of her wand, several loose stones on the ground lifted under her silent spell, spinning rapidly around them to form a simple yet effective physical barrier that blocked several tricky spells. "You two, get over here," she shouted to Harry and Ron amid the chaos. Neville looked a little nervous, clutching a brand new cherrywood wand tightly in his hand. He had finally taken the advice and found his true companion at Ollivander's. Fred and George were completely in their element. They stood back to back, moving as though they were a single person. The spells flying from their wands were no longer standard curses, but a variety of strange yet surprisingly effective jinxes and inventions. Sticky purple goo glued a charging Slytherin student firmly to the ground. A shrieking, rapidly enlarging rubber duck drew the fire of 3 or 4 incoming spells. George even tossed a handful of faintly glowing black beans into the air, which transformed into scuttling, ear-piercing biting cockroaches the moment they hit the ground, severely disrupting the footing of nearby students. Percy stood in stark contrast to his brothers. He held a position slightly toward the rear, his brow furrowed and his lips pressed into a severe line. "Impedimenta," he called sharply, and a thick, transparent barrier sprang into place, shielding him and several younger Gryffindors clustered around him while deflecting multiple incoming spells. "Maintain formation. Watch your wand movements." Even in the midst of battle, he did not forget to loudly correct the angle of a nearby student's wand, drawing an exaggerated scoff from Fred. Undeniably, however, his precise defensive magic provided solid protection for the small group around him. Cedric, Hufflepuff's standout student, likewise demonstrated impressive leadership and strength. He did not deliberately seek out prey, instead actively assuming the role of a protector. He moved nimbly along the edges of the battlefield, immediately coming to the aid of any student in danger, regardless of house. Protego. He flicked his wand, and a second-year Ravenclaw caught between 2 stupefy spells was instantly enveloped in a bright shield, narrowly deflecting the attack. His movements were fluid and decisive. Expelliarmus and the obstacle curse flowed naturally from his wand, always resolving crises at critical moments. Several students he had helped instinctively gathered around him, forming a small defensive circle. Cho Chang moved like an elegant, vigilant bird. She made full use of her seeker's agility, weaving gracefully through the chaos, her long hair snapping sharply as she dodged and turned. Her attacks were never reckless, but exceptionally precise and swift. Expelliarmus, she called clearly, her wand aimed with perfect accuracy. A Slytherin girl attempting to ambush Cedric from the flank let out a startled cry as her wand flew from her hand. Cho Chang did not linger. She immediately sidestepped to avoid a red beam that skimmed past her, then countered with Petrificus Totalis, freezing a Gryffindor boy who had been trying to approach her from behind. Amid the chaos, conflicts between houses blurred. In the blink of an eye, there was often no time to distinguish an opponent's house, only to react on instinct. Seamus Finnegan was an extremely unstable and eye-catching variable in the melee. "Reducto," he roared, pointing his wand at a chunk of rubble that had broken loose from the edge of the stands. The spell's effect far exceeded expectations. Not only did the stone explode into powder, but the shockwave also sent 2 unprepared students nearby sprawling. Even Seamus himself staggered backward from the blast, his face smeared with black ash. Sorry. A bit too much power," he coughed, apologizing frantically, though his eyes shone with almost fanatical excitement. Soon, his various blasting spells were aimed deliberately at crowded areas, which quickly drew retaliation. Spellfire flew in from multiple directions, and he was instantly engulfed in white light before being hurled toward the edge of the dueling arena. Draco Malfoy, by contrast, displayed classic Slytherin cunning and ruthlessness. He did not charge to the front, instead using the chaotic crowd as cover, with Crabbe acting as a living shield. His spells were precise and insidious, targeting students who revealed openings or found themselves isolated in the melee. Expelliarmus. A red beam struck Pansy Parkinson's wrist with pinpoint accuracy, sending her wand spinning through the air. Malfoy sneered, his sharp gaze sweeping over the arena, before turning his wand toward Crabbe. "Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Dizzy read up to 12+ chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 198, Sizzling Venom. The number of people on the dueling platform was rapidly decreasing. Defeated students were gently lifted by soft white light and carried to a safe area at the edge of the platform. Sagres's gaze swept over those who had been knocked down, restrained, or disarmed, his expression utterly unmoved. Elimination was inevitable. Yet some students remained clear-headed amid the chaos, attempting to seize control of the situation. They were the true standouts of the free-for-all. The amount of tentative probing between them diminished, and every move now carried clearer intent and greater force. As a result, the density of spells did not lessen. Every cast and every evasive maneuver pulled tightly at the nerves of all onlookers. Explosions from colliding spells continued without pause, and the platform became a blur of light and shadow, like a perilous display of fireworks. In everyone's eyes, there was only their opponent and the tip of their wand. Points, rankings, the tournament, the exchange catalog, those distant goals had all been stripped away, reduced to the most primal instinct of survival, to be the last one standing. At the edge of the platform, the first years huddled together, their small faces pale and their eyes wide with shock. They were witnessing the most impactful lesson since the term had begun a few days earlier, not floating feathers or color-changing potions, but real wizard duels. The shriek of spells and the roar of collisions echoed above the platform. High in the stands, several figures quietly emerged from the ivy-wreathed shadows, their robes whipping in the howling wind. Snape stood like a bat pinned to a specimen board, his dark eyes fixed on the melee below, a look of disdain etched across his face. What a novel teaching method, wouldn't you agree, Professor Lupin? Snape's voice slithered like a slick, venomous snake, heavy with undisguised sarcasm. Perhaps some people believe that tossing a group of trolls into a gladiatorial pit and letting them fling dung at one another also counts as a wizarding duel. His sharp gaze swept over Harry and Ron's scrambling figures, a barely perceptible sneer tugging at his lips. But when his eyes landed on Malfoy's agile movements, a satisfied smile briefly appeared. Lupin's gaze, by contrast, was filled with keen interest, lingering more on the suspended dueling platform itself and the student's ability to adapt. Practical experience is often far more memorable than theory, Severus, Lupin replied mildly, his eyes following Cho Chang's nimble movements and Cedric's steady defense. Of course, all of this is built upon the ingenuity of this platform. He looked back at Snape, his tone still gentle. I hear you had a hand in its creation as well. I do not deny it, Snape said without turning his head, his voice devoid of pride. It is merely a pity that the protective enchantments here cannot be extended to the entire castle. He paused, his gaze suddenly sharp as it pierced Lupin. After all, there are times when I question whether such protection is truly sufficient. Especially on certain full moon nights, when some fang problems tend to lose control. He deliberately drew out the words fang problems, soft and slow, the insinuation unmistakable. The gentleness on Lupin's face froze instantly. His fingers tightened subtly beneath his robes, yet his voice still fought to remain composed. I believe Hogwarts's defenses are more than adequate, Severus. The Wolfsbane potion is also quite reliable. Besides, the students are facing a more immediate threat at present. Oh. A more immediate threat. Snape gave a very soft scoff and turned slightly toward Lupin, his black eyes glinting with undisguised malice. You mean Azkaban's guards? Those dementors circling our walls like vultures. Of course, their presence is deeply unsettling, like rotting vermin in a gutter, but whose fault is that? Lupin opened his mouth, then fell silent. Snape stepped half a pace closer, his voice dropping even lower. Sirius Black. Your old friend. Now he prowls outside like a restless ghost, intent on breaking in here to finish the work he failed to complete 13 years ago, killing Harry Potter. His gaze locked onto Lupin's pallid face, missing none of the subtle shifts in expression. The Dementors are blockading the castle precisely to stop him. To stop the friend who was once so close to you. How ironic, is it not? Even more ironic is that Dumbledore allows yet another potential threat to stand here so brazenly. Lupin's body stiffened visibly, his gentle facade shattering completely, leaving only wounded anger and deep-seated pain. He drew in a sharp breath, his chest rising and falling. Severus, your accusations are unfounded. Sirius Black's crimes are unforgivable, and I despise his betrayal as much as anyone. But I would never despise. Snape cut in, his voice suddenly sharp. And how many galleons is that hatred worth? His words were laden with undisguised suspicion. When he is cornered, will you choose to let him go out of old friendship? Or when he tries to sneak into the castle, will you turn a blind eye out of pity? Lupin's expression dimmed with sorrow, his voice dropping. If you understood my situation, you would not say such things, Severus. Understand? Of course I wouldn't understand. Snape snorted, making no attempt to relent. After all, who could better understand the plight of a fugitive than someone who also has to hide? Especially when that fugitive was once one of your closest friends. He stressed the word friend again, his cold gaze sweeping over Lupin, searching for even the faintest sign of wavering. Let me tell you the truth. Dumbledore may trust you, but I never will. Because no one knows better than I do just how close you once were. Enough. Lupin's voice finally lost its customary gentleness, carrying a suppressed growl. Sadness and anger flashed through his eyes, but beneath it all lay the pain of old wounds being relentlessly reopened. He looked straight at Snape, his gaze complex and unreadable, filled with wounded fury, deep grief for James and Lily, and a cold appraisal of Snape's fixation. My loyalty is to Dumbledore, to Hogwarts, and to the students here, Lupin said, each word deliberate. I will never betray any of them. If Sirius Black dares to come near this place, I will personally hand him over to the Dementors. Your conjectures born of malice and prejudice end here. With that, Lupin turned and walked away, no longer sparing a glance for the duel below, nor for Snape. Snape remained where he was, making no move to stop him, merely staring in the direction Lupin had gone with his deep black eyes. The sneer on his lips deepened, like a scar that had long since set. On the dueling platform below, a seventh-year student finished off his final opponent with a stupefy, marking the emergence of a victor, yet the cheers were utterly unable to pierce the gloom hanging over the high stands. Sagres addressed the students briefly, announcing that this unusual lesson had finally come to an end. Tired but exhilarated, the students filed off the platform, their excited chatter replacing the shriek of spells. Sagres's gaze swept across the now empty arena before finally settling on Snape's somber profile. It seems your conversation wasn't very pleasant, he said calmly as he walked over to the stands. Snape did not reply. His eyes remained fixed on the passage where Lupin had disappeared, the sneer still lingering on his lips. After a moment, he slowly turned his head, his black eyes meeting Sagres's assessing gaze. That is none of your concern, Snape replied curtly. Is that so? Sagres stopped beside him and spoke indifferently. I happened to overhear you discussing Sirius Black. His gray eyes shifted to Snape. Coincidentally, I recently accepted a commission from Dumbledore and have been tracking him during this time. This finally drew a reaction. Snape raised an eyebrow, studying Sagres for a moment, uncharacteristically refraining from sarcasm. Then allow me to share an interesting fact with you, Sagres. His gaze lingered briefly on Sagres's face. Our seemingly gentle and harmless Professor Lupin was once one of Black's closest friends. Sagres's gaze remained unruffled. Closest friend, he repeated, his tone carrying a hint of comprehension. You mean Professor Lupin and Sirius Black? Precisely, Snape replied decisively, as though underscoring a shameful secret. Sagres fell briefly silent, his fingers unconsciously brushing the ivy-woven railing. I see, he said at last, his voice calm once more, his gaze turning toward the castle. Perhaps I should pay Professor Lupin a visit, he mused. As Black's former close friend, he may be able to provide some unique insights. The sneer on Snape's lips deepened. A wise decision. I hope you managed to pry something of value out of him. He paused, then added pointedly, but you would do well to be cautious. Our Professor Lupin may appear gentle, but beneath that exterior, he is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Sagres did not respond to the final warning, merely giving a slight nod. It was clear that the relationship between Snape and Lupin was deeply strained, with Snape repeatedly alluding to Lupin's werewolf identity, something Sagres was already well aware of. He turned and descended the stands. Behind him, Snape added, like a snake flicking its tongue, if you require Veritaserum, I can provide it free of charge. Sagres paused, but did not turn around. With his back still to Snape, he replied evenly, thank you. If it becomes necessary. Oh, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 199, Interrogation and Escape. The corridor inside the castle was dimly lit. Sagres stopped before the heavy oak door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. A brass nameplate hung upon it, Professor Remus Lupin. He raised his hand and rapped his knuckles against the door, the sound clear and measured. Knock. 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 There was no response from within. After a few seconds, the faint rustle of hurried movement could be heard, followed by Professor Lupin's voice. Despite his effort to keep it steady, it still carried a trace of fatigue and hoarseness. Come in. Sagres turned the doorknob without hesitation. The hinges groaned softly as the door opened, revealing the office beyond. Books were neatly stacked, a small fire burned in the fireplace, and Lupin stood beside his desk. His face was even paler than it had been on the stands, his eyes unsettled, with a hint of wariness beneath the surface. We meet again, Professor Lupin, Sagres said calmly, his gaze briefly sweeping the room before settling on Lupin. I hope I haven't disturbed you. He stepped inside and gently closed the door behind him, the lock clicking softly. Within the office, only the quiet crackle of the fire remained, along with an invisible sense of pressure hanging in the air. Lupin looked at him with a complicated expression, then turned away to pour a glass of water. Is there something you need? He handed the glass to Sagres. Sagres accepted it, his tone even. Given the special circumstances currently facing the castle, and Sirius Black in particular, I believe it is necessary for us to exchange information. Is this a convenient time to talk? Lupin's fingers curled unconsciously. About Black. He was silent for a moment before turning back to Sagres. What is it you want to know? The Ministry of Magic's information should be more comprehensive than mine. Official reports often remain on the surface, Professor. Sagres took a sip of water but did not sit down, remaining at a measured distance from the desk, neither too near nor too far, like a quiet shadow. I am more interested in the details. For example, what magic does he favor? His possible hiding places, and whether he has any unusual traits. After all, his voice remained calm, every word precise. I understand you were once one of his closest friends at Hogwarts. A heavy silence settled over the office, stretching so long that even the fire in the hearth seemed to dim. Friends. Lupin lifted his head, a bitter smile twisting his lips. Yes. He drew in a deep breath, suppressing the faint tremor in his voice. We were friends. The best of friends. James, me, Peter, and him. Lupin's voice grew quieter, taking on a fractured, dreamlike quality. But now James is dead. Killed by the betrayal of the person he trusted most. Peter is dead as well, his body gone, leaving behind only a finger. He struggled to force out the last few words, as though each syllable made it harder to breathe. And Sirius, the man I once would have trusted with my life, betrayed everyone. He personally destroyed the only 3 friends I had. He paused, his voice dropping suddenly. Now I am back at Hogwarts. It feels like a grand, beautiful dream. All the laughter and adventures in those corridors, it feels as though it happened yesterday. He shook his head faintly, his empty gaze sweeping across the bookshelves as if searching for long-vanished phantoms. And then, the dream ended. Lowering his eyes, he stared at his slightly trembling hands. Nothing is left. As though it never existed. All the trust, all the friendship, turned to ashes. The office sank into a deathly silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of burning wood and Lupin's heavy breathing. At last, he looked up. The wariness and defensiveness were gone from his face, replaced by numbness and bottomless sorrow, as though he had been completely hollowed out. What do you want to know from me, Professor Greengrass? There was no emotion left in his voice. Anything you are willing to tell me, Sagres replied, his tone still calm. Is that so? Lupin leaned wearily against the desk behind him, his body swaying slightly, as if the last strength holding him upright had been drained by his own words, leaving only a shell crushed by the past. Then I have nothing to say. The office fell silent once more. No questioning. No challenge. Not even the slightest trace of unnecessary emotion. Sagres simply stood there in silence, like a cold stone statue. The firelight from the hearth danced in his gray eyes, yet reflected no warmth. A few seconds later, just as the suffocating silence was about to reach its peak, Sagres gave a very slight nod, the motion so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Understood. His voice remained perfectly steady, without the slightest ripple, as though Lupin's heartfelt confession had never occurred. Then I shall take my leave, Professor. He turned without hesitation and walked straight to the door. The lock clicked softly once more as the door closed behind him, sealing away the despair that filled the office. Sagres had no intention of forcing Lupin. He could largely understand why the man was unwilling to speak of the past. A despised werewolf who had finally found 3 close friends at Hogwarts, only for that hard-won bond to vanish overnight because of the betrayal of one of them. He could easily imagine how utterly shattered Lupin must have been upon hearing the truth. But that had nothing to do with him. He had no interest in their past, and he was there only to gather information. Using Veritaserum on Lupin had never been a real option. Having steadied his thoughts, Sagres continued down the corridor. The aroma of food and the faint hum of voices drifted from the direction of the great hall, and he quickened his pace. As he rounded a corner lined with portraits, a heated argument suddenly burst into his ears. It was staring at Scabbers the wrong way. Hermione, I'm telling you, it wanted to eat him. Ron's voice was sharp with anger and urgency. His face was flushed, and his hand gripped the rat Scabbers tightly. The creature was curled into a trembling ball, looking utterly pitiful. Hermione, holding her large ginger cat Crookshanks, shot back without backing down. Crookshanks was just curious. It's in a cat's nature to be curious about rats, Ron. He's never actually hurt Scabbers, has he? Crookshanks purred deeply in Hermione's arms, his large eyes fixed unblinkingly on Scabbers in Ron's hand. The look was indeed one of intense curiosity. Never hurt him. Ron raised his voice. What do you call hurting him? Chewing Scabbers up and swallowing him whole. Harry, caught between them, looked weary and helpless as he tried to mediate. All right, stop arguing, Ron. Scabbers is fine, isn't he? Hermione, maybe Crookshanks could stay a bit farther away. Scabbers does look rather unwell. More than unwell. Ron carefully tucked Scabbers into his pocket. He won't even take his rat tonic. He turned his face with a huff. Hermione, meanwhile, stroked her cat and abruptly changed the subject. Oh, Harry, your Hogsmeade permission form. Your uncle didn't sign it, did he? Hermione asked. Harry's expression fell, and he nodded glumly. No, he didn't. Then you should go and ask Professor McGonagall, Ron said eagerly, momentarily forgetting the feud between Scabbers and Crookshanks. See if she can, make an exception. Without a signature. Hermione frowned. Ron, rules are rules, and Professor McGonagall is very strict. Still, Harry, it's definitely worth explaining your situation. Should we go with you? Yes, let's go together. Ron agreed at once. Harry looked at his two friends, both clearly concerned for him, and some of his frustration eased under the warmth of it. All right. Let's try. Just as they quickened their pace and passed a broom cupboard in the corridor, the rat in Ron's pocket suddenly began to struggle violently. What is it, Scab, huh? Scabbers. Ron cried, glancing down, his pocket was empty. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 200, Voldemort's flesh saved Swift. Scabbers ran away. Ron's voice was filled with panic as he dropped into a crouch, frantically groping around on the floor. Scabbers. Come out. Don't be scared. Almost at the same moment, Crookshanks, cradled in Hermione's arms, let out an excited growl, wrenched himself free, and shot like a flash of orange lightning into the dark alcove stacked with brooms. Crookshanks. No. Hermione shrieked, lunging after him. At once, violent crashing erupted from the alcove. Brooms clattered to the floor, a mouse squealed in terror, and Crookshanks' determined growls echoed within. Scabbers. Ron's voice broke as he desperately tried to squeeze into the alcove as well. Crookshanks. Come out. Hermione cried anxiously, reaching inside to grab him. Harry was stuck at the entrance, unable to pull one back or stop the other, the scene descending into complete chaos. Just as Ron was on the verge of breaking down, Hermione was stamping her foot in distress, and Harry stood helpless. The noise from the alcove abruptly ceased. A heart-stopping silence followed. Then Crookshanks slowly padded out from the pile of brooms, his mouth empty. He walked up to Hermione's feet, rubbed against her legs, then sat down and began leisurely licking his paws, as if everything that had just happened had been nothing more than an illusion. SC Scabbers. Ron's voice trembled, thick with desperate sobs. Hermione also leaned forward nervously, peering into the dark alcove. Was he eaten? Ron's voice trembled with disbelief and horror. At that moment, Sagres walked up calmly from behind them. His gaze swept over the chaotic scene, and he understood everything without needing to ask. He snapped his fingers toward the dark alcove. A soft light flashed, and Scabbers, disheveled, coated in dust, and terrified out of his wits, floated unsteadily into the air before landing directly in Ron's eagerly outstretched palm. The poor rat lay limp in Ron's hand, belly up, his tiny chest heaving violently, looking utterly traumatized and devoid of any will to live. Scabbers. Ron clutched the rat tightly to his chest as if he had recovered a lost treasure, his voice choking. Thank you, Professor Greengrass. It was nothing, Sagres replied indifferently. His gaze then shifted to the ginger cat. Crookshanks seemed to sense it. The cat let out a lazy yawn, baring its sharp teeth, as if wordlessly telling the trembling Scabbers, you won't be so lucky next time. The corner of Sagres's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly, a fleeting hint of a smile passing over his face. Then his gaze returned to the scrawny rat in Ron's hands. Professor Greengrass, Ron said anxiously, his voice filled with worry, can you tell me what's been wrong with Scabbers lately? He cradled the mouse gently, though it was still twitching faintly. He hasn't been eating recently. He's skin and bones. Sagres did not refuse. Just as he was about to take the wildly struggling rat from Ron's hands, the bronze feather badge in his pocket suddenly grew scalding hot. At the same time, a clear, chilling connection pierced his senses in an instant. The flesh of Lord Voldemort within the badge had been summoned. Bang. Sagres vanished from where he stood in an instant, leaving behind only a faint ripple in the air. In the corridor, Harry, Ron, and Hermione froze in stunned silence. They had clearly seen it. Just before Sagres disappeared, a trace of gravity they had never seen before flashed across his usually calm and unruffled face. With a soft sound, Sagres's figure was torn from the cool corridor as space itself split apart, and he arrived instantly in a completely different world. A sand-laden sea breeze lashed against his face. Jagged black reef stretched beneath his feet, and waves roared in the distance, crashing into pale white foam. This was the forgotten Delia Island, a desolate place unmarked on any map. He was not alone. Almost the moment his form stabilized, several faint popping sounds echoed through the air in quick succession. The 6 members of Bronze Feather appeared almost simultaneously on the weathered reef, as if by prior arrangement. A twisted and horrifying scene greeted them. 2 enormous, grotesque 5-legged monsters were letting out deafening roars. Their 5 pillar-like legs slammed furiously into the ground, sending shattered rocks flying with every step. Their huge mouths opened and closed incessantly, rows of jagged teeth exposed as they bellowed at the terrifying presence at the center of the battlefield. Their opponent, or rather, the existence that drew all of their aggression, was the flesh monster controlled by Lord Voldemort's fragmented soul. At this moment, it was even more grotesque than the form they had encountered in the Forbidden Forest safe house. Countless slimy, crimson tentacles extended from its formless mass of flesh, lashing out wildly, entangling and constricting. These tentacles were astonishingly tough. Even the 5-legged monster's immense strength, enough to crush rock, and their vicious bites could only tear open shallow gashes. Where the tentacles were ripped apart, there was no blood, only thick mucus oozing out, which then began to regenerate rapidly. The flesh of Lord Voldemort was not merely enduring the assault. It behaved like a sentient nightmare, its core mass of flesh firmly shielding a large boulder at the edge of the battlefield. Beside that boulder, Swift, clad in dark gray combat gear, was slumped against the rock, his face deathly pale. One hand clutched his blood-soaked thigh, while the other trembled as he gripped his wand. Its tip struggled to gather a faint glow as he attempted to staunch the bleeding and heal himself. Sagres gave his wand a light tap. An invisible force immediately lifted Swift, gently yet swiftly drawing him out of danger. Hummingbird. Understood. Hummingbird stepped forward at once. The tip of her small, delicate wand overflowed with soft healing light, instantly enveloping Swift's profusely bleeding right leg as she soothed him. Don't be afraid. It's all right now. On the battlefield, the flesh of Lord Voldemort grew even more ferocious. One thick tentacle had coiled tightly around the hind leg of a 5-legged monster. Under its terrifying constriction, the creak of bones being crushed could be heard as the creature struggled against the immense pressure. Another cluster of tentacles lashed out like flexible whips, striking wildly at a second 5-legged monster that was trying to approach, forcing it to retreat again and again. Most disturbing of all, several tentacles with suction cup-like mouths at their tips were firmly attached to the softer abdomen of the trapped 5-legged monster. Their flesh was visibly merging together. It was trying to devour and transform the creature. Roar. The ensnared 5-legged monster let out a pained, desperate howl. Its struggles grew more frantic, but the tentacles wrapped around it tightened like a noose of death, constricting ever further. The other 5-legged monster seemed driven into a frenzy by its companion's plight. Ignoring the obstruction of the tentacles, it charged forward once more, its grotesque maw snapping savagely toward the core of the flesh that was Lord Voldemort. Squish. A sickening impact rang out. The 5-legged monster's enormous mouth, lined with jagged teeth, tore through several hastily intercepting tentacles and sank deep into the throbbing crimson mass. Yet what appeared to be a lethal strike instead marked the beginning of its nightmare. The bitten core did not break apart. Instead, it behaved like living quicksand, surging instantly to engulf and cling to the monster's head. The crimson, viscous flesh spread like living tar, rapidly covering its skull and crawling down its thick neck. The monster's earth-shaking roar was cut short, turning into a strangled shriek filled with sheer terror. Its massive body thrashed violently, huge legs flailing in desperation, but it was as though it were trapped in thick syrup, its movements growing slower and slower. Wherever its body touched the sticky crimson mass, a horrifying gurgling sound arose. In mere moments, the enormous 5-legged monster was completely engulfed and dissolved. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 201, 201, Can a demon become an angel? Can a wicked person become good? The remaining 5-legged monster, its hind legs still ensnared, witnessed the scene, and the last trace of ferocity in its eyes was replaced by boundless fear. Its earth-shaking howl dwindled into a dying whimper. It struggled frantically, massive claws stamping against the reef and sending shards of rock flying like shrapnel. It seemed to foresee its impending fate of being completely devoured. Just as the dark, viscous flesh was about to spread toward the second 5-legged monster's body, preparing to drag it into the abyss. Wait. A slightly urgent female voice rang out. It was Miss Snowy Owl. She stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the remaining 5-legged monster with its trapped hind legs, and spoke quickly to Sagres and the frantically devouring mass of flesh. This one, perhaps it can be kept. Her voice was not loud, yet it clearly cut through the monster's shrieks and the squelching of viscous flesh. A complete, living 5-legged monster is of inestimable value on the black market. Her words were brief, but a strange glint flickered in her sharp eyes, the look of a merchant who had discovered an unparalleled treasure. Sagres's gray eyes swept over Snowy Owl, then settled on the trembling five-legged monster. The mass of flesh also seemed to have heard her words. Several tentacles reaching toward the creature froze midair, thick fluid dripping slowly from their tips. It's too dangerous. Hummingbird did not even look up. Although Swift's bone-deep wound had already healed, she continued casting spells. This thing's power is violent. If it breaks free or loses control, we'll be the first targets. There's no need to risk our lives for a few galleons. Hummingbird is right, Robin stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over the whimpering five-legged monster. Transporting and containing it would be a major problem. Its strength and destructive potential exceed even that of a dragon. The risks far outweigh the benefits. Its hide and bones are excellent magical materials. Thunder Eagle studied the five-legged monster's coarse skin and massive bones, a glint flashing in his eyes. And I've never heard of anyone making a wand core from a five-legged monster's hair, heartstring, or spinal cord. But a living one. He shook his head, clearly also leaning toward the conclusion that the risk was too great. Nightingale hesitated, as if wanting to speak, but ultimately turned her gaze toward Sagres instead. Only the crash of the waves and the unsettling squelch of viscous flesh echoed across the island, accompanied by the surviving five-legged monster's tightly suppressed whimpers. All eyes were fixed on Sagres, awaiting his decision. Sagres's grey gaze passed over the flesh of Lord Voldemort, which had visibly swollen in size, its aura growing increasingly chaotic and violent. In the suffocating silence, a voice finally rang out. This voice did not come from anyone's throat. It was low and hoarse, like countless viscous bubbles bursting in the abyss, filled with doubt yet unmistakably clear and coherent. Why? That simple question, carrying an almost childlike incomprehension, sent a chill crawling up the spines of every seasoned Bronze Feather member present. The writhing mass of flesh slowly turned toward Snowy Owl. At some unknown point, a fanged mouth split open, accompanied by several eyes. It is food. I need food. The voice paused, as though weighing its words, before continuing, you said. I am your puppet. Your tool. But even a puppet needs energy, and a tool requires maintenance. The words flowed far too smoothly for a monster, more like a machine stripped of emotion, leaving only cold logic to state an obvious fact. Everyone frowned as they stared at it, clearly not expecting it to express an opinion of its own. Tools don't ask why, Nightingale said coldly. But I am different. I was once human, like you. I have only lost everything. The voice went on, eerily calm, as if recounting someone else's story. I lost my memories. My identity. Everything from the past. All that remains is hunger. And you refuse to satisfy even this one need. That is unfair. You want fairness. Sagres looked at it without expression, a trace of icy detachment buried deep in his eyes. Then you should have died the moment you were born. His voice was calm and merciless, utterly indifferent to the creature's emotions. You must understand that losing everything is precisely what saved your life, and losing everything does not mean your past sins have been erased. The flesh monster was clearly unconvinced. It even began to analyze the situation. You are preventing me from consuming it because you believe it has greater value. It seemed to grasp the concept of value from Snowy Owl's words, though it could not empathize. It is devoured by me and transformed into my power. And my power continues to serve you. Therefore, the value has not disappeared. It has merely changed its form of existence. Yet beneath this apparently rational reasoning lay something chilling. Whenever it spoke of food and devouring, an unmistakable cruelty crept into its tone. Sagres regarded it and shook his head calmly. Your reasoning is flawed, and you are ignoring a crucial fact. His gaze fixed on the writhing mass of flesh, as though piercing its viscous exterior to glimpse the struggling remnant of a soul within. What fact? The flesh monster asked, confused. Your hunger and instinct must be guided and restrained. Unchecked devouring will only push you more quickly toward the brink of losing control. And when that happens, only death awaits you. The flesh of Lord Voldemort went still. You mean? I would eat myself to death. The hovering mass let out a disbelieving sound, its dripping tentacles trembling faintly. Not exactly, Sagres said calmly. Hunger is the instinct of this shell. But if you are content to be nothing more than a monster driven by instinct, then you forfeit the meaning of your existence. The meaning of my existence? Lord Voldemort sounded genuinely confused. Isn't it simply to be your tool? Sagres shook his head. If you are merely a tool, then a tool that never asks why is the most convenient of all. That sentence seemed to strike something deep. The cluster of eyes embedded within the folds of flesh suddenly gleamed. Then. I have another purpose. Sagres's tone remained indifferent. Not a purpose. Merely a possibility I wish to explore. His gaze seemed to pass through the monster's body, as though seeing the shattered soul trapped within. When I chose to give you a chance, I wanted to see this. When a person's body is destroyed and their memories erased, will they repeat the same mistakes and become the same person as before? Or, is there another outcome? What outcome? The flesh monster hissed. Can a demon become an angel? Can a wicked person become good? But I am no longer human, the tentacles curled weakly. Your flesh can change, Sagres replied coolly. Transforming you into a human body would not be difficult. But can I truly become a good person? The voice was filled with uncertainty. That is a question you must answer yourself, Sagres said calmly, his tone unwavering. I will only warn you of this: the moment your soul yields to this flesh, I will personally kill you. He paused, his gaze briefly sweeping over Snowy Owl before returning to the flesh that was Lord Voldemort, and issued his command. Now, release this five-legged monster. The mass of flesh fell silent. The tentacles hovering in the air slowly withdrew. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 202, The Delia Island Ruin. The five-legged monster, its hind legs still constricted, felt the pressure suddenly ease. It let out a whimper of relief, collapsed to the ground, and trembled uncontrollably. Sagres no longer spared it a glance. He turned to Snowy Owl, his tone flat. It's yours. Handle it. Miss Snowy Owl suppressed the turmoil in her heart and nodded. She quickly produced a heavy metal collar engraved with silver binding runes, along with several special chains shimmering with restraining light, from a pocket on her person. This terrified five-legged monster had now become her most troublesome, yet most valuable, commodity. Once it was secured, Thunderbird stepped forward and tore out several large clumps of the five-legged monster's tough, steel wire-like hair, carefully stowing them in a dragonhide pouch. Nightingale, meanwhile, took out several crystal vials and cautiously collected a few bottles of the gurgling deep blue blood. While she was at it, she used a magical dagger to pry loose a massive toenail, its edge sharp as a scythe. Robin and Stork moved a short distance away and began inspecting the entrance to the ruins Swift had been tasked with exploring, while Sagres casually asked about Kestrel's recovery. Only the flesh monster remained idle throughout. Take me back into the emblem, it suddenly said, its abyssal, bubbling voice carrying an unsettling calm. Everyone looked at it in surprise. The multiple eyes embedded within its flesh now seemed unusually focused, or rather, stilled, as though its chaotic thoughts had finally settled into a single point. I have some questions I need to think about quietly. Sagres looked at it in silence, not asking what those questions were. He simply gave a slight nod, took out the bronze emblem gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, and lightly tapped it with his wand. An invisible pulling force spread out. The massive flesh began to writhe and contract, finally transforming into a dark red stream of light that was drawn into the emblem. Sagres then walked over casually to Hummingbird. Glancing at Swift, who was weak but no longer in immediate danger, he asked in an offhand tone, "Tell me, what was the root cause of this incident? Did the protective charms fail, or did you underestimate that thing's brute strength?" Swift took the essence of Dittany Hummingbird handed him, applied it to his wound, and frowned deeply. Neither. We were deceived by those cunning goblins at Gringotts. His voice was thick with irritation. They claimed to have mastered the five-legged monster's seasonal migration routes and even discovered this supposedly safe magical ruin with great seriousness. He paused, his tone turning cold. I doubt they knew whether the ruin was safe at all. They simply wanted cannon fodder to scout ahead. If it succeeded, they would reap the rewards. If it failed, I would most likely die here, with no loss to them. As he spoke, he handed a thick, hardbound notebook to Sagres. Take a look at this. For its sake, they also spread a great deal of false information within Gringotts, claiming they had complete control over the movements of the entire five-legged monster colony. They fabricated a story about only one adult individual straying to the outskirts of a Muggle fishing village, causing 3 livestock to go missing and a fisherman to fall off a cliff from fright, making it all sound convincingly real. Sagres's gray eyes skimmed over the notebook, his expression unruffled. You didn't verify this information privately through the Goblin Liaison Office? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Swift's face. No. I rushed over the moment I received the message, and I was attacked as soon as I set foot here. Very well. Sagres nodded, his voice as calm as a frozen lake. We'll keep this record. There will be plenty of chances later to settle accounts with those long-fingered bankers. He closed the notebook and handed it back to Swift. Swift accepted it with a silent nod. Just then, Robin's excited voice cut through the salty sea breeze. Found it. The entrance is here. It was concealed by seaweed and a disillusionment charm. Everyone's attention snapped over at once. After Robin and Stork cleared away a thick swathe of seaweed clinging to the rocks, a heavily weathered stone archway was revealed. Its edges were carved with indistinct runes of strange, intertwined creatures, faintly radiating magical energy. The Delia Island ruin, the MacLevy family's former secret stronghold. Nightingale regarded the doorway with interest. We'll know once we go in. Stay alert. Sagres moved forward, taking the lead. The tip of his wand glowed with a soft, pale light, pushing back the darkness beyond the threshold. The interior of the ruin was far more spacious than it appeared from outside. Winding passages descended into the depths, the air cold and damp, heavy with the scent of seawater and the weight of accumulated years. The walls were coated in thick salt frost and moss, and from time to time, fragments of incomplete murals could be seen. They depicted scenes of taming sea beasts or performing some kind of oceanic ritual, though most had long since faded into blurs. Along the way, the atmosphere was far less tense than one might expect when exploring a dangerous ruin. Sagres walked at the front, his steps unhurried and steady. From time to time, his wand tapped lightly against an inconspicuous stone jutting from the wall, causing a magical trap, faintly gleaming with concealed dark light, to extinguish in silence. At other moments, he would flick it toward what appeared to be an ordinary puddle on the ground, which would instantly freeze over, revealing a bottomless pit beneath. Occasionally, he murmured a brief counter-curse at an invisible magical disturbance in the air, dispersing a petrification spell before it could take effect. Everything he did was effortless, as though he were merely strolling through his own garden. Hummingbird, how is the treatment you're in charge of progressing? As he casually dismantled a magical mechanism keyed to tidal fluctuations, he asked without turning around, I'm referring to my dear former colleague, Gilderoy Lockhart. Hummingbird's expression immediately turned complicated, a mix of disgust and reluctant admiration for the formidable mind arts of that person. She carefully retrieved a small box wrapped in black velvet from a concealed pocket in her medical bag. When she opened it, a crystal sphere slightly smaller than a chicken egg lay inside, silver mist slowly drifting within. It's like peeling away a toxin wrapped in sugar, the process is extremely tedious. Hummingbird's voice was tired. His mind's defensive structure is as murky as a pot of mud, fragile and weak, but at its core sits a false, Gilderoy Lockhart persona that is unusually tenacious, clinging desperately to those stolen glories. Did you use Verita serum? Nightingale asked. No. Hummingbird shook her head. I used deep memory cleansing, along with some potent mental clarification potions. She carefully lifted the crystal sphere. The silver mist inside churned with her movement, and within it, twisted, blurred faces and fragments of scenes could just be made out. Most of his genuine experiences, especially the adventures he stole and altered, as well as the memories of him casting memory charms on the victims to conceal his crimes, have all been stripped away and securely sealed in here. The chain of evidence is complete, enough to reconstruct every one of his shameful plagiarisms and every malicious alteration. His gilded lies will be torn apart, exposing the rotten foundation beneath. A trace of coldness edged Hummingbird's tone. Sagres glanced at the crystal sphere containing Lockhart's incriminating memories, a faint smile touching his lips. Excellent. The time is ripe. It's time for this great author to experience the backlash of the real world, he said evenly. You may begin leaking these remarkable achievements of his to the Daily Prophet. Hummingbird nodded solemnly and carefully put the crystal box away. Sagres moved forward at an unhurried pace, his wand flicking casually as a living poisonous vine shot out from a crack in the rock, only to wither into ash before it could wrap around his ankle. Stork, I need your public opinion weather vane to start turning. He cast the other a glance, his tone measured. Miss Clarice Mestoy, the current dean of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, is advanced in years and overburdened, particularly showing excessive caution and sluggish responses to major medical crises. Stork's hooded head tilted slightly, signaling that he was listening. Sagres continued, St. Mungo's needs a leader who is more decisive, more professional, more authoritative, and who commands the trust of frontline healers. He inclined his head a fraction, his gaze briefly passing over Hummingbird, who was carefully scanning their surroundings. Hummingbird's outstanding performance and selfless dedication to her patients over the years at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, as well as her unique experience in handling complex magical injuries, deserve to be seen and recognized by more people. His eyes returned to Stork, their gray depth steady. Do you understand what needs to be done? A glimmer passed through Stork's eyes beneath the hood. He gave a slight nod, his voice low. Don't worry. The winds of public opinion will blow where they should. His gaze drifted toward the depths of the passage, as though he could already see the headlines of the coming days, Lockhart's exposure, rumors of Madame Mestoy's retirement, and calls for Miss Hummingbird's appointment soon dominating the front pages of major newspapers and the Wizarding Wireless Network. He paused, then added, of course, if Dean Mestoy's response to the suggestion of retirement is not sufficiently cooperative, then certain oversights in her management during her tenure, disputes over resource allocation, and older matters concerning medical integrity will be re-examined by well-meaning informed individuals at the appropriate time. At that point, public demand for transparency and professionalism within the medical system will naturally reach an unprecedented level. Oh, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Trian/Dark Devil. Chapter 203, Forbidden Knowledge. They descended deeper, bypassing several ancient and intricate magical traps and puzzles, until they finally reached the core of the ruins, an underground space carved from massive sea rock, hidden deep beneath the reef. This place had clearly once been a carefully arranged family manor hall. Although much of it had been eroded by seawater, with part of the domed ceiling collapsed to reveal the dark sea beyond, the remaining stone pillars and tarnished metal inlays embedded in the walls still hinted at its former scale and grandeur. At the far end of the hall, before a relatively intact wall, stood a massive bookshelf made of some kind of dark, corrosion-resistant wood. Most of the shelves had long since decayed and collapsed. Books lay scattered across the floor, soaked in shallow seawater, most of them reduced to pulpy sludge. Yet in a relatively dry corner on the highest shelf, a handful of volumes had miraculously survived. They were wrapped in thick dragon hide or some kind of sea beast skin, faint protective enchantments still glimmering across their surfaces. Sagres used a levitation charm to draw the books toward him, gently brushing away salt crystals and debris. The MacLevy family nautical log. On the construction of family sanctuaries. This one's rather interesting, illustrated compendium of deep-sea monsters and their characteristics, sole copy. He flipped through them casually until the final book caught his attention. Its cover was pitch black, devoid of any title, bearing only an engraved, twisted vortex. With a flick of his wand, he opened it, and his brow slowly knit together. Most of what this book records are mutated dark arts and some extremely ancient forms of water magic. Largely impractical, he said, pausing. But he indicated one of the pages. The parchment was unusually tough, and the ink upon it was a sinister dark red, depicting extraordinarily complex and counterintuitive human transfiguration runes and ritual arrays. This records a ritual magic I've never seen before. Its name is. Sagres's voice carried a note of caution and uncertainty. Forbidden transfiguration magic, or, according to the annotations here, more accurately called, living ensnarement transfiguration. He studied the marginal notes. The descriptions were vague, yet they referenced concepts such as transcending the constraints of life forms, permanent biological transfiguration, and distortion of will. Everyone stepped closer, their gazes settling on the dark red record of forbidden transfiguration, brows knitting. Living ensnarement transfiguration. Sagres repeated the name softly, his fingertip tracing the twisted vortex etched on the page as his eyes grew darker. The MacLevy family must have used this spell to transform members of the McBain family into five-legged monsters. This is not animagus magic. It points to a far more complete and irreversible form of alienation. But many of the ritual materials mentioned here are already extinct, Nightingale said after a glance, shaking her head. It can only serve as research material now. Sagres closed the book and handed the tome of forbidden knowledge to the others. You may make a copy. I'll keep the original. After searching a while longer and finding nothing else of value, the group decided to withdraw. They carefully passed beneath the collapsed dome, avoiding the trickling seawater and unstable stone beams, and made their way back up along the route they had taken. The cold, clammy chill of the deep ruins seemed to cling stubbornly to their robes. Sagres placed the black vortex-bound book containing the forbidden transfiguration into his space pouch, securing it beneath multiple shield charms, while Nightingale and Rayhawk each kept the other valuable volumes. Just as they were about to step out of the ruins and once more face the wind-scoured reefs and the gloomy sky beyond, a small figure suddenly emerged from the shadow of a massive rock formation. It was a goblin. But it was nothing like the well-dressed goblins of Gringotts. Its clothing resembled a rune-inscribed wizard's robe, tattered and plastered with seaweed and fragments of reef. Its skin was a sickly gray-green, and the most striking detail was what it clutched tightly in its hand, a brass wand. The wand's shaft was etched with coarse spiral carvings, and its tip was set with a murky obsidian stone. When the two sides met unexpectedly in the narrow reef passage, both froze for an instant, surprise flashing in their eyes. Then a surge of murderous intent flared in the goblin's gaze. Watch out. Nightingale's warning came almost simultaneously with the goblin's attack. The goblin did not chant a spell. It simply snapped the brass wand toward Robin, who was walking at the front. Swoosh. A dark yellow beam of light, carrying the stench of sulfur and scorched air, shot through the space like the tongue of a venomous snake, streaking straight toward Robin's chest. The beam was extremely condensed, like a real arrow. Robin reacted instantly, almost on instinct, sweeping her wand in an arc before her. Protego. Boom. Crack. The dark yellow beam slammed into the invisible shield, exploding with a harsh, shattering sound. Robin's hastily cast shield charm was pierced at once. The violent shockwave sent her flying backward, her back slamming into the jagged reef with a painful grunt. The backlash from the shattered shield clearly left her badly injured. And the goblin's magic was frighteningly fast. Several spells, Stupefy, a binding charm, Expelliarmus, shot toward it from different angles, spreading out like a hunter's net. A red beam struck the goblin squarely. But it merely staggered, as if it had taken a heavy blow to the shoulder, its cold eyes showing not the slightest change in expression. Once it steadied itself, the brass wand rose again, aimed at Robin as she struggled to get to her feet. The sight made everyone's eyes widen. Another precisely cast Petrificus Totalis hit its body, yet it only stumbled again, refusing to fall. The goblin moved nimbly through the narrow crevices of the reef. With each flick of its brass wand, dark yellow beams precisely intercepted, deflected, or even swallowed most of the incoming spells. Only a few flashes of magic managed to graze its cheek and throat, drawing thin lines of blood, but none were enough to cause fatal harm. Immediately afterward, the goblin raised the brass wand once more. The murky obsidian set into its tip suddenly flared with a blood-red light that made the heart seize, and an even more violent power than before began to rapidly condense. Sagres's gray eyes narrowed at once, and he swept his wand forward. No incantation, no elaborate movement. A blazing crimson light, cast later yet striking first, slammed into the goblin's body in the blink of an eye. Crimson rip. Puffed. With a dull, muffled sound, the goblin's small body seemed to rupture from within. In the next instant, it collapsed into a pool of thick crimson blood that splattered across the black reef. The bizarre brass wand clattered onto the blood-soaked stone. The destructive blood-red glow at its tip guttered like a snuffed flame and vanished instantly. Even the murky obsidian shattered into fine powder. Sagres's expression did not change. He walked slowly toward the pool of blood as it seeped into the cracks of the reef, his sharp gaze fixed on the fallen brass wand. The wand itself looked unremarkable, aside from its unusual material and crude craftsmanship. With a flick of his wand, an invisible force lifted the brass wand into the air, suspending it before him. A faint glow of probing magic gathered at his fingertips as he carefully touched the wand's shaft, attempting to sense its internal structure, any lingering magical traces, or other useful clues. Instead, he found nothing. A complete blank. The interior of the wand was no different from an ordinary block of brass, devoid of magical materials and without even the faintest residue of energy. It was as though a lump of raw brass, freshly dug from a mine and never enchanted, had simply been polished into the shape of a wand. Sagres's brow drew tight. He tried several more advanced detection spells, including one specifically designed to identify dark arts artifacts, but the results were unchanged. This wand looked utterly mundane, like a crude imitation or a child's toy. What a pity, Sagres murmured softly. I had intended to subdue it and ask a few questions. I didn't expect it to be immune to control magic. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 204, A Potential Rebellion. Hummingbird quickly helped the pale Robin to her feet and, after examining her, let out a relieved sigh. There were no serious injuries, she was simply sore all over from being thrown against the stone wall. How is she? Thunderbird stepped forward. As a wand maker, he was equally full of doubt and curiosity about the wand. He took the brass wand Sagres handed him and examined it with a practiced eye. After a moment, the old man's expression grew grave and bewildered. Damn it. Thunderbird muttered, this structure, it's just ordinary brass. There's no magical core, no runic engraving, no storage matrix for magic. This thing shouldn't be able to cast spells at all. He inspected it again and again, even attempting to bend it with brute force, but the wand did not budge, remaining unnaturally hard. In the end, he could only give up. Don't forget, they are goblins, Sagres said, frowning at the brass rod. Goblins excel at metalworking, and they possess an innate ability to cast magic without relying on wands. Miss Snowy Owl could not help but interject, but according to the wand code enacted in 1613, the manufacture and use of wands is restricted to witches and wizards. All other magical beings are prohibited from possessing wands. Clearly, the goblin we just encountered was not one who cared about obeying the law, Sagres replied matter-of-factly. You mean? Thunderbird frowned deeply as he weighed the heavy brass wand in his hand. This is some kind of specialized weapon forged by goblins. Something that only looks simple on the surface, but actually incorporates a form of goblin magical technology we don't understand. Sagres's gaze passed over the lingering bloodstains on the ground before returning to the enigmatic wand, and he spoke slowly. It's very possible. It may belong to some secret goblin organization we've never known about, a group of rebellious descendants who scoff at the wand code and are obsessed with mastering wizarding power. Images of past goblin rebellions flashed through his mind. His eyes swept across the solemn, troubled faces of his companions, before finally settling on the cold, heavy brass wand. In the dim light, the goblin's bloodstains were stark and unsettling. He pushed aside his churning thoughts, his voice returning to its usual calm. Let's leave this place. Clean up the scene and erase every trace of our presence. As for this wand, He looked at the weighty brass rod in Thunderbird's hand. Keep it for now and study it carefully. Remember, what happened today is known only to us. Investigate quietly, and do not alert them. Everyone nodded, the mood heavy. They moved quickly, clearing away the bloodstains, repairing the damaged stonework, and erasing all signs of the battle. Before long, the once chaotic passage returned to a deathly silence, as though nothing had ever happened, leaving behind only a faint trace of blood in the air. Sagres was not truly worried that the goblins would cause any serious trouble. He understood better than anyone that the current dominance of the wizarding world was unassailable, a gap that a single wand could never bridge. The wand itself was a product of European wizards' refinement of magical control. Other civilizations had chosen entirely different paths. Looking back through history, around the 5th century BC, wizards discovered that combining certain woods, such as oak and holly, with magical creature cores like dragon heartstrings or phoenix feathers could greatly enhance magical stability. From this, the concept of the wand gradually took shape. Sagres had read in more than one book that early human wizards experimented with countless materials in their search for the ideal wand. Among these, the index finger bone of a goblin proved exceptionally effective, a discovery that once led to the mass hunting of goblins. By the 2nd century BC, goblin power had reached a peak. Relying on their unique methods of metal smelting and forging, they were able to fuse magical power directly into metal. During that era, some goblins even imitated human wizards, forging batches of metal wands intended for goblin use. Sagres speculated that the heavy brass wand was very likely a relic from that time. And the goblin who had attacked them was probably part of a secret goblin rebel organization. Goblins, after all, were never content with peace, they always sought to stir up unrest. Still, Sagres felt that letting these goblins make a bit of noise for a while longer would not be a bad thing. If they were foolish enough to launch another rebellion, it would instead become an excellent opportunity for the wizarding world, a chance to legitimately and completely reclaim control of the Gringotts' financial system. Back at Hogwarts, the warm lights and lively noise of the ancient castle enveloped Sagres at once. Students ran laughing through the corridors, fireplaces crackled in the common rooms, and the long tables of the great hall carried the rich scent of food. Everything stood in stark contrast to the cold, damp depths of the ruins. Sagres quickly immersed himself once more in his role as a professor at Hogwarts. In order to provide the students with more practical and challenging advanced tasks, he specifically contacted Miss Snowy Owl. Miss Snowy Owl was generous with her support, supplying a large quantity of resources, no fewer than 10 different troll subspecies of varying forms, a notoriously ill-tempered venomous tentacula with horns that gleamed with danger, and an alchemy capable of altering its size at will, its scales shimmering with iridescent light. Most striking of all were 2 powerful dragons, a deep purple Hebridean black from the Hebridean Islands of Scotland, and a pearlescent Australian opali from the Australian outback. The Hebridean black dragon was only medium-sized by dragon standards, yet it radiated a lean, ferocious presence. Its dark purple scales were rough as volcanic rock, and its bright eyes burned with fierce territorial fury. Razor-sharp ridges rose and fell along its spine with each breath. The tip of its tail was sharp as an arrowhead, and its massive, folded bat-like wings exuded an oppressive aura. Most terrifying of all was its scorching dragon fire, which could easily engulf an area 20 feet across. It fed primarily on deer, but when hungry, it would even prey on large dogs or cattle. The Australian opali, by contrast, appeared far more beautiful. Its pearlescent scales shimmered with soft iridescence in the light, and its pupilless eyes were like colorful gemstones set in pearl, vivid and unfathomable. The flames it breathed were a brilliant blood red, and it preferred to build large nests in wild caves. Kangaroos were its favorite prey, and the dragon eggs it laid were highly prized in alchemical circles for their unique magical properties. These creatures were Miss Snowy Owl's complimentary sponsorship. She stated that providing them was, first, to support the organization, and second, to contribute to the development of wizarding education, a customary investment in nurturing future generations. Sagres accepted this without comment. This was one of the reasons Bronze Feather existed. If he had to capture such creatures himself, it would not be difficult, but it would be exceedingly troublesome. He personally transported these high-difficulty teaching aids to the dueling arena, expending considerable effort to construct independent habitats tailored to each magical creature and to safely confine them within. The project was cumbersome and time-consuming, but he remained patient. Only a small number of students were currently eligible to begin advanced tasks, so there was no need to rush. The core of the first stage was the Troll Challenge, in which 2 different types of trolls were released at a time. The students' objective was to defeat them completely, not merely drive them back or evade them. It sounded extremely difficult, but in practice it took advantage of the trolls' low intelligence. In the chaos of battle, they often interfered with one another or even injured each other by accident. This created opportunities for clever students, making the challenge easier than facing a single, fully focused troll alone. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 205, basically creating an RPG. This was only the beginning. Sagres's teaching blueprint extended far beyond this. He was already designing other instances to test a wide range of abilities. 1. Magical ruin exploration, simulating the environments of ancient ruins or lost temples, filled with mechanisms, traps, and lingering guardian magic. Students would need to flexibly employ counter curses, protective charms, and exploration spells to solve puzzles and pass through safely. This tested both the breadth of their spell knowledge and their ability to react on the spot. 2. Alchemical golem workshop, set within an out-of-control ancient alchemy laboratory, where students would face a variety of combat golems powered by magical metals and runic cores. These golems possess diverse behavior patterns, with weaknesses hidden within different runic structures, requiring precise spellcasting and strong analytical skills. 3. St. Mungo's crisis, simulating a large-scale outbreak of a highly contagious magical plague in a magical hospital. Students would need to rapidly diagnose patients, magical constructs, apply accurate healing spells, cleansing charms, and isolation measures to prevent the epidemic from spreading. This tested not only healing magic, but also decision-making and teamwork under extreme pressure. 4. Dark Forest Adventure, a wilderness scenario filled with unknown dangers, where students might encounter vampire ambushes, werewolf tracking, and disturbances from various dark creatures. They would need to rely on stealth, tracking and counter-tracking techniques, along with strong defensive and counter-offensive spells, to survive and complete objectives in perilous conditions. 5. Dragon Flame Trial Ground, team size, 3 to 5. One of the ultimate challenges, specifically designed around the Hebridean black dragon. The stone tablet would simulate a volcanic cavern steeped in the stench of sulfur, home to a black dragon. Lava would course through deep ravines, while narrow walkways hung suspended above a searing abyss. Team members would need to work together to repel or restrain the black dragon. 6. Opali Floating City, team size, 4 to 5. The Australian Opali's arena would be a ruined city in the sky. The Opali would cunningly circle among the floating structures, using its pearlescent scales to create dazzling halos and illusions amid clouds and sunlight to conceal itself, while raining dragon fire to ignite the terrain. Team objectives could include: guard the core, defend a fragile magical crystal tower at the city center that kept the floating city aloft, while fending off the Opali's diving attacks. Dragon Egg Puzzle, locate the dragon egg hidden somewhere within the floating city and disable the guardian trap set around it by the Opali, requiring the deciphering of ancient runic puzzles. Dragon Catcher, make use of the floating city's complex terrain and surviving ancient magical devices, such as still-functioning defensive turrets, to lure the Opali into a designated area for capture or expulsion. All of these demanded excellent team coordination, mobility, and the ability to rescue one another under pressure. Sagres even envisioned that, when the time was right in the future, he might invite 1 or 2 genuine dark wizards into the stone tablet to serve as sparring partners in real combat. Of course, that was a matter for another time. For the time being, this rich and varied, instance library blueprint was more than enough to ignite the students' enthusiasm for self-challenge and lay a solid foundation for their future magical careers. In the days that followed, the air at Hogwarts seemed charged with electricity by the arrival of the advanced missions. The news spread rapidly. Professor Greengrass had placed real magical creatures, from clumsy trolls to formidable dragons, into the dueling stone tablet. Students deemed eligible to unlock advanced missions, primarily those in 4th year and above, along with a few exceptionally outstanding younger students, were filled with a mixture of excitement and nervous anticipation. Whenever someone stepped up before the stone tablet and attempted to commune with its ancient runes, a crowd of onlookers would quickly gather. The dueling stone tablet's light flared and dimmed in turn, and the students who successfully activated an advanced mission each stepped into the first true advanced trial of their magical lives. Sagres's design was remarkably ingenious. Although many of the challenges involved trolls, variations in type, combination, and environment ensured that every trial was filled with uncertainty. The first student in the entire school to step forward and issue a challenge was Hufflepuff's immensely popular champion, Cedric Diggory. Tall and lean, Cedric walked steadily to the center of the arena. Under the watchful eyes of the assembled students, he embedded his dueling badge into the stone tablet. After verification, the surrounding scenery immediately began to twist and transform. The flat stone arena vanished, replaced by rugged, precipitous mountain canyons. One side was a sheer, jagged rock wall, while the other plunged into a bottomless, turbulent, ice-cold fjord. The moment Cedric stepped onto the simulated battlefield, a biting mountain wind whipped at the hem of his yellow robes, and the roar of the fjord thundered in his ears. High upon the rock face, a tall, burly figure suddenly rose to its feet. Thick, stone-like horns crowned its head, and loose rocks cascaded down as it moved. The alpine mountain troll's murky eyes fixed on the area below, and it let out a deafening roar. Muscles bulged along its massive arms as it hoisted a boulder half a man's height. With a violent whoosh, it hurled the rock straight toward the center of the arena. Cedric reacted instantly, rolling forward and to the side, hugging the ground with agile precision. As he rolled, his wand traced a swift arc protego. An invisible barrier flared into being, stopping the spray of jagged debris with a dull, heavy impact. Using the momentum, he slid into a half-kneeling position, his eyes scanning the battlefield in an instant. The Alpine mountain troll's physical defense was astonishing, charging it head-on would be unwise. And beneath the dark waters of the fjord, there had to be another opponent waiting. Cedric made his decision without hesitation. Lowering his center of gravity like a hunting leopard, he used the jagged rock wall as cover, moving deliberately along the edge of the Alpine mountain troll's field of vision. As he reached the slick rocks near the water's edge, splash! Icy water erupted into the air. A gray-green, slime-skinned Norwegian fjord troll burst out of the water, its webbed fingers splayed wide. It wielded a massive bone club studded with sharp shark teeth, and with a strong stench of fish, it swept viciously toward Cedric's legs. Cedric had anticipated this. The instant the troll broke the surface, he shifted half a step sideways, adjusting his center of gravity. Twisting his waist, he snapped his wand up. Petrificus totalis. Bright white magical bindings shot forth, wrapping tightly around the thick ankle of the fjord troll as it stepped onto the rocks. The troll's movement halted abruptly. Its huge body lurched, and the heavy bone club smashed into the rock beside it with a loud clang, sending sparks flying. Without pausing for even a moment, Cedric lifted his wand again and fired a sharp beam of purple light straight at the enraged Alpine mountain troll on the cliff face. Stinging hex. The purple beam struck precisely into one of the Alpine mountain troll's murky eyes. The troll immediately erupted into a shrill, agonized howl, clutching its injured eye with a massive hand. Its enormous body shook in pain, and its throwing attack was completely interrupted. From the stands, Sagres' steady, authoritative voice rang out as he explained the creatures in the arena to the young wizards. Alpine mountain troll. Identified by the stony, horn-like protrusions on its head. Its strengths lie in immense physical power, devastating throwing attacks, and high resistance to blunt force and basic spells. Its weaknesses are slow movement, low intelligence, and a notoriously short temper. The students watched in rapt attention, eyes fixed on the rapidly shifting battle below, ears straining, afraid to miss a single word. Sagres' gaze shifted to the troll by the water, which had already broken free of the magical bindings. His tone remained steady. Norwegian fjord troll. Identified by its gray-green, slime-coated skin and webbed fingers. Amphibious in nature, it moves swiftly across wet terrain and excels at lurking and ambush tactics. It wields a bone club embedded with teeth, indicating a basic capacity for tool modification, and its intelligence is slightly higher than that of the Alpine mountain troll. Its most significant weakness is a fear of fire. The students nodded unconsciously, their eyes fixed on the rapidly moving figure in yellow within the arena. Down below, Cedric did not linger after landing the stinging hex. With agile footwork, he retreated while deliberately drawing the fjord troll, still struggling against the remnants of the magical bindings, toward the rock face, where the one-eyed Alpine mountain troll was thrashing wildly, smashing its fists against the stone in pain and fury. The moment the fjord troll staggered into that zone, Cedric snapped his wand toward the slick rocks beneath its feet. Slippery charm. The ground instantly became treacherously slick. The fjord troll's massive body lost all balance. Arms flailing in panic, it slammed heavily into the enraged Alpine mountain troll. The two giants collided with a heavy, echoing impact and immediately became entangled in a roaring, tearing struggle. Cedric seized the opening. He raised his wand and cast Swift as Wind on himself, and a surge of lightness flowed into his legs. Lowering his stance, he used the temporarily incapacitated Alpine mountain troll as moving cover, weaving deftly around its bulk. He used his positioning with precision, ensuring that each time the fjord troll swung its club at him during his evasive movements, the blow landed squarely on the Alpine mountain troll instead. Before long, even with its thick hide, the mountain troll was smeared with blood from the bone club's embedded teeth. Driven by Cedric's deliberate manipulation and the water troll's frenzied attacks, the Alpine mountain troll, half-blinded and repeatedly injured by mistake, was pushed into a complete frenzy. Groping blindly, it seized a jagged, razor-sharp boulder in its massive hand and, howling with fury, brought it crashing down onto the head of the nearby fjord troll, which was still wildly swinging its bone club. Bang! With a heavy, muffled impact, the fjord troll instantly dissolved into a flash of blinding white light and vanished. One down. Cedric's eyes flashed with focus. He kicked off the ground, leaping back and to the side in a few swift bounds to create distance. Raising his wand high, he aimed at a section of the rock face that had already been weakened and shouted with solemn force. Bombarda. Boom. A blinding flash of light erupted, followed by a deafening explosion. The section of the rock face struck by the spell collapsed instantly. Guided by Cedric's wand, the shattered mass of stone thundered downward like a landslide, crashing onto the Alpine mountain troll below as it clutched its injured eye and roared. Bang! The troll's massive body burst into white light and vanished. Cedric's chest rose and fell as he caught his breath, sweat beading at his temples, yet the hand gripping his wand remained steady and firm. He swept his gaze across the battlefield, alert for any remaining threats. Only after confirming there were none did a faint smile slowly spread across his face. Gently flexing his slightly numb wrist, he slid his wand back into his robe pocket and walked toward the stone tablet as it slowly rose from the ground to retrieve his badge. The dueling badge had changed. It was no longer dull bronze, but now gleamed with a radiant silver sheen. Oh, * greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 206, 206, Trial of Stone and Shadow. A cheer erupted from the stands, and soon after, the second challenger stepped into the arena. Harry pressed his dueling badge into the stone tablet, and the moment the selection was confirmed, the tablet suddenly sank into the ground. A cold, clammy air instantly closed in around him. The surroundings plunged into complete darkness, the abrupt loss of light making him pause for a split second. Lumos. A pale glow barely cut through the darkness, illuminating the slick, sticky mud beneath his feet. Harry found himself standing in a vast, gloomy cavern, the light at the tip of his wand his only source of illumination. When he looked up, he saw the domed ceiling bristling with menacing stalactites. When he looked down again, a pool of foul, dark green sludge lay not far away, reeking of decay. Spiny, tough vines dangled from the high ceiling like dead pythons. And the instant the light appeared, a sharp whistling sound ripped through the silence. Harry relied purely on his seeker's reflexes and threw himself sideways. Whoosh! A thick, razor-sharp stalagmite skimmed past his hair and slammed deep into the mud where he had been standing a moment earlier, splattering filth in every direction. Hiss, hiss. A spine-chilling hiss drifted down from above. Still shaken, Harry looked up. By the light of his wand, he saw a figure with dull, rough skin and long, slender limbs clinging to the cavern wall. It clung to the jagged rock like a gecko, its cloudy yellow eyes glowing eerily in the darkness as they fixed intently on Harry. From the stands, Sagres's cold, steady voice cut through the audience's gasps. Carpathian Cave Troll. Highly adapted to darkness, with excellent night vision. It possesses exceptional wall-climbing ability and prefers to use complex terrain for ambushes. The students immediately understood. So it was a troll, they had thought it was some kind of four-legged spider. Down in the arena, Harry's heart was pounding, and the disturbance beneath his feet gave him no time to think. The sludge pool beside him suddenly began to churn, and several thorny, venomous vines shot out of the muck, wrapping tightly around his ankles. Cold sweat drenched Harry's back. He drove his wand down toward the ground. Incendio. A searing tongue of flame burst forth, instantly engulfing the writhing vines. The air filled with the acrid stench of scorched plants and burning sap. For a brief moment, the flames lit up the entire cavern, and only then did Harry catch sight of another figure, green-skinned, entwined with parasitic vines, standing in the shadows at the edge of the pool. The flames also briefly illuminated the venomous vine troll's face, which was covered in knotted growths and looked like a rotting tree root. Sagres's voice added, flat and emotionless, Balkan swamp venomous vine troll. It attacks using the venomous vine's parasitizing its body and can release a short-range paralyzing poisonous mist. However, its own defenses are weak. Down in the arena, the sudden burst of light completely enraged the cave troll clinging to the rock wall. It roared and leapt down from above, its massive foot slamming into the mud and sending filth splashing everywhere. As Harry turned to evade, he saw that it had seized a sharp stalagmite, wielding it like a stone hammer as it charged at him in a frenzy. Relying on his slender build and seeker's agility, Harry scrambled awkwardly across the slippery ground and between the dense stalagmites. The heavy stalagmite whistled through the air, grazing past him before smashing into a nearby rock pillar, shards of stone exploding outward. Impedimenta. The barrier Harry hastily conjured shattered under the cave troll's brutal strength, only making it stagger for a brief moment. Harry's thoughts raced, sweat and mud streaming into his eyes. He had to separate them. Spotting a relatively open area riddled with dark green sludge pools, he steeled himself and deliberately sprinted in that direction. As expected, the venomous vine troll swung a thick, venomous tendril like a whip, lashing fiercely at Harry from behind. Hearing the rush of air, Harry stopped short and ducked low, the vine snapping past him by a hair's breadth. Using the momentum, he spun around, his wand steady as he aimed at the cluster of stalactites hanging directly above the cave troll's head. Reducto. Crack. A thunderous explosion rocked the cavern. The stalactites, struck precisely at their bases, shattered, and massive columns of stone came crashing down. The cave troll's roar and the venomous vine troll's hoarse cries were cut off at once, and Harry saw a flash of white light. Without pausing for a moment, he used the cover of dust and debris to quickly reposition himself. Within the swirling smoke, the remaining venomous vine troll panicked. It opened its moss-covered mouth and spewed a pale green poisonous mist, carrying a cloying, fishy stench, straight toward Harry. Tempesta. Harry slashed his wand forcefully, and a powerful gust of wind sprang into being, instantly tearing apart and dispersing the poisonous cloud. He had not been idle in the meantime. His near defeat in the duel with Malfoy at the start of term had driven him to stay up night after night, mastering several new, practical spells. Seizing the fleeting opening, Harry snapped his wand toward the venomous vine troll. Incendio. Bang. Flames instantly engulfed the venomous vine troll. It let out a brief, piercing shriek and tried to dive back into the mud. Harry gave it no chance. He cast a freezing charm, instantly turning the mud to solid ice, then followed up with several precisely aimed stupefy spells. Red beams struck its chest in rapid succession. The venomous vine troll let out a feeble whimper, toppled over like rotting timber, and vanished in a flash of white light. Ha! Once again, silence settled over the cavern, broken only by Harry's ragged breathing echoing between the stone walls. Huff! He leaned back against the cold, slick rock face, his robe smeared with mud and gravel, almost unrecognizable beneath the filth. Raising a mud-streaked hand, he wiped his face roughly. In his exhausted green eyes, a bright spark of triumph shone. Passed. Next came Draco Malfoy. His opponents were the Caucasian Ice Plain Frostmane Troll and the Ural Mine Cave Crystal Cluster Troll. The instant the environment formed, a biting chill pierced straight through Malfoy's robes. It was an ice cavern, its walls bristling with sharp ice formations and radiating cold. In the corners lay massive clusters of mineral crystals, shimmering with magical light. Malfoy took a single step before the slick ground sent him sliding, nearly knocking him off his feet. This wretched place. He scowled and muttered under his breath. His complaint immediately drew a response. A hulking figure emerged from the icy mist, the Caucasian Ice Plain Frostmane Troll. Its body was covered in long white fur crusted with frozen ice crystals, as though it were clad in natural ice armor. In its hands, it dragged a massive pillar of ice. With a single glance, its cloudy eyes locked onto Malfoy. Heavy footsteps thundered across the frozen ground as it charged, a biting wave of cold rolling ahead of it. Malfoy's expression tightened, and he darted behind the nearest large crystal cluster. Petrificus Totalis. The spell shot out and struck the Frostmane Troll, but it merely shattered a few ice crystals in its fur. The troll's advance barely slowed. And that was only the beginning. The commotion roused another presence within the cavern, the Ural Mine Cave Crystal Cluster Troll. The crystal formation Malfoy was using for cover began to vibrate violently. Then a tall figure rose up, its back turned to him. It turned clumsily, and the clusters of large and small crystals embedded in its dark brown, mineral-like hide flared to life. Malfoy lifted his wand and fired a stupefy. But as the red spell approached its target, it was strangely refracted by the glittering crystals covering the crystal cluster troll's body. The red beam whistled past Malfoy's ear and exploded against the ice wall behind him. Malfoy's face drained of color as his heart lurched. He instantly realized the source of the problem, the clusters of crystals covering the troll's body. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. He swung his wand up and aimed at the crystal cluster troll's head. Reducto. The explosion burst against the crystal cluster troll, but only blasted off a few small crystal shards. That, however, was enough to enrage it completely. The light within its body flared, and dazzling, iridescent colors burst forth, catching Malfoy off guard and blinding him for an instant. Temporarily robbed of his sight, Malfoy faltered, panic rising as he heard heavy footsteps drawing closer and closer. He retreated awkwardly, and the moment his vision partially returned, he threw himself behind another crystal cluster. No sooner had he caught his breath than the Frostmane Troll brought its ice pillar crashing down. At the critical moment, Malfoy did not aim at the troll. Instead, he snapped his wand toward the mirror-smooth ice beneath his feet. Glacius. The surface became slicker than glass. Malfoy kicked hard against a jutting crystal cluster, using the recoil to send himself sliding away in an instant. The charging Frostmane Troll slipped as well, its massive body losing balance and skidding forward across the treacherous ice. As the troll slid toward him at increasing speed, Malfoy snapped a repelling charm at its back, sending them skidding off in opposite directions under the force of the spell. Immobilis. He cast the spell on himself to halt his slide, then followed up with several more glacious charms, turning the ice between himself and the trolls into an impassable barrier. Only then did he finally allow himself a breath of relief. At the same time, a surge of gratitude rose within him for Professor Lumina at St. Mungo's Hospital. Thanks to her Black Lake Ice Surface Obstacle Race and Magical Combat Championship, the name was admittedly unwieldy, but the training had proved undeniably effective. He would have to find time to visit her at the hospital with his parents. Steadying his breathing, Malfoy gathered himself and began launching long-range attacks. The two trolls continued to charge across the slick ice, but each attempt was thwarted by precisely timed repelling charms that sent them sliding back. He also avoided the crystal cluster troll's blinding flashes by turning away in advance. At last, using a massive crystal formation as a focus, he unleashed several boulder impact spells, successfully forcing both trolls back into the stone tablet. He brushed imaginary dust and clinging ice shards from his robes and straightened his silver-green tie, which had been knocked askew during the fight. Though his face was still pale and his breathing had yet to fully steady, he squared his shoulders as best he could, a cold, self-satisfied smile settling on his lips. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 207, 207, Skewered by Strategy. Hermione encountered a Sahara Desert Troll and a Congo Rainforest Giant. The moment the scene was set, an oppressive heat instantly enveloped her. The surroundings were strangely mismatched. Beneath her feet lay scorching, soft golden sand, yet several unusually tall giant trees rose from the ground. Their dense, umbrella-like canopies overlapped, blocking most of the sunlight and casting deep, heavy shadows. Thick vines hung down from the high branches. Hermione raised her wand, and its tip lit up. Lumos. Just as the light pushed back a small patch of darkness, the sand beneath her feet suddenly collapsed. A troll covered in a thick, sandy yellow carapace burst from the ground, its enormous hand lunging for her calf. Protego. Hermione shrieked, her wand moving almost on instinct. An invisible barrier snapped into place, meeting the troll's grasp with a harsh scraping sound. The sand troll was thrown backward, but its massive body twisted with surprising agility and immediately sank back into the sand. Whoosh! A sharp sound of something slicing through the air came from above. A slender, greenish figure clutched a vine and swung down at high speed from the shadows of the giant tree. Gripping a massive wooden spike sharpened to a point, it used the momentum of its descent to thrust straight at Hermione's head. Hermione forced down the tension in her chest, rolled aside, and narrowly dodged the stabbing spike in a somewhat clumsy motion. The wooden spike plunged deep into the sand where she had been standing, kicking up a cloud of dust. The vine-attacked giant missed its strike and let out an irritated hiss before quickly swinging back up into the dense canopy shadows and vanishing from sight. At the same time, the sand troll had completely submerged itself beneath the sand, leaving behind only a rapidly settling pit. Hermione sprang to her feet, pressed her back against the rough trunk of a giant tree, and cast a bubble head charm on herself. A transparent bubble enveloped her mouth and nose, filtering out the sand and dust in the air. Her thoughts raced. Desert trolls ambushed from below, and their carapaces were hard. Rainforest giants attacked by diving along vines and retreated immediately if they missed. Both possessed a certain level of intelligence, which made their coordinated attacks particularly troublesome. A bold plan quickly took shape. She fixed her gaze on a relatively open stretch of sand, took a deep breath, then suddenly burst out from behind the tree, sprinting straight toward the open area. At the same time, she cast 2 consecutive hurricane devastation spells, whipping up a swirling cloud of yellow sand to block all vision. Sandstorm followed immediately, striking the sand in front of her. Dust billowed upward as the spell landed, accompanied by a powerful vibration and a deafening roar. Her actions drew an instant response. Beneath the sand, a subtle yet continuous ripple surged forward, racing toward her feet. The sand troll had taken the bait. At the same time, high above in the shadows of the tree canopy, vines trembled violently. The rainforest giant was clearly searching for its target within the swirling yellow sand, ready to strike at any moment. Just as the advancing wave of sand was about to reach her feet, Hermione's wand tip suddenly flared with a dazzling white light. It pierced straight through the veil of sand and dust, instantly revealing her position to the rainforest giant hidden in the trees. Gougier. The vine-attacked giant let out a murderous shriek and, like a living javelin, seized a vine and dove straight toward the light. Hearing the rush of wind from above, Hermione immediately hurled the glowing orb created by Lumos from her hand. Thump. A sickening impact rang out. The desert troll, having just burst from the sand, only had time to see a glowing orb flying toward its face before the rainforest giant's wooden spike pierced the back of its neck. In an instant, it dissolved into a flash of white light and vanished. The rainforest giant also lost the wooden spike in its hand from the violent impact. It glanced down at its empty grip, let out a confused low growl, then quickly seized a dangling vine and climbed back up into the canopy. My turn. Hermione traced a wide arc with her wand, pointing straight at the hanging vines and the dense canopy above. Incendio. Whoosh. Scorching magical flames surged upward like a dragon's breath. The vines and thick foliage proved perfect fuel, and the fire, driven by magic, spread uncontrollably, instantly turning the entire canopy into a roiling sea of flames. A wave of blistering heat washed over her as thick smoke poured down. Arg. The vine-attacked giant was thrown into panic by the sudden hellish blaze. Naturally fearful of fire, it now found the canopy it relied on for concealment and movement transformed into a deadly cage of flames. With a terrified shriek, the giant no longer cared about anything else, clumsily leaping from the burning tree to another. But Hermione was faster. She cast several incendio spells in quick succession, setting all the surrounding giant trees ablaze. While dodging falling sparks, she used hurricane devastation to fan and spread the fire. With nowhere left to hide, The rainforest giant could only leap down from the blazing canopy, desperately trying to escape the flames. However, the spot where it landed was exactly the stage Hermione had prepared in advance. Captatio arenae mobilis. The moment the rainforest giant's heavy body hit the ground, the soft sand collapsed beneath it. It struggled in panic, trying to climb out, but the more it fought, the faster it sank. Its long legs were quickly swallowed by the scorching quicksand, leaving it unable to move. It could only flail its arms helplessly, letting out desperate hissing cries. Hermione stood at a safe distance, sweat soaking her temples as firelight danced in her eyes. She looked at the giant trapped in the sand, her gaze settling on the massive wooden spike still embedded in the ground. Hermione steadied her wand and pointed it at the blood-stained spike. The heavy weapon was lifted by an invisible force, rising into the air, its tip aligning with the rainforest giant. In the next instant, Hermione snapped her wand downward, pointing at the struggling figure in the sand pit. Meteor expulsio. The wooden spike was instantly infused with tremendous kinetic force. Like a released arrow, it screamed through the air and struck the rainforest giant squarely in the chest. Thud. The rainforest giant's movements froze at once before it dissolved into a wisp of white light and vanished. Hermione released a long breath, wiping away the grime of sweat and sand from her forehead as a few strands of brown hair clung to her cheek. The moment Hermione's battle ended, a wave of enthusiastic applause and excited exclamations swept through the audience. Students whispered animatedly among themselves, many with eyes shining in excitement, wishing they could challenge the arena themselves. Unfortunately, they did not have enough points. Merlin. She actually made one troll take out the other, Ron said, slightly dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping. Just like Diggory, she really pulled off that self-destruction trick with 2 trolls. True, but Hermione's timing was even better, Harry nodded. And honestly, I think a lot of 7th years aren't as good as she is. She's been completely crazy this term, Ron counted on his fingers. Her schedule is packed, she studies all day, then stays up all night. I bet even house elves don't work as hard as she does. Maybe she just enjoys studying. Harry ventured, then laughed at Ron's exaggerated expression. Enjoy. Do you enjoy it? Can anyone enjoy studying? Ron rolled his eyes and looked back toward the arena, where Hermione was calmly retrieving her badge. He couldn't help pulling a face, his complexion turning a little pale. That was brutal. She skewered the troll clean through. But it was effective, Harry said with interest. The levitation charm combined with an expulsion charm. We really should learn to use spells together like that. Give me a break, we've already got more than enough to learn. Ron slumped back into his seat. In the teachers' section, several professors were also engaged in animated discussion. Hagrid's booming voice rang out first. That was brilliant. Though I've got to say, those little darlings could use better care. He gestured excitedly with his thick fingers. If only we could set aside a sandy patch near the Forbidden Forest. Professor McGonagall's sharp gaze shot over the rim of her half-moon spectacles. Rubius, I rather doubt the Ministry of Magic would approve of you keeping a group of dangerous magical creatures so close to the school. Oh. Right. Hagrid rubbed his hands awkwardly. Well, keepin' them in the stone tablets is fine too, and they don't even need feedin'. What he really wanted, in fact, was to see those 2 dragons. McGonagall paused, then the corners of her mouth curved faintly. However, I do think we could introduce some transfigured monsters. It would help identify talent for my Transfiguration Club without actually putting the students in danger. Pointless benevolence. Snape glanced at the student who was still challenging the arena and curled his lip. I propose adding a potion brewing segment. Completing a life-or-death antidote in an environment filled with toxic mist would be a true test. Of course, he added casually, that would require removing the arena's protective enchantments. Professor Sprout smiled gently and said in a teasing tone, "Oh, Severus, you're always so extreme." I believe only extreme methods can teach students like Longbottom, Snape said without even lifting his eyelids. It's probably the only way to turn the Mimbulus Mimbletonia in their brains back into actual brain matter. Professor Sprout replied gently, I actually think Longbottom has a great deal of talent in herbology. She, too, turned her gaze toward the arena. However, your suggestion has given me an idea. We could incorporate specific magical plants or herbs into the venue to test the students' practical use of herbology and how they handle dangerous plants. Oh, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 208, The Silent Castle and Floating Pumpkins. The students who challenged the arena afterward began to fail one after another. Their eliminations took many forms. Some were bitten to death by trolls, others were crushed by them, and a few even burned themselves to death, creating a bizarre and varied collection of outcomes. Even after returning to their dormitories at night and lying in bed, the young wizards continued to discuss it excitedly. For a period of time afterward, the advanced tasks became the absolute focus of Hogwarts. Discussing them, studying them, and trying to accumulate enough points to challenge them became the main topic in nearly every common room and corridor. Even Quidditch practice was temporarily suspended. This maid was extremely irritable, like a squirrel whose stash of nuts had been stolen, yet there was nothing he could do about it. Sagres became one of the busiest people at Hogwarts. He continued teaching students as usual, used his spare time to design new challenge dungeons, and also began researching permanent transfiguration. However, the final project made no progress due to a lack of materials. Time quickly advanced to late October. Halloween was approaching, and Sagres was once again tasked with decorating the castle this year. This was a collective request from the students. They generally believed that last year's Halloween had been the most interesting they had ever experienced and strongly insisted that Professor Greengrass design the castle again this year. A cold wind swept fallen leaves past the towers of Hogwarts Castle. October 31st had arrived, Halloween, and also the long-awaited Hogsmeade week for the students. Early that morning, the area in front of the castle gates was filled with laughter. Students wrapped in thick scarves, their faces flushed with excitement, chatted about Honeyduck's new sweets, the butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks, and the latest prank items from Zonko's joke shop. "Harry, are you really not coming with us?" Ron asked one last time, his face full of regret. "Do you want to ask Professor McGonagall again?" "No, Ron." Harry tried to sound casual, but his eyes strayed involuntarily toward the distant path leading to Hogsmeade. "You all heard what she said last time." That permission slip, pressed beneath a pile of books, felt like a cold verdict. You can't go to Hogsmeade without a guardian's signature. Professor McGonagall had told him that, and despite his repeated pleas, she had not changed her mind. Hermione tried to comfort him. "We'll come back early if we can, and we'll bring you some sweets." "Don't worry about me," Harry said lightly. "Have fun. I'll see you at the feast." All Harry could do was watch as Ron, Hermione, Neville, Dean, Seamus, almost everyone he knew cheerfully joined the stream of students heading for Hogsmeade. From behind, Percy patted his shoulder, wearing a look of satisfaction. "Good to see you're not going to Hogsmeade, Harry. It's really not as wonderful as people make it out to be." He continued earnestly, "Yes, the sweet shop is decent enough, but aside from that, honestly, Harry, you're not missing much." "Really?" Harry asked dully. "Then are you going?" Percy nodded with great seriousness. "Of course." With that, he straightened his robes and quickly joined the crowd heading toward Hogsmeade. Harry couldn't help rolling his eyes. If there was nothing special about it, why was Percy in such a hurry? He had considered using the invisibility cloak to follow them, but Hermione had firmly rejected the idea. She had reminded him that Dementors could see through the invisibility cloak, and someone had recently mentioned spotting signs of Sirius in Hogsmeade. Thus, as the last group of students vanished down the path to the village, the once noisy castle fell instantly silent. A familiar sense of loneliness quietly settled over Harry. He sighed and turned back toward Gryffindor Tower. Maybe he could catch up on his potions homework, or go over Hermione's notes. However, as he passed through the entrance hall, the scene before him caught his attention. Professor Greengrass was walking through the corridor, his wand in constant motion. With each wave of it, the ordinary hallway rapidly filled with a festive atmosphere. Giant pumpkin lanterns floated and patrolled at his command, while flocks of black bats swooped back and forth through the corridor. With an elegant downward flick of his wand, a scarlet carpet appeared at once. The woven fibers writhed as if alive, instantly transforming into countless tangled, twisting black vines. Then he tapped the wall, and every wall lamp in the castle burst into an eerie blue flame, like soul-guiding lights from the underworld. The stair railings transformed into bare white bones, and the figures within the portraits were given temporary, spooky makeovers. Harry followed Sagres's footsteps into the great hall. The enchanted ceiling there was already churning with blood-red clouds, within which enormous, terrifying skeletal claws could be faintly seen. That was not all. Sagres raised his wand and pointed it at the massive crystal chandelier. The refracting prisms let out a harsh cracking sound as they transformed into countless inverted, glowing bat skeletons. The long tables also became tombstones, with faces emerging from their surfaces, some even muttering jokes to themselves. Harry stood at the entrance of the great hall, his loneliness forgotten, completely stunned. Last year, the three of them had attended nearly Headless Nick's 500th Death Day party, spending the entire evening in the underground classrooms listening to ghosts sing. Their voices had sounded like fingernails scraping across a blackboard. This time, there was no way they were going to miss the feast again. This year's decorations also seemed even more refined and vivid than last year's, full of whimsical ideas while still retaining the mystery and perfectly balanced touch of horror that Halloween should have. Sagres noticed Harry as well. He turned his head and gave him a slight nod. "Didn't go to Hogsmeade?" No," Harry said quietly. "No one signed my permission form." Sagres nodded. "The papers mentioned that someone spotted signs of what might be Sirius in Hogsmeade." I'll make time to check it out in a couple of days. As he spoke, he casually waved his wand. If you want to go then, you can come with me. At those words, a spark of happiness flared in Harry's chest, but the shadow of Sirius immediately weighed down on him, and the smile vanished at once. Sagres's eyes never left the object of his spell. But you should understand, there won't be many students there by then, so it won't be nearly as fun. Why? Harry asked without thinking. Because compared to interesting magical trinkets, the company of friends is the most important ingredient for happiness, Sagres said, still without turning around. Harry nodded. He stood there watching for a moment before finally speaking hesitantly. Professor, do you know how to deal with Dementors? Sagres's constantly moving wand came to a halt. I do. He then turned to look directly at Harry. I know about your experience being attacked by a Dementor on the train. But I have to tell you, my method doesn't work for everyone. Then what method does work for everyone? Harry asked eagerly. The Patronus charm, Sagres replied without hesitation. It's the spell Professor Lupin used on the train. Can you teach me, Professor Greengrass? Harry's eyes were full of hope. I'm sorry, Harry. Sagres shook his head. I'm afraid I can't. You don't know how. Harry blurted out, then immediately realized how abrupt it sounded and hurried to apologize. I'm sorry, Professor. I shouldn't have. Sagres waved a hand dismissively. It's fine. He considered it for a moment, then added, the Patronus charm is a relatively advanced form of white magic. I can teach you the incantation and the method of casting it, but I can't demonstrate it for you. Harry wisely did not press for the reason. He quickly thanked Sagres, but the professor waved it off. Professors never dislike students who want to learn more, Sagres said to Harry, especially magic that can protect oneself. As he spoke, a sheet of parchment floated out of his pocket. He tapped it lightly with his wand, and dense, glowing lines of text immediately appeared across the page. These are the key points of the Patronus charm. You can try practicing it yourself, and if you make no progress, you can also ask Professor Lupin for guidance. Thank you, Professor. Harry smiled as he accepted the parchment, then looked up at Sagres again. One more question, Professor. What is it? Why was I the only one who fainted back then? I mean, on the train, Harry asked a little self-consciously. Am I really weaker than everyone else? Sagres thought for a moment before explaining, Dementors feed on people's happy emotions. Being more easily affected only means that your memories of happiness are relatively few. It has nothing to do with strength or weakness. As he spoke, he flicked his wand, and a Dementor appeared out of thin air. Harry instinctively took a step back, then froze, his eyes widening as he noticed something was wrong. The Dementor had the grinning, foolish face of Gilderoy Lockhart. It's not that frightening, really, is it? Sagres said, the corners of his lips lifting into a faint smile. Oh, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 209, Severus's Special Seasoning. Harry stared at the strange Dementor with Lockhart's face, opened his mouth, and for a moment did not know what to say. Sagres waved his wand again, creating several more of these unusual Dementors. Since practicing the Patronus charm requires actively drawing on happy emotions, these might offer a slightly less serious kind of assistance. He put his wand away and turned to Harry. Come on. I'll take you to Professor Lupin. He should be willing to guide you personally. With that, he led Harry toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office. After the two of them explained their purpose, Lupin readily agreed. Of course, I'd be delighted to help you practice this spell, he said gently. His gaze swept over the glowing parchment in Harry's hand. It seems Professor Greengrass has already given you very detailed notes, which is excellent. Lupin's words were cut off by the door flying open with a rush of cold air. The office door was suddenly pushed wide, and Professor Snape strode in, his face expressionless, carrying a small cauldron that emitted an ominous green smoke. A strong, bitter, rotten egg stench of potion instantly filled the small office. Lupin, Professor Snape said, his voice as cold as the dungeons. He did not even glance at Harry and Sagres beside him as he walked straight to Lupin's desk. Your potion. He set the cauldron down heavily, and a few drops of thick liquid splashed onto the desk, releasing thin wisps of green smoke. Sagres raised an eyebrow at the sight but said nothing. Lupin, on the other hand, smiled gently, completely unbothered by the other man's attitude. Thank you, Severus. His tone was calm. Make sure you drink it on time, Professor Snape said coldly. His dark eyes finally swept across the room. His gaze paused briefly on Harry, filled with undisguised distaste, then shifted to Sagres, narrowing slightly. I don't want to find a shredded student in some corner of the castle one morning, he added pointedly, his eyes piercing through Lupin's worn robes, or a professor. Lupin ignored the sarcasm entirely and replied casually, I will, Severus. Thank you for the reminder. Right now, Professor Snape said icily. I'll watch you drink it. Don't worry, Severus, I will, Lupin nodded. But it needs to cool first. It looks a bit too hot at the moment, doesn't it? Professor Snape gave a faintly mocking smile. I am merely fulfilling the duty Dumbledore has entrusted to me. After all, not everyone possesses the professional expertise to recognize and guard against dangerous creatures. His gaze swept over Harry again, as if he were the potential victim of that so-called dangerous creature. Potter, I suggest you keep your distance from certain classes and certain people. Your father's recklessness and arrogance have clearly been inherited perfectly, but luck may not be. Professor Snape. Lupin's voice stiffened slightly. Sagres stood calmly to the side the entire time. His composed gaze moved between Professor Snape and Lupin, his face expressionless, though a trace of amused interest flickered in his eyes. Caught in the middle, Harry felt the tension pressing in on him and barely dared to breathe. For a moment, he even wished he could simply vanish. Professor Snape seemed to have had his fill of Lupin's discomfort. He let out a contemptuous snort. Very well. Remember what I said, Lupin. He turned sharply, his black robes billowing behind him as he swept silently and swiftly out of the office. The door slammed shut with a bang. Yet the potion in the cauldron on the desk, still giving off eerie green smoke, continued to release its nauseating stench. A brief silence settled over the room. What is that stuff? Harry finally could not help asking. He pointed at the gently bubbling potion in the cauldron, his face full of curiosity. And what did he mean by all that he said? Lupin's gentle manner quickly returned after Professor Snape left. When he looked at the potion in the cauldron, his expression carried a hint of helplessness, but none of the anger or humiliation Harry had expected. He sighed softly, skirting the heart of Harry's question. Nothing special, Harry. Just a potion to treat my condition. Severus, well, Professor Snape is indeed very skilled at potions, and Headmaster Dumbledore asked him to brew it for me. His tone was light, clearly trying to gloss over the subject. As he spoke, Lupin's gaze flicked briefly toward the silent Sagres beside him. The other men still stood calmly, but Lupin noticed the faint curve of Sagres's lips, a fleeting, playful smile appearing for just a moment. A minor ailment. Harry frowned, clearly unconvinced. Professor Snape's malicious hints and Lupin's evasiveness only made him more uneasy. But Professor, that stuff looks and smells like a pot of poison. And Professor Snape, he. Harry lowered his voice, his words filled with the blunt concern typical of a teenager. He's always wanted the defense against the dark arts position, hasn't he? Everyone knows that. He could have poisoned it. I really think you shouldn't drink it. Lupin was startled by Harry's bold suspicion, then let out a soft laugh, tired but indulgent, touched by Harry's naive concern. Oh, Harry, he shook his head. It's not that serious. While Professor Snape is, well, not very likable, he is a true potions master. When it comes to brewing, his professionalism and rigor are beyond question. And Headmaster Dumbledore would never allow him to do such a thing. He tried to reassure Harry. Just then, Sagres, who had remained silent, finally spoke. He stepped forward toward the desk, his gaze settling on the thick, constantly bubbling green liquid in the cauldron, his nostrils flaring slightly. The potion's effects are indeed potent. However, Professor Lupin. He lifted his eyes, the faint smile on his lips deepening a little. I suspect Professor Snape added something extra to it. For instance, a few drops of rat bile. Or crushed stinking snargaluff seeds. But as for the potion's effectiveness, Sagres shook his head. Not in the slightest will it be compromised. It is purely for adding a bit of flavor, or rather, to express the brewer's unique sense of care. At this, Lupin's expression became a mix of wry amusement and helpless resignation. He looked at the potion in the cauldron as though staring at a dreadful ordeal he had no choice but to endure, then finally nodded, accepting Sagres's assessment. I thought as much. Every time he drank this potion, it felt like torture, and Professor Snape clearly took pleasure in adding extra seasoning to it. I just hope he didn't spit in it. Lupin said this as he picked up a clean cup from the desk and poured the foul-smelling potion into it. Are you really going to drink that, Professor? Harry swallowed hard. I really don't think that's a good idea. Lupin looked at Harry's sincere, anxious face, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. Harry, I truly appreciate your concern. But I have to drink this potion. His tone was gentle yet firm. This is Headmaster Dumbledore's arrangement, and it really does help me. Professor Snape's skill in potions is something even those who dislike him the most cannot deny. He glanced at the potion still giving off green smoke and took a deep breath, as if bracing himself. All right, let's stop talking about this. Weren't you here to learn the Patronus charm? Let's focus on that, shall we? With that, he lifted the cup and drank it in one gulp. Oh, Asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 210, 210, Joyous Halloween. The brief incident in the office involving the Wolfsbane potion was soon forgotten. As students returned from Hogsmeade loaded with purchases, Hogwarts Castle was completely swept up in the annual Halloween festivities. Students discovered that the ceiling of the Great Hall was no longer the familiar starry sky. Instead, thick, blood-dark clouds churned overhead. From time to time, enormous, eerie white skeletal hands formed by magic emerged from the clouds, flexing in the air and drawing both screams and laughter from the students dining below. Braver students deliberately ran back and forth beneath the claws, allowing the giant bony fingers to gently lift them a few inches into the air before setting them down again, prompting gasps and amused scolding. The 4 long tables were piled high with Halloween-themed treats. Bubbling pumpkin juice was served in skull-shaped goblets, golden brown roasted chicken wings gleamed beneath bat-shaped flags, and even the mashed potatoes had been shaped into little graves, each topped with a tombstone biscuit. Most eye-catching of all was a lifelike carved pumpkin lantern in the center of the Great Hall, as large as Hagrid's hut. Its mouth stretched into a huge, hollow grin, glowing with an orange-red light from within. The older students had clearly figured out a new game. Several Slytherin students, wearing mischievous smiles, urged a trembling first-year Hufflepuff to step closer to the giant pumpkin lantern. "Don't be scared, there's something good inside," one of the older students called out. "Shout trick or treat" at its mouth. The first year, half believing and half doubting, nervously approached and had just finished shouting trick or at the dark, hollow mouth. With a sudden whoosh, the pumpkin lantern's mouth snapped open, and a powerful suction instantly swallowed the little wizard whole. Whoa, the first years screamed in terror, and even some of the older students were startled. But only a few seconds later, the pumpkin lantern's wide, grinning mouth opened again, and with a pop, the little wizard was spat back out completely unharmed. He landed on the floor clutching a large handful of brightly colored honeydew sweets, still looking rather dazed. After a brief moment of silence, the Great Hall exploded with thunderous laughter and cheers. The first year's eyes lit up, and they scrambled toward the giant pumpkin lantern in a rush. Amid the chaos and joy, several Dementors bearing Gilderoy Lockhart's signature toothy grin, or rather, Lockhart Dementors, drifted leisurely between the long tables and through the crowd. They had no real substance, but their ear-to-ear, dazzling smiles looked especially eerie under the strange Halloween lighting. "Hello, would you like an autograph?" One of them conjured a phantom book and quill out of thin air. A group of Ravenclaw students were so startled they nearly dropped their chicken legs, recoiling in horror and shaking their heads frantically. "No. No, thank you." "Oh, don't be shy." The Lockhart Dementor floated after them relentlessly, its brilliant smile gleaming with an unsettling light in the dimness. "I assure you, the magic of my autograph will make you forget all your troubles. Just look at my charming smile. Isn't it much cuter than those gloomy real ones?" It even tried to lean against a doorframe, striking a charming pose. "Please, go away." The student was almost in tears, clutching their bag in front of their face. "Merlin's beard, that thing is scarier than the real ones." Ron exclaimed from a distance, clutching his chest. "Do you mean scarier than a real Dementor, or scarier than the real Lockhart?" Harry asked with a laugh. "Scarier than both." Ron grabbed a tombstone-shaped cake and stuffed it into his mouth. "Good thing those bats don't have Snape's face. If they did, I might actually collapse." "Ron," Hermione whispered a warning, "he's looking over here." Harry and Ron looked up to see Snape staring at the trio with his usual disdain, aimed primarily at Harry, of course. All 3 of them quickly lowered their heads and focused on stuffing food into their mouths. Sagres sat in a relatively secluded spot at the staff table, holding a glass of deep red liquid, his gaze calmly sweeping over the boisterous Great Hall below. Watching the students both love and fear the giant pumpkin lantern, seeing the chaos caused by the blood-red clouds and skeletal claws, and especially witnessing his Lockhart Dementors successfully provoke screams and complaints, he could not help but allow a faint smile to appear. In a few days, Lockhart would truly be joining the Dementors. The Ministry of Magic had already begun its investigation. It simply had not been made public yet. Beside him, Professor Flitwick and Professor Lupin were discussing the magic used for the decorations, occasionally directing questions his way. He answered absent-mindedly, most of his attention lost in his own thoughts. The feast drew to a close amid constant screams, laughter, showers of sweets, and the harassment of the Lockhart Dementors. Dumbledore stood up and tapped his goblet with his wand. A clear, pleasant chime rang out, and the noise in the Great Hall gradually died down. What a lively evening. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with delight. Thanks to the ghosts and all our professors, especially Professor Greengrass's ingenious decorations, which have given us such unforgettable Halloween memories. He cast a pointed glance at the Lockhart Dementor still in the corner, attempting to demonstrate the charm of an autograph to a Gryffindor student who was desperately shielding their face with a pumpkin pie plate. "All right, children," Dumbledore said with a smile. Even the sweetest sweets and the most thrilling jokes cannot resist the call of sleep. Prefects, please lead your houses back to your common rooms. I wish you all, well, interesting dreams. Good night. The prefect stood up to restore order. Reluctantly, the students rose from their seats, their faces still flushed with excitement as they chatted animatedly about the night's events. Several students argued over who had been lifted highest by the skeletal claws, who had collected the most sweets from the pumpkin lantern, and who had been chased most miserably by the Lockhart Dementor. Sagres also returned to his office. He stood by the window, gazing up at the gloomy sky outside the castle. Dementors, like wandering ghosts, silently patrolled the air and grounds around Hogwarts, bringing with them a bone-chilling cold and a sense of despair. His eyes followed the weary owls as they bravely navigated through the low, leaden clouds and the icy shadows cast by the Dementors. Some had their feathers dampened by the cold mist. Others were briefly forced off course when passing too close to a Dementor. Yet not a single one was truly hindered or attacked. They still delivered letters, parcels, and newspapers with perfect accuracy to the Ollery in the towers, and a few especially bold ones even flew straight through the thin Dementor patrols, dropping items near the windows of student dormitories. Sagres's gaze tracked a barn owl flapping hard against the wind when a sudden flash of insight struck him. Dementors are most sensitive to emotions, especially human happiness. Devouring souls is their instinct. But animals, their emotional structure is far more primitive. Just like these owls can move freely. This proves that Dementors primarily target humans with complex emotions and fully formed souls. The thought was like a stone dropped into a deep pool, sending ripples outward. His mind drifted to Azkaban, the wizarding prison guarded by Dementors. How had Sirius Black, a prisoner believed to be wandless and powerless, managed to vanish silently right under the noses of countless Dementors? Ordinary disillusionment charms, polyjuice potion, all of it is child's play before a Dementor's ability to sense souls. They can see through every disguise and lock directly onto the aura of a soul. Unless. A bold hypothesis flared in his mind, like a candle suddenly lit in the dark. Unless he changed not only his appearance, but his most fundamental form of life. Sagres narrowed his eyes. Magic that can alter the very scent of a soul, even simulating a non-human state. The answer became clear in his thoughts. Human transfiguration. Animagus. Oh, * greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 211, Scratches on the Staircase. Animagus magic is an extremely profound, dangerous, and strictly regulated branch of magic, far beyond the scope of ordinary transfiguration. It is a form of self-magic that bridges the soul and the body. Not only does it allow a person to transform into a specific animal, but it also alters the user's soul essence accordingly. Once a wizard's essence is twisted and reshaped, they may appear blurred or unfamiliar, or even be mistaken for an ordinary low-level animal in a Dementor's perception. Sagres unconsciously brushed his fingers over the surface of his wand. This was only a guess, a hypothesis based on limited observation, without any solid evidence to support it. After all, Azkaban had never recorded a successful prison escape, and as far as he knew, there were currently only 7 registered animagi. Minerva McGonagall, Tabby Cat, registered in 1956, Hogwarts Transfiguration Professor. Donegon Tremlet, Rabbit, registered in 1929, employee of the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Tiberius Ogden, Badger, registered in 1914, senior member of the Wisingamot. Carlotta Pinkstone, Magpie, registered in 1894, the first reporter to use an Animagus identity to cover Quidditch. Dalco Cresswell, Crow, registered in 1822, head of the Goblin Liaison Office, later dismissed for bribery. Cecilia Sampaio, Golden Snub-Nosed Monkey, registered around 1800, representative of the Portuguese Ministry of Magic. Anonymous Wizard, unknown form, registered in 1901, later went into seclusion, file encrypted. Moreover, on this list, Tiberius Ogden, the Badger Animagus, died of natural causes in 1943, while Dalco Cresswell, the Crow Animagus, died of dragonpox in Azkaban. This suggested that Azkaban had safeguards in place for known Animagus prisoners, but only when their identities were known in advance. And Sirius Black was very likely an unregistered Animagus. Sagres was certain that compared to the few registered individuals, who were like living rare specimens, in the wizarding world, the unregistered ones hidden in the shadows made up the true majority. However, a far more crucial question arose. Since Animagus magic is self-cast and does not require a wand, then why had Sirius endured 13 long years in Azkaban, only choosing to escape after seeing a newspaper? Sagres took out the paper again, his deep gaze moving back and forth over the faces of the Weasley family. At last, his eyes fixed on the rat perched on Ron's shoulder. So, you're an Animagus as well. Sagres narrowed his eyes. Realizing he had ideas that needed to be confirmed, he immediately rose and left his office. Meanwhile, students were making their way through torchlit corridors lined with portraits. Gryffindors chatted as they climbed the spiral staircase, preparing to return to their common room at the top of the tower. But at the end of the staircase, in front of the fat lady's portrait, a crowd of students had gathered, growing denser by the moment and completely blocking the way forward. Why is everyone blocking the way here? It can't be that everyone forgot the password, can it? Hermione stood on her tiptoes, peering ahead as she asked curiously. Make way, please. I'm the head boy. Percy's voice came from within the crowd. He pushed forward importantly. Excuse me, move aside. Head boy coming through. Harry and his friend stepped aside, letting the serious-faced Percy squeeze past. The password is Wormtail, Percy called out as he pushed ahead. Why isn't anyone saying anything? Move aside. But just as Percy finally reached the front, he suddenly fell silent. It was as if something had caught in his throat, his voice cutting off abruptly. A cold chill seemed to creep up the staircase from the front, instantly silencing the previously noisy crowd. Ron frowned, sensing something was wrong, when Percy suddenly shouted in a shrill voice, someone go get Professor Dumbledore. And Professor McGonagall. Now. Quickly. The crowd stirred with a low buzz, unease spreading in ripples. Students pushed against one another in panic, whispering about what could have happened. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, then forced their way through the students ahead of them, finally reaching the very front. Oh my goodness, Hermione gasped, clutching Harry's arm tightly. The sight before them was terrifying. The fat lady's portrait had been ripped to shreds, fragments of canvas scattered across the cold floor as though slashed by a beast's claws, with only a few pitiful scraps still hanging from the frame. Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Lupin, Snape, Sagres, and several other professors arrived quickly after receiving the news. Dumbledore's sharp eyes swept over the completely destroyed portrait, his expression growing unusually grave. He turned to his colleagues, the warmth of his usual smile gone, replaced by rare seriousness. The fat lady is missing. We must find her at once, Dumbledore said. Minerva, go find Filch and the ghosts. Have them search every painting in the castle for her whereabouts. No need, Sagres said calmly. Dumbledore frowned slightly and looked at him. I'm sorry, Sagres, what did you say? I said there's no need, Sagres repeated. He did not look at Dumbledore, but nodded toward a painting in the distance. She's over there. All the professors immediately followed his gaze. It was a landscape painting on the fourth floor. Against a backdrop of dense jungle and a wide river, a hippopotamus was rolling happily in a muddy pool. And at that very moment, behind the plump hippopotamus, a stout figure in a pink silk dress was desperately trying to curl up and hide herself. It was the missing fat lady. Everyone hurried over to the painting. The fat lady looked pale and terrified. When she saw the professors gathered outside the frame, she did not come forward. Instead, she shrank back even further behind the hippopotamus, only her trembling back visible. Are you all right, fat lady? Dumbledore leaned closer to the frame, asking with concern. Not at all. The fat lady's voice was thick with sobs. I nearly died. Nearly. Do you have any idea how terrifying that was? You're safe now, fat lady, Dumbledore said gently. Can you tell us what happened? Didn't you see my painting? The fat lady suddenly raised her voice. That dreadful destruction. It was that madman. That murderer. She finally seemed to muster a little courage and cautiously peeked half her terrified face out from behind the hippopotamus. Sirius Black, the fat lady shrieked, making every student holding their breath shudder. It was him. That escapee from Azkaban. He's back. He tried to break into Gryffindor Tower. Black. Professor McGonagall gasped, her face instantly turning as pale as the fat lady's. She clutched her chest instinctively. Snape's dark eyes flared with a dangerous light, a mix of intense loathing and something close to obsession. His thin lips twisted into a cold line as he drew his wand and strode into the Gryffindor common room. Sagres and Lupin followed close behind. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 212, Sirius Black is in Hogwarts. He looked dreadful, the fat lady was still trembling in her portrait as she described it. Like a skeleton wrapped in rags. His hair was long and filthy, all matted together. And his eyes. Merlin, those eyes. She shuddered. Like a madman. He forced me to tell him the password. I refused, of course. I am the guardian of Gryffindor. And then he. The fat lady burst into sobs, pointing to where her portrait had once hung. He went mad. He tore at my painting like a beast. I tried my best to escape, and finally managed to hide here. Wah, wah. You did very well, fat lady. You were very brave, Dumbledore said soothingly. He turned to the doorway behind the ruined portrait, where Snape, Lupin, and Sagres had already reappeared. I take it he's no longer there. Sagres nodded silently. Humph, he ran off again. Snape put away his wand and said coldly. A gutter rat slipping back into his filthy nest. He's certainly quick. Dumbledore paused, looking around at the frightened students and the professors, each wearing a different expression. All students, Dumbledore said loudly and clearly, return to the Great Hall at once. No one is to leave without permission. He turned to Professor McGonagall and spoke rapidly. Minerva, inform all the portraits and ghosts to keep a close watch for Black. Severus. Then he looked at Snape. I want you to check every known entrance to the castle and any possible hidden passages. Mr. Filch will assist you. Snape nodded sharply, like a hound that had caught the scent of blood, and vanished swiftly into the shadows of the corridor. Remus, Dumbledore finally turned to the pale Lupin. I need you to help ensure the students' safety and remain on standby. The orders were given swiftly. The prefects did their best to stay calm and began calling out, organizing the students of their respective houses. Under Percy's direction, the frightened Gryffindors were ushered toward the Great Hall. For the moment, they had nowhere else to go. The corridors filled with hurried footsteps and the anxious voices of the prefects. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were swept along by the crowd, their faces pale. Harry felt a cold chill run from his feet all the way to the top of his head. Sirius Black, the murderer who had betrayed his parents, had actually broken into Hogwarts. The gaping hole where the portrait had been was like a giant eye, coldly watching their frantic retreat. The laughter and joy of the feast now felt like a distant illusion, shattered by the cruel reality before them. 10 minutes later, the Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin students had all gathered in the Great Hall, every face filled with confusion. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, both looking grim, raised their wands and sealed all the doors of the Great Hall. Dumbledore stood on the raised platform before the staff table, his silver hair and beard gleaming in the candlelight. His deep voice silenced the murmurs in the hall. Students, I apologize for disturbing your rest. Someone has entered the school illegally. For everyone's safety, the professors and I must conduct a thorough search of the castle. Therefore, I'm afraid you will have to spend the night here. He then turned to Percy. Mr. Weasley, send a reliable ghost to deliver messages to the portraits in each house common room. You must also ensure the students remain here and keep the doors locked. With that, Dumbledore, accompanied by McGonagall and Flitwick, hurried out of the Great Hall to begin a thorough search of the castle. Sagres was the last to leave. Before going, he paused and looked back at the vast hall. Hundreds of students were huddled together, their faces a mixture of panic and unease, their low murmurs blending into an anxious hum. As he passed the area where the Gryffindors were gathered, his gaze settled on Ron Weasley, and his steps slowed. Mr. Weasley, where is your pet rat? He asked casually, his voice quiet. Scabbers. Ron was startled by the sudden question and instinctively patted his pocket before answering. He's sleeping in the dormitory, Professor. Is something wrong? His expression showed both confusion and a hint of nervousness. Sagres gave a slight shake of his head but offered no explanation. Then, with a casual flick of his wand, the 4 house tables rose smoothly into the air and drifted silently to the edges of the Great Hall, lining up neatly against the walls. Clusters of soft, fluffy, cloud-like cushions appeared out of thin air, hovering steadily about a foot above the floor and densely filling the empty space in the center of the Great Hall. Sleep well, and do not leave this place. Sagres addressed the students, his voice not loud, yet clearly reaching every ear. After speaking, he did not linger. He turned and strode out of the Great Hall. The moment the doors closed behind him, he waved his wand again. A translucent magical barrier instantly spread across the entrance, then faded from sight. The professors disappeared beyond the doors, and the heavy thud as they shut made the atmosphere inside the hall feel even more oppressive. The prefects tried to maintain order, telling students to find a cloud bed and rest, but the panicked whispers surged like a tide and could not be calmed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered near a cloud close to the doors, none of them intending to lie down. Why did he ask about Scabbers? Ron frowned, utterly baffled. What does Black breaking in have to do with my rat? I don't know, Hermione bit her lip, worry filling her eyes. But Professor Greengrass wouldn't ask without a reason. And why would Black break into Gryffindor Tower? Everyone was at the Halloween feast tonight. No one was even in the dormitories. He's probably been on the run for so long that he's lost track of the days, Ron said, his voice trembling. Otherwise, he would have come straight here. Then he'd be asking for death. Harry said firmly, as if trying to convince himself. The professors would never let him get away. Around them, the shaken students whispered anxiously, again and again asking the same question. How did he get in? Maybe he knows how to apparate, a Hufflepuff a few steps away suggested gravely. Just like Cedric on the dueling stage, whoosh, appearing out of nowhere. More likely he used something like polyjuice potion to disguise himself, a fifth-year Ravenclaw beside him analyzed with a frown. Maybe he flew in. Dean Thomas offered an even more alarming idea. Please. Am I the only one here who's actually read Hogwarts, a history? Hermione turned to Harry and Ron in exasperation, her voice sharp with irritation. Probably, Ron said. What's your point? How many times have I told you? Apparition is absolutely forbidden within the grounds of Hogwarts. Hermione snapped. Then how can Professor Greengrass do it? We saw it with our own eyes. That's different. Hermione said. Professor Greengrass can create his own spells, and I'm sure that's something most people simply can't do. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the castle, a tense search was underway. Dumbledore personally led McGonagall, beginning at Gryffindor Tower and checking floor by floor. The light from their wand tips swept across dark corridors and empty classrooms. The portraits nervously reported any suspicious movement, yet nothing was found. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout went to check the astronomy tower and the Ollery, and even Professor Trelawney's attic was not overlooked. Snape and Filch, like two hounds on the trail, focused on hidden corners and the entrances to legendary secret passages. Snape's face was so grim it seemed ready to drip water, and every sweep of his wand across a wall or floor carried a fierce intensity. Sagres did not join any of the groups. He alone returned silently to Gryffindor Tower. Fragments of the fat lady's portrait still lay scattered across the floor, and the forcibly opened doorway looked like a mouth frozen in silent mockery. He ignored it all, walked straight through the opening, and entered the Gryffindor common room. The fire was still burning warmly in the hearth. Sagres did not linger there, but headed directly for the spiral staircase leading to the boys' dormitories. The door to Harry and Ron's dormitory was ajar. Sagres pushed it open. The scene before him confirmed some of his suspicions. The room was in chaos. Suitcases had been roughly opened, clothes strewn everywhere, and Ron's bed was the worst affected. The pillow had been ripped open, feathers scattered across the floor. The mattress was overturned, and the bedside drawer had been pulled out and dumped upside down, its contents spilled about. This had clearly not been a simple search, and certainly not one aimed at finding Harry. Sagres's gaze swept calmly over the mess before finally settling on the floor in the corner beside Ron's bed. A few blood-stained gray rat hairs were stuck to a torn piece of pillowcase fabric. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 213, The Rat and the Traitor. Sagres's expression remained utterly still, as though he had merely confirmed an outcome he had long anticipated. He touched nothing. He simply stood in the center of the wreckage, his deep gaze traveling slowly across the chaos before coming to rest on the darkness beyond the window. Black's target, was it really the rat? And had he succeeded? The torn bedding, the scattered feathers, and those few blood-stained gray hairs whispered of a violent, desperate struggle that had unfolded in this very room. A few moments later, Sagres left the dormitory as silently as he had entered and slipped out of Gryffindor Tower. Several hours passed. By around 3 in the morning the exhausted professors reassembled outside the doors of the Great Hall. The air between them felt thick and leaden. No trace, Professor McGonagall said hoarsely, pressing her fingers to her temples. He vanished like smoke. The castle is vast, Professor Flitwick sighed. I suspect he knows passages even we've forgotten. What do you think, Severus? Snape's face was darker than the night itself. His lips formed a thin, bloodless line. He said nothing. Where are Sagres and Lupin? McGonagall asked, glancing around. I asked Remus to stay inside the Great Hall to watch over the students, Dumbledore answered, weariness threading through his voice. We cannot rely on the prefects alone for their safety. As for Sagres, you're truly at ease leaving Lupin to guard them, Dumbledore. Snape cut in, his tone glacial. Don't forget what he is. I have never doubted Remus's loyalty or his principles, Dumbledore replied, turning to face Snape directly. His voice was unusually firm. Is that so? Snape sneered. I, on the other hand, believe his loyalty should be tested, repeatedly, with Veritaserum. How else do you imagine Black slipped past the Dementors and into the castle? He leaned into the accusation. What exactly are you implying, Severus? Dumbledore asked, his gaze calm and fathomless. I believe, Snape said, voice dropping to a low, venomous murmur, that someone inside this castle is helping him. The other 3 heads of house exchanged startled glances but held their tongues. I, however, Dumbledore said quietly, his eyes moving across every face present, believe that no one in this school would assist Sirius Black in breaking into Hogwarts and endangering even a single child. The statement was final. A cold, suffocating silence descended. It was broken only when Sagres appeared, noiseless as ever, at the far end of the corridor. They pushed open the heavy doors and stepped inside. Most of the students had finally succumbed to sleep on the drifting cloud cushions. Here and there a few still whispered in the shadows, convinced they were being quiet, though their voices carried in the vast, echoing hall. Dumbledore's gaze found Sagres, the last to arrive. Gryffindor Tower. Common room and dormitories were thoroughly searched, Sagres answered evenly. The intruder is long gone. Potter's dormitory? McGonagall asked sharply. Precisely. Another weighted silence followed. The professors gathered near the staff table, faces reflecting exhaustion and unease in different shades. Dumbledore noticed Percy Weasley still patrolling, visibly fighting to stay upright. Is everything in order, Mr. Weasley? He asked gently. Everything is in order, Headmaster. Percy snapped to attention at once. Very good. Tomorrow morning I shall arrange a new guardian for the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. After that, the students may return to their beds, Dumbledore said. And the fat lady? She is still badly shaken, he sighed. We'll allow her to resume her post once she has recovered. After giving Percy further quiet instructions, the professors began a low discussion of additional security measures. Very well, Dumbledore said at last. I must go and speak with the Dementors now. They demanded to search the grounds after learning Black had entered the castle. I refused them entrance, but I must at least update them on the situation. Aren't they here to help, Headmaster? Percy asked, puzzled. Oh, yes, Dumbledore replied, and for a moment his voice carried a rare, steely edge. But as long as I am headmaster of Hogwarts, not a single Dementor will ever cross the threshold of this castle. Percy flushed, suddenly aware he had overstepped, and wisely fell silent. Dumbledore left the hall. The remaining professors began to patrol quietly among the sleeping students. Sagres's gaze, however, moved with purpose across the sea of cloud beds until it settled on one particular corner, where Harry, Ron and Hermione sat huddled together on the edge of the same drifting cushion, all three wide awake and whispering intently. He walked straight toward them, passing through sleeping students and half-sleeping ones without hesitation, and stopped directly in front of the trio. The three immediately squeezed their eyes shut, feigning sleep. Excuse me, you three. Sagres's calm voice stripped the pretense away instantly. They opened their eyes. Professor. Harry managed, throat dry. I've just come from your dormitory, Potter, and yours, Mr. Weasley. Sagres wasted no time. I regret to inform you that Black broke into your room. The scene was chaotic. One might even say completely ransacked. Ron's face drained of color. His lips trembled. He was after Harry, wasn't he? Possibly, Sagres replied, carefully neutral. Thank Merlin Harry wasn't there, Ron breathed, still visibly shaken. Otherwise tonight would have been. Merlin. At least we're both safe now. Indeed, Sagres inclined his head, then continued smoothly, however, your pet rat is missing. Only a few bloodstains and some gray hairs remained at the scene. Scabbers. Ron's voice cracked with shock and sudden grief. He killed Scabbers. The thought of losing the rat he had owned for so many years hit hard. His eyes quickly reddened, his nose stung. Scabbers might have been second-hand, handed down from Percy, but he had been one of the few things in Ron's life that had ever truly felt like his. Hermione pressed a hand to her mouth. Harry's fists clenched at his sides, fresh hatred for Black surging hot in his chest. The men wouldn't even spare a rat. Sagres watched Ron's face crumple and remained silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice had softened, only just perceptibly. No rat remains were found. It's possible he was simply terrified and fled during the struggle. Hope flickered back into Ron's eyes. There are countless places in the castle where a frightened rat could hide, Sagres added quietly. The small reassurance anchored Ron in that moment. He sniffed hard, blinking rapidly. I hope. I really hope so. Poor Scabbers, he's always been so timid. I can keep an eye out for him, Sagres said evenly. Would you tell me a little more about your rat? Any distinguishing features would help. Still dazed with sadness, Ron answered without thinking, voice thick. Scabbers, he used to be Percy's. When Percy made prefect, Mum bought him Hermes, so he gave Scabbers to me. He swallowed. He's been in the family for, let me think, 12 years, at least. Lately he's been weak, hardly moves, barely eats. Special features, he's missing a toe. On his front paw. He kept going, listing every small detail he could recall. 12 years. Sagres repeated, tone perfectly level. And missing a toe. Yeah, Ron wiped roughly at his eyes. Percy said he was already missing it when he got him. Probably lost it in a fight with other rats or something. Sagres asked no more questions. He simply nodded once. That information will be useful. I'll keep watch for him. Then, quietly, you should try to rest. Dawn is not far off. With that, Sagres turned and left, leaving the three students with complex feelings. Oh, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Trian/Dark Devil. Chapter 214, Legitimacy and Loyalty. Sagres returned to the corner where the professors were gathered. His expression remained calm, but his thoughts were in turmoil. 12 years of life. That far exceeded the lifespan of an ordinary rat. Missing a toe. Another extremely crucial detail. Fudge's terrified voice seemed to echo in his ears, the brave Peter Pettigrew. Blown to smithereens by that deranged black in broad daylight. They only found one of his fingers at the scene. The scattered fragments gradually came together. It seemed that the rat called Scabbers was no ordinary pet at all, but an animagus. Peter Pettigrew. The man who had been posthumously awarded the Order of Merlin, first class, and mourned as a hero for 12 years, had hidden in the Weasley household for a full 12 years, disguised as an unremarkable rat. Why had he done that? What grudge did Black hold against him, so deep that he broke out of Azkaban the moment he learned Pettigrew was still alive? Sagres did not know what had happened between them, but as long as he caught either one, the truth would surely come to light. I need to find Lupin and ask him about Black's animagus form. Having made up his mind, he quickly headed into the corridor outside the Great Hall in search of Lupin. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was nervously checking every window and door lock again and again, his movements betraying an anxiety he could not shake. His face was pale, deep shadows beneath his eyes, clearly worn down by Black's intrusion and everything that had followed. Professor Lupin, may I have a word? Sagres's voice interrupted his inspection, and he gestured for Lupin to follow him to a more secluded corner. Lupin turned around, his eyes tired and carrying a trace of wariness. Is there something you need, Professor Greengrass? His voice was slightly hoarse, and his complexion looked poor. Sagres skipped any pleasantries and went straight to the point. About Black. I want to know what his animagus form is. At the same time, invisible threads of legitimacy quietly spread out, silently enveloping Lupin. Lupin was startled by the question. Then the color drained from his face, leaving only stunned disbelief. How do you know? The words slipped out instinctively, but they confirmed Sagres's suspicion beyond doubt. Oh. Sagres did not answer him directly. He simply nodded in understanding. So it's a large black dog. At once, he thought of the huge black dog he had seen in the alley. At the time, he had assumed it was some dark wizard's pet, but now it was clear. That had been Black in his animagus form. And that rat. Scabbers. Peter Pettigrew. He had even helped Ron pull it out of an alcove himself. Twice. Twice he had let crucial figures slip away right under his nose. A cold, cruel smile appeared at the corner of Sagres's mouth. Very well. Since they all like to hide beneath the skins of animals, concealing themselves and deceiving others, then he would personally drag them out, strip away that disguise, and leave them nowhere to hide. Lupin finally realized that Sagres had not been asking a question at all, but had drawn the answer directly from his shock through legitimacy. He frowned and took half a step back, his face filling with anger and defensiveness. Professor Greengrass, what you're doing is... What I'm doing has more than enough justification, Sagres cut in calmly. He looked at the young professor with prematurely gray hair and spoke each word clearly. Because this is the key to Black's escape from Azkaban. It is also the secret behind his ability to slip into Hogwarts like a ghost. And you, Remus Lupin. He fixed Lupin with a searching gaze. As a professor at Hogwarts, chose to conceal this vital information despite knowing it. I truly want to know who is standing before me right now. A werewolf? A professor? Or Black's friend? Lupin opened his mouth, but in the end, not a single word came out. Sagres paused. Looking at Lupin's suddenly pale face, his voice turned cold. If Black succeeds this time and kills someone in Hogwarts Castle, then I wonder whether you will still be able to stay silent as you are now, numbing yourself with that pathetic sense of guilt. With that, Sagres turned to leave. Wait, Lupin suddenly said. Sagres stopped, slowly turned around, and looked at him without expression. Lupin seemed to have all his strength drained. He leaned against the cold stone wall, his voice hoarse. It's a secret, he said. Sirius, James, and Peter, all three of them are unregistered animagi. He looked up at Sagres, speaking bitterly. And you already know, I'm a werewolf. Sagres did not respond. He merely raised an eyebrow, signaling for Lupin to continue. We were too foolish back then. Lupin shook his head. Always indulging in our own cleverness. Sometimes I feel guilty too, tormented by betraying Headmaster Dumbledore's trust. His voice was low. After all, back then, no school was willing to take me in. He gave me the chance to study at Hogwarts. But he didn't know that my being a werewolf led my friends to become illegal animagi. He also didn't know that when my friends broke school rules, I, as a prefect, not only failed to stop them but became their accomplice. Lupin seemed lost in thought. But whenever we sat together, excitedly planning our next adventure, that pathetic sense of guilt was pushed to the back of my mind. Even now, I haven't changed. His voice grew softer and softer, filled with helplessness. Sagres watched him, his tone calm and unruffled. There are two kinds of courage. One is bravery in the face of enemies. The other is holding fast to principles when facing friends. And what people often lack the most is the second kind of courage. He looked at Lupin's crestfallen face and said slowly, I can understand what you did in the past, because that friendship was very precious to you. Lupin's body trembled, as if those words had struck him hard. The last trace of color drained from his face, leaving only desolation and self-loathing. You're right. This year, I've struggled countless times, wondering whether I should confess Sirius's animagus identity to Dumbledore. But I didn't, not once. Because I'm a coward. Because admitting it would mean saying with my own mouth that I betrayed his trust when I was a student, admitting that I led them into those foolish acts with me. And Dumbledore's trust means everything to me. He sighed heavily. When I was a child, he gave me a place to belong. When I grew up, rejected by the world and unable to find work to support myself, he gave me a job again. So I deceived myself into believing that Sirius must have used some dark arts learned from Lord Voldemort to infiltrate the castle, that it had nothing to do with being an animagus. In that sense, Snape's opinion of me is right. I am his accomplice. Those last words seemed to drain the final strength from him. Though he was still standing, he looked more like a hollow shell on the verge of collapse. Sagres was silent for a moment before finally speaking calmly. Fortunately, there were no casualties this time. As long as we catch him, it won't be too late. He did not tell Lupin that Peter Pettigrew was still alive. It was not the right moment. And no one knew whether that rat had already been bitten and killed by Black. Oh, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 215, page 394. The next day, the castle woke under high alert. The Gryffindor students were finally allowed to return to the tower, but they were no longer greeted by the fat lady. Instead, a new guardian awaited them, overly enthusiastic and obsessed with challenges, Sir Cadogan. The portly knight's portrait, astride his equally spirited pony, bounced up and down within the frame. He brandished his short sword and roared excitedly at the sight of students. Halt! State the password, or taste my blade. Cowards! Dare you not fight me to the death? Charge! For honor! What frustrated the students even more was that Sir Cadogan seemed to regard changing the password as the most important military maneuver of the day. In a single day, the password changed from Valiant Charge to Dragon's Breath Flame, then from Invincible to Warhorse's Whinny, and by tea time it had become Victory's Glory. Not only was it utterly random, it was infuriatingly frequent. He changed it again. Ron wailed as he climbed the stairs. This morning it was Dragon's Breath Flame, and just now I heard him shout, Fearless Challenge, at Neville. That was only 2 hours ago. He's as annoying as Snape. Harry rubbed his temples. They had already been forced to run up and down the stairs several times. I believe he's violating the most basic duties and regulations of a portrait guardian. Hermione's cheeks were flushed with anger as she searched through Hogwarts, a history, trying to find some theoretical basis on which to accuse the deranged knight. This is a complete abuse of power and creates unnecessary trouble. Sir Cadogan was entirely unconcerned. In fact, he thought the students' constant running back and forth made for excellent training. His excited shouts echoed at the tower entrance, adding an irritating burst of vitality to the still-shaken castle. The students grumbled endlessly about the new guardian. By comparison, even the once maligned fat lady now seemed far more agreeable. Sirius Black had broken into the ancient school and then vanished without a trace. Aside from a missing rat, there appeared to have been no further serious consequences. Yet an invisible tension, like a low-pressure system, continued to hang over Hogwarts. Halloween passed, and the horn for the Quidditch season was about to sound. Harry had no choice but to set aside his other concerns and prepare for the first match of the new school year. He certainly hadn't forgotten his role as Gryffindor Seeker. However, just as he was about to throw himself into intense pre-match training, Professor McGonagall came to see him, something highly unusual. Her brows were tightly drawn, and her expression was far more severe than usual. The moment Harry saw her, his heart sank, and he wondered if someone had died at the school. Potter, Professor McGonagall said bluntly, I do not think you should continue attending afternoon Quidditch practice. Why? Harry asked, completely bewildered. Our first match is this Saturday. I believe the reason is obvious, Professor McGonagall said, pressing her lips together. To be frank, Potter, many of us, including Professor Dumbledore, believe you are Sirius Black's primary target. Without a professor present, your position on the Quidditch pitch is extremely dangerous. But Professor, I have to train. Harry protested urgently, knowing exactly which chord to strike. We're playing Slytherin. We have to win. As expected, that argument worked at once. Professor McGonagall, as head of Gryffindor and a fervent Quidditch supporter, immediately wavered. Very well, she conceded. Heaven knows, I too very much want to see us finally bring the Quidditch Cup back. She then changed tack and proposed a compromise. However, practice must take place with a professor present and supervising at all times. What do you say? Of course, that would be perfect, Harry said with a sigh of relief, nodding eagerly. On the other side, Sagres did not relax his vigilance either. He focused his attention on the forgotten corners of the castle, abandoned classrooms, and deep, rarely used corridors. He was certain that the big black dog and the rat could not remain hidden forever. They were bound to reveal their true forms sooner or later. Such a sweeping search required patience, however, and could not pinpoint the target immediately. He was not in any hurry. The target was already clear. The other party would eventually be unable to restrain themselves and expose their trail. The truth emerging was only a matter of time. Noctis moved through the shadows of the castle each day, his sharp eyes surveying every inch of the grounds. Suddenly, Noctis spotted Harry Potter running alone down a corridor before darting into a classroom. The raven landed on the windowsill of the classroom, tilting its small head as it watched everything unfolding inside with curiosity. From Noctis's vantage point, Sagres witnessed an unexpected scene. Snape was standing at the lectern in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, addressing the late-arriving Harry in his slow, icy tone. This class began 10 minutes ago, Potter, Snape said stiffly. For that, Gryffindor will lose 10 points. Sit down. Harry did not move. Where's Professor Lupin? He looked at Snape on the platform, thought of Lupin having drunk that terrible potion earlier, and asked with clear concern. Snape's lips curled into an unpleasant smile. He said he was very unwell today. He deliberately stressed those words. I believe I already told you to sit down, didn't I? Harry remained standing. What happened to him? Snape's dark eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Regrettably, his life is not in danger. A sneer then spread across his face. However, it is pleasing to note that Gryffindor will lose another 5 points. If I have to say, sit down a third time, that will be 50 points. Harry slowly walked over and sat down beside Ron, while Ron discreetly showed him a doodle of Snape he had drawn. Weasley, Snape's voice cut through the room like a blast of cold wind, striking Ron just as he tried to hide the parchment with the ridiculous little sketch. Can that empty head of yours hold even a scrap of useful knowledge, aside from worthless doodles? Gryffindor loses another 5 points, for your artistic creation. Snape's mouth twisted into yet another mocking smile. Ron's face flushed crimson, while Hermione beside him pressed her lips together in displeasure. Everyone, turn to page 394, Snape said, sweeping his gaze across the classroom. Today, we will be studying werewolves. The students rolled their eyes resentfully, muttering under their breath as they opened their textbooks. Now, Snape continued, his eyes shifting to the cauldrons on the platform, where strange liquids bubbled ominously, since your frail Professor Lupin has so conveniently been unable to teach today. He placed deliberate emphasis on the word frail, his eyes glittering with malice. I shall spend half the lesson revising some potion knowledge. The remainder of the class turned into a display of Snape deducting points. He asked Seamus Finnegan to describe a spell effective against werewolves. Seamus stammered for quite some time before immediately losing 5 points, on the grounds of confusing his audience and wasting valuable class time. Dean Thomas splashed ink across his parchment while copying notes and lost another 5 points, for a lack of basic hand-eye coordination and defiling the medium of knowledge. I must say, Snape concluded at the end of the lesson, his tone dripping with disappointment, you are perhaps the most talentless and hopeless group of students I have ever had the misfortune to teach. Your shallow understanding of defense against the dark arts and your sluggish reactions make me question whether you are even qualified to remain at this school. The young wizards clenched their teeth and endured it until the end of the lesson, but Snape deliberately dragged it out for another half hour. As if that were not enough, he ignored the students' barely contained anger, picked up a piece of chalk, and swiftly wrote the homework on the blackboard in neat, precise strokes. Read pages 394 to 421 of the textbook. Write an essay no less than 8 feet long, detailing various methods of identifying and defending against werewolves, and analyzing their weaknesses. Due next Monday. He then hurled the stub of chalk sharply at Ron, who had been rolling his eyes, and finally swept his gaze across the class, adding pointedly, be sure to analyze thoroughly. This is very important. By the time Harry and his friends trudged into the Great Hall for dinner, most of the other students had already finished eating. Oh, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Trian/Dark Devil. Chapter 216, Despair, Downpour, Dementors. No sooner had Snape finished his marvelous Defense Against the Dark Arts substitute lesson than he strode toward his dungeon office, a trail of sulfur and unspent malice following him. On the way, he spotted Noctis perched on a windowsill, and he made no effort to conceal the triumphant look on his face. Truly wonderful. Quite an eye-opener, Noctis said. Snape came to a halt. He slowly turned around, like a venomous snake sensing danger, his icy gaze locking onto the raven. Lost, Sagres. Snape's voice carried undisguised irritation. Or have you become so bored that you're sending your pet to monitor my movements after class? Not monitoring, Sagres guided the raven to reply. Merely stopping to admire a genuinely impressive lesson. That triumphant smile returned to Snape's lips. Impressive? Umph. A group of blockheads, unable even to recognize a werewolf, let alone understand the true nature of such dangerous creatures. Your discussion of the nature of dangerous creatures was indeed thought-provoking, the raven replied calmly, its tone neutral and unreadable. Snape sneered. I am simply fulfilling my duty as a professor, ensuring that these students, who lack judgment, understand the dangers they may face. Unlike some people, who choose to turn a blind eye to certain wolves in sheep's clothing. The accusation was once again aimed squarely at Lupin and, in Snape's mind, also at Dumbledore, who had, willfully ignored, the issue. Your sense of duty is indeed admirable, but I think the art of deducting points is even more worthy of study, the raven said half-jokingly. They deserve it. Snape snapped harshly, barely containing his anger. Am I supposed to applaud their stupidity? Or does Professor Greengrass think I should coax them into learning like trolls? Hogwarts is not a nursery. Of course not, the raven replied, nodding. Humph. Snape stared fixedly into the raven's eyes. Instead of letting your pet fly around the castle, you'd do better to focus on more important matters. Black is still at large, and you're here criticizing my teaching. With that, Snape turned sharply, his black robes whipping up a gust of air. He shoved the classroom door open with a loud bang, and his figure quickly disappeared into the shadows of the corridor. Truly spectacular, quite an eye-opener, Noctis remarked again, then spread his wings and flew off. That afternoon, a biting wind swept across the training grounds. Harry, astride his Nimbus 2000, tried to focus on chasing the erratically darting golden snitch. Oliver Wood shouted instructions, directing his team through tactical maneuvers. At the edge of the pitch, Professor Flitwick, whom Professor McGonagall had assigned to supervise, was huddled in the stands, wrapped tightly in a thick scarf. He showed little interest in Quidditch tactics, looking more as though he were merely fulfilling an obligatory duty. Well, at least he was available. Time quickly advanced to Saturday. On the day of the match, the sky hung heavy as lead, with thick, dark clouds pressing low over the Quidditch pitch. Not long after the starting whistle blew, the long-anticipated downpour began. Raindrops the size of beans hammered against the canopies of the stands, creating a deafening roar, and the pitch was instantly churned into a muddy mess. Gale-force winds, laden with icy rain, lashed at the players' faces, blurring their vision into a chaotic haze. Yet none of this diminished the ferocity between the two teams. Matches between Gryffindor and Slytherin were always fiercely contested. Blood-jares screamed through the rain as Fred and George, like two spirited lions, drove them relentlessly toward the Slytherin players. Angelina and Katie fought to pass the quaffle through the curtain of rain, searching for an opening to score. Wood guarded the goalposts, his rain-soaked hair plastered tightly to his scalp. High above, Harry and Malfoy were like two falcons locked in combat within the storm. Harry's Nimbus 2000 handled beautifully, but Malfoy's Nimbus 2001 was no less impressive. They stuck close to each other, every turn and dive carrying the fierce intent to knock the other from his broom. They shared only one objective, the golden snitch, which had yet to reveal itself. Harry's flying talent was indeed far beyond ordinary, but today he ran into a particularly troublesome problem, the downpour. The rain was simply too heavy. Icy droplets splattered relentlessly against his glasses, blurring his vision completely. No matter how often he wiped them, it made no difference. A faint referee's whistle pierced the rain. Wood had called a timeout. The players landed in a sorry state, all of them soaked through, mud splashed across their robes, while Fred and George panted heavily. Harry wiped his glasses again and again, but under the pouring rain, the effort was pointless. Harry, are you all right? Wood rushed over, his face a mixture of rainwater and anxiety, practically shouting. This was his final year at Hogwarts, and the Quidditch Cup was his dream for graduation. There was no room for mistakes. I've got a problem, Harry said urgently. The rain's too heavy. I can't see. My glasses are soaked. What? Wood's cry nearly vanished beneath the roar of the rain. No. Harry. You have to be able to see. Think about who we're playing, Slytherin. He grabbed Harry's shoulders, his eyes darting about wildly. If it comes to the worst, go find Professor Greengrass and beg him to stop the rain. As he spoke, he glanced toward the stands where the professors were seated, looking as though he was seriously considering charging over to plead with Professor Greengrass himself. Just then, Hermione dashed onto the pitch like a nimble rabbit, her raincoat flapping as she grabbed Harry just as he was about to speak. "Harry! Give me your glasses!" Hermione shouted, her voice nearly drowned out by the rain. "What?" Harry wiped the water from his face, looking at her in confusion. Hermione snatched the fogged glasses from his face without ceremony, pulled out her wand, and swiftly cast a spell at the lenses. Impervious. A faint shimmer flashed, and the raindrops on the lenses instantly slid away, leaving them perfectly clear. "Quick, put them on and try." She shoved the glasses back into Harry's hands. Harry put them on, and the world snapped back into sharp focus. He shot Hermione a grateful look. She gave him a thumbs up, then hurried back toward the stands, vanishing into the rain almost at once. "She's a genius." Wood pointed in the direction Hermione had disappeared, shouting excitedly as if he had just been handed a lifeline. "Now, Harry. Any more problems?" "None." Harry's voice rang with renewed confidence and fighting spirit as his eyes swept sharply across the sky. Not a single problem left. The second half began, and the battle grew even more intense. The score remained close, and every hard-won point set off deafening cheers or frustrated groans from the stands, sounds that even the torrential rain could not fully drown out. Harry and Malfoy's pursuit also entered its most critical stage. After a thrilling dive through the goalposts, Harry finally caught sight of a dazzling golden flicker. The snitch was darting just below the Slytherin stands. Harry's heart leapt into his throat. Without a moment's hesitation, he tipped the nose of his broom sharply downward. "He's seen it. Harry's seen it." Lee Jordan shouted excitedly into the commentary. Malfoy's pale face twisted into a grim expression. He reacted just as fast, immediately chasing after him. The two shot forward like arrows loosed from a bow, racing at terrifying speed only meters above the ground, the force of their passage whipping up winds that nearly knocked spectators at the edge of the stands off their feet. Wave after wave of roaring erupted from the crowd. The students' passion seemed hot enough to boil the icy rain. The golden snitch appeared startled by the frenzy. It made a sharp, agile turn and suddenly shot upward, heading straight for the thick clouds overhead. Harry and Malfoy did not hesitate, wrenching their brooms upward and plunging headlong into the oppressive darkness. At that very moment, a bone-chilling cold swept across the entire pitch without warning. Dementors. They had been drawn by the intense life force above the pitch, like vultures sensing carrion, swarming in along the trail of human emotion. Just as they hungered for a feast, they happened to encounter Harry and Malfoy bursting out of the thick clouds. Not just one. Dozens of Dementors, cloaked in tattered robes, emerged silently from the direction of the forbidden forest and from within the depths of the dark clouds, like sharks drawn to the scent of blood. The gaze hidden beneath their hoods locked greedily onto their target, Harry Potter, the closest to them, and the one burdened with the most painful memories. That familiar wave of despair, like icy iron pincers, clamped around Harry's heart in an instant. Piercing screams, desperate pleas, those long-buried memories surged up like a breached dam, instantly overwhelming his will. Harry's vision went black. His strength and consciousness collapsed. His broom spun wildly out of control, and Harry, like a puppet with its strings cut, plunged straight down from the clouds. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 217, Incineration. Harry. A horrified scream burst from the stands. Ginny's cry was the most piercing of all, her fingers digging hard into the wooden railing. At that critical moment, Draco Malfoy, flying right behind Harry, witnessed everything. The determined look on his face instantly twisted into shock and panic. He saw Harry falling, and he also saw several Dementors swooping down greedily, their tattered cloaks parting to reveal skeletal hands as they lunged straight for the unconscious Harry Potter. Malfoy's heart lurched violently. His fingers tightened and loosened around his broomstick handle, a flash of disgust and hesitation crossing his face. But the next second, whether from some stubborn pride buried deep in his bones or a sudden, reckless impulse, he jammed the nose of his broom downward and dove after Harry. Damn it! The howling wind tore at his hair, and the rain blurred his vision. In the stands, Dumbledore, his face ashen, had already stretched out his hand, and Harry's fall began to slow. Just a second before Harry would have smashed into the muddy ground, Malfoy seized him by the back of the collar. The broom let out a protesting groan, nearly pitching them both off. Malfoy hauled Harry up roughly and slung him across his broomstick without care, his movements lacking any gentleness and carrying even a trace of revulsion. Harry hung there limply, like a sack of potatoes draped over the broom, completely unconscious. "You'd better not die before I defeat you. Or I'll kill you, Potter." Malfoy swore under his breath, then yanked his broom upward, pulling away from the ground while desperately dodging the Dementors pursuing him. More Dementors poured into the stadium, their icy, despair-laden aura smothering the stands. Horrified screams rose and fell as the students descended into chaos. At that moment of utter desperation, Sagres's voice cut through the downpour, echoing clearly across the stadium. "Get out of here." His usual composure was gone, replaced by seething, icy fury. He raised his hand, his wand pointing skyward, and a blazing light erupted at once. The heavy rain stopped instantly. The dark clouds tore apart, revealing the Dementors concealed within, densely circling the sky. At least 100 Dementors. What was truly terrifying was that they were not driven back. Instead, it was as if they had found a new prey. Ignoring the deterrence of the Patronus charms cast by several professors, they all shifted direction, like vultures sighting a corpse, and surged frantically toward Sagres, who stood exposed below. They had chosen him as their new target. Sagres's eyes shone with cold light. Faced with this unnatural siege, he did not retreat. Instead, a sneer curved his lips. Foolish creatures. With a flick of his wand, a pale flame burst forth from its tip. The flames had no heat, yet they radiated a terrifying magic capable of burning souls. Several ravens formed from pale fire shrieked as they burst forth, striking the Dementors at the front with perfect accuracy. The instant they made contact, the Dementors' tattered cloaks curled and melted like tar paper set alight. Their hunched forms disintegrated at a visible speed within the flames, swiftly turning into wisps of foul-smelling black smoke that completely dispersed into the post-rain air. At the same time, more fire ravens were born from the lingering embers, crisscrossing densely through the sky and weaving a blazing net of death. The sight immediately shocked the Dementors hovering above. Like chickens seized by the throat, they halted their charge abruptly, hesitating in midair. Sagres's eyes were cold as he issued an unfeeling command to the fire ravens overhead. Kill them all. He clearly had no intention of sparing these foolish, greedy dark creatures. Stop, Sagres. Dumbledore's deep voice rang out. His silver-white hair and beard fluttered in the wind as a powerful magic spread across the entire stadium, attempting to suppress the destructive flames. They are collaborators of the Ministry of Magic. You cannot kill them at will. Dumbledore stepped to Sagres's side, his tone low and grave. Sagres slowly lowered his wand. The pale fire ravens in the sky seemed to be pressed down by an invisible giant hand, halting their flight and hanging motionless in the air. He turned, his calm gaze fixing on Dumbledore. Is that so? His voice was not loud, yet it cut through every other sound, piercing Dumbledore like a blade and striking just as sharply at everyone in the shaken stands. Then tell me, Headmaster, when these collaborators openly break into Hogwarts, attack my students, and even attempt to kill me, who should bear this responsibility? He asked slowly, each word distinct. You. Or the Ministry of Magic. The entire stadium fell silent. Light flashed across Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles. I understand your anger, Sagres. But we must consider. Consider what? Sagres cut him off abruptly, his black robes whipping in the air. Consider putting my power in a cage as well. His gaze swept across the stunned students in the stands. Look at them, Albus. Look at their faces. Then tell me, what do you see there? Dumbledore and the other professors looked instinctively toward the students. The fear lingering on those young faces was unmistakable. This was an accident, Dumbledore said heavily. Thankfully, we were present today, and no irreversible tragedy occurred. That is the root of the problem, Sagres said, a trace of disappointment entering his voice. How many people in this world can stop hundreds of Dementors? And having the ability to resist them should never become a reason to be attacked. I will have the Ministry of Magic give you an explanation, Sagres, Dumbledore promised. You are wrong, Dumbledore. Sagres shook his head, his eyes cold and resolute. It is not me who needs an explanation, but these students. He raised his arm, pointing at the frightened faces in the stands, and then at Harry, who had been dragged back from the brink of death by Malfoy. The Ministry of Magic stationed more than 100 mindless Dementors at this school, yet could not spare even a single clear-minded Auror. And you? His gaze locked onto Dumbledore again. You actually agreed to this proposal that put every student here in danger. Before he finished speaking, Sagres suddenly flicked his wand. A piercing, shrill cry ripped through the sky. All the fire ravens converged and fused together, and in the blink of an eye, a terrifying fire raven, as massive as a dragon, took shape. It surged upward with overwhelming force, charging straight into the clouds. A scorching current swept across the sky. Wherever the fire raven passed, several Dementors that were too slow to evade did not even have time to wail before being reduced to ash in the pale flames, leaving behind only wisps of acrid black smoke. This single strike shattered the last remnants of courage among the remaining Dementors. For the first time, they felt fear born from the depths of their own existence. Like an ant colony doused with boiling water, the black shadows hovering above scattered instantly, fleeing in all directions, no longer daring to glance back at the sky over Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey seized the moment to rush onto the pitch, taking the unconscious Harry from Malfoy's trembling arms. Malfoy collapsed into the mud, his face paler than ever. He looked up at the colossal fire raven, a flicker of something like hope flashing in his eyes, until his gaze met the Slytherins in the stands, some of whom were staring at him as though he were a traitor. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 218, Footprints Under the Whomping Willow. That afternoon, Harry was still lying unconscious in the pristine white bed of the hospital wing. The chaos on the Quidditch pitch seemed to have temporarily subsided. Hogwarts, newly washed by the rain, was filled with the crisp scent of earth and grass. Sagres and the diminutive Professor Flitwick walked along the muddy path outside the castle, heading toward the Whomping Willow at the edge of the pitch, the direction where Harry's Nimbus 2000 had last been seen falling. Sagres, Professor Flitwick said, struggling to keep pace with the black-robed wizard, regarding Dumbledore, I hope you don't hold a grudge against him. He advised earnestly, we all know his intention has always been to protect everyone in this school. Sagres did not respond immediately. He deliberately slowed his step so that Professor Flitwick could keep up more easily. I understand, Professor Flitwick, Sagres said in a steady voice that revealed little emotion, but that does not mean I agree. He shook his head, his tone firm. Hogwarts is first and foremost a school. Any decision concerning student safety leaves no room for compromise. He paused before continuing, especially when that compromise is made with a group of insatiable politicians. Alas, Professor Flitwick sighed, a trace of helplessness in his reedy voice. Hogwarts has a long and glorious history, but it is also entangled with many things. As they talked, the two soon reached the edge of the dangerous area marked around the Whomping Willow. Bathed in the sunlight after the rain, the Whomping Willow looked particularly menacing. Thick branches were still hung with droplets of water, like the fangs of a ferocious beast. Looking up, scattered among the branches of that violent tree was a pile of gruesome debris, broken broomsticks, twisted branches, shattered tail twigs. It was Harry's Nimbus 2000. Evidently, the excellent broom had been swept up by the storm and crashed into the Whomping Willow, instantly subjected to the merciless lashing of the magical plant and utterly destroyed. Oh, poor Harry. Professor Flitwick cried out in regret, his voice rising even higher. This is truly a disaster. He's had more than enough trouble recently. Sagres remained silent and did not respond. He raised his wand, pointing it not at the fragments, but directly at the restless Whomping Willow. Immobilis. An invisible yet powerful binding force instantly enveloped the entire Whomping Willow. Its branches, frozen halfway through a swing, halted in midair as if a pause button had been pressed, turning the tree into a completely motionless sculpture. Professor Flitwick opened his mouth in surprise, then quickly relaxed as he remembered that the caster was Sagres. Sagres walked straight toward the Whomping Willow. With a casual flick of his wand, a silent levitation charm gathered all the fragments and suspended them beside him. Just as he was about to leave, his sharp gaze caught sight of a series of messy animal footprints in the muddy ground. They stretched from the direction of the Forbidden Forest, lingered briefly near the Whomping Willow, and then seemed to mysteriously disappear around its gnarled roots. Oh, dear. Professor Flitwick also noticed the footprints and said with some concern, it must be Hagrid's Fong. That big oaf always forgets to keep his dog in check. I really must remind him to keep his darling away from this dangerous tree, or one day it will be beaten into a pulp without even knowing why. He clearly took it to be nothing more than one of the gamekeeper's pet's misadventures. Sagres's movements paused almost imperceptibly. He did not correct Professor Flitwick's guess, merely replying calmly, yes, he should be reminded. It's time to head back, Professor Flitwick said, his gaze falling once more on the Whomping Willow with a trace of regret. Do you have a class this afternoon? Sagres asked casually, his eyes seeming to sweep over the footprints that vanished into the ground. Yes, charms for the 5th years, Professor Flitwick sighed, his gaze shifting to the floating broom fragments beside Sagres. Alas, that broom. I'm afraid it can't be repaired. But I think I should still show it to Harry. He ought to know what happened. As he spoke, he extended his hand. Give me the fragments. Sagres gave a slight nod. All right. I'd still like to walk around a bit. He subtly adjusted the levitation charm, allowing the pile of wreckage to drift steadily toward Professor Flitwick. No problem. The diminutive charms professor quickly waved his wand, casting a levitation charm of his own to help himself. He carefully gathered the fragments in front of him, then held them rather clumsily in his arms. Sagres remained where he was, watching as Professor Flitwick, clutching the fragments, trudged back toward the castle. Sagres watched until Professor Flitwick's figure disappeared around the corner of the castle. Only then did the calm mask on his face instantly fade, his gray eyes locking onto the spot where the footprints had vanished. He raised his wand again, the tip precisely aimed at the muddy ground. Vestigium Revelio. Light flickered at the tip of the wand. In an instant, the ground seemed to be illuminated by an invisible radiance. Lines of footprints lit up. Not only the dog tracks seen earlier, but many more appeared, new and old traces overlapping one another. There were both cat and dog prints, but the most conspicuous were the dog footprints, repeated again and again, clearly leading toward the base of the Whomping Willow. They tangled chaotically like glowing streams, finally converging at a crevice at the foot of the Whomping Willow, half concealed by a large root burl and creeping vines. Sagres narrowed his eyes and strode toward the crevice. With a flick of his wand, he cleared away the vines and slick moss covering it, and a hidden entrance immediately revealed itself. The faint smell of earth and mold wafted out. The rocks and thick tree roots around the entrance bore obvious friction marks, unnaturally smooth compared to their surroundings. A cold glint flashed through Sagres's eyes. "So I've finally found you." He decisively cast a protective charm on himself, then without hesitation squeezed into the narrow hollow within the tree. The secret passage sloped downward. Its walls were cold and damp, and the air was heavy with the scent of soil and decay. A cold white glow dispelled the darkness ahead, illuminating the rough earthen walls and gnarled tree roots on either side, like the entrails of a giant beast. The narrow, oppressive passage seemed endless. After walking for some time through the stifling darkness, a faint glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. Sagres quickened his pace, approaching silently, and pushed open the rickety wooden door at the end. Creak. The teeth-grating sound of friction was especially jarring in the dead silence. This was a dilapidated house. Dust motes danced in the beams of light filtering through the broken windows. Furniture, if it could still be called furniture, lay toppled over, draped in thick layers of dust like burial shrouds and covered in dense cobwebs. The walls were scored with chaotic claw marks, grotesquely intertwined, as though a mad beast had once been trapped here, desperately tearing at the surrounding walls. A faint scent of decay lingered in the air, but more dominant still was the weight of ancient stillness. The Shrieking Shack. The house in Hogsmeade that no one dared approach, rumored to be haunted. The name flashed through Sagres's mind at once. So this was where the secret passage ended. His sharp gaze swiftly swept across the entire room. The thick dust on the floor clearly revealed recent footprints, human footprints, along with the paw prints of a large dog. In one corner lay dried, moldy food scraps, and the fireplace bore traces of recently burned ash. Clearly, Sirius Black had indeed been hiding here not long ago. However, at this moment, this legendary haunted house was empty. The target was not here. That meant he must have gone to the Forbidden Forest. Sagres did not linger. He swiftly tapped his wand, setting up concealed, trigger-based alert magic along the doorframe and several key spots, like laying down an invisible spider's web. Then, with care, he used a cleaning charm to erase every trace of his presence, including footprints and scent. After confirming that everything was in order, he turned without hesitation and re-entered the cold, damp tree hollow passage, retracing his steps back the way he had come. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 219, let him finish. Returning the way he had come through the underground passage, Sagres found that the Whomping Willow was still restrained by his spell, frozen in its aggressive posture. He lifted the spell, and the Whomping Willow's branches gave off a low scraping sound as they drooped down unwillingly, returning to their usual lethargic state. Sagres did not spare it another glance, instead lowering his gaze to the ground. The trail of dog paw prints that Professor Flitwick had mistaken for fangs was still clearly visible under the effect of footprint reveal. Sagres followed the direction in which they led and found that they veered away from the castle and the Quidditch pitch, pointing straight toward the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The faintly glowing footprints wound across the damp forest floor, sometimes clear, sometimes disappearing beneath thick layers of rotting leaves. Sagres followed them at an unhurried pace, noting that after entering the Forbidden Forest, the owner of the footprints had grown more cautious. The stride length shortened, and there were occasional pauses to observe the surroundings, leaving shallower impressions behind. Deeper within the Forbidden Forest, the light grew dim as towering ancient trees blocked out most of the sunlight. The occasional cry of birds and the rustling of unseen creatures moving through distant undergrowth, rather than bringing any sense of life, only added to the chilling desolation. At last, the faintly glowing trail of footprints disappeared beneath a massive beech tree. At its gnarled roots, a low tree hollow lay concealed by drooping vines, with muddy claw marks clearly leading into the dark opening. Sagres stopped before the hollow and slowly raised his wand. Lumos. A cold white light bloomed at the tip of his wand, revealing the scene within the tree hollow. A large black dog was curled in the corner, its fur wet and matted against its body, a low whimper escaping its throat. Its eyes reflected an amber gleam in the wand light, wary and exhausted. Sagres remained motionless, simply watching it in silence. Sirius Black, he said slowly, his voice low and certain. The black dog's pupils contracted sharply, its body tensing as though ready to pounce or bolt at any moment. Come out, Sagres continued. Or I'll invite you out. His voice echoed clearly through the silent forest. A deathly stillness filled the tree hollow. A few seconds later, accompanied by a low, suppressed whine, the large black dog slowly stepped out from the shadows. It did not immediately run, nor did it show any intent to attack. It halted at the entrance, a threatening growl rumbling in its throat as it fixed Sagres with an unblinking stare, as though judging his intentions and strength. Sagres met its gaze without expression, his wand not trembling in the slightest. Drop the act. His voice was cold, carrying the weight of a final ultimatum. Transform back. Woof. The large black dog lowered its body, letting out a short snarl. In the next instant, it became a blurred black shadow, suddenly darting past Sagres, attempting to break away by using the dense forest terrain. But Sagres gave him no chance. Homerfoos. A powerful surge of magic swept out at once, and the agile black dog was slammed to the ground. Its body twisted and expanded in midair, and in a blink, it changed into a tall, thin, disheveled man, who then fell awkwardly onto the mud and rotting leaves. Sirius, forcibly stripped of his animagus form, staggered and braced himself against the entrance to the tree hollow, coughing violently. The constant flight, the harsh conditions, and the sudden, overwhelming magical backlash had nearly drained the last of his strength. He could not escape. And he no longer wanted to. He struggled, propping himself up with trembling arms against the cold tree roots. His tangled black hair hung like withered grass, yet it could not conceal his pale, gaunt face. Within those sunken eye sockets, a pair of eyes burned with an almost unhinged fire. It was a blend of pain, deep-rooted hatred, and despair teetering on the edge of collapse. He stared intently at Sagres, his voice hoarse. Kill me, or throw me to those dementors. He forced a bleak smile, his voice heavy with uncontrollable despair. But before that, listen to me. You must listen to me. Sagres looked down at him and nodded calmly. I'm listening. Those words were like the opening of floodgates. Sirius, who had only just managed to straighten up, instantly lost what little strength he had left and slumped heavily back against the rough tree roots. A flicker of madness and urgency flashed through his bloodshot eyes. I didn't betray James and Lily. He whispered, his voice carrying through the forbidden forest. It was Peter. Peter Pettigrew. The secret keeper was changed to him. He's alive. He's the traitor. He's an animagus. Sagres remained expressionless, watching him without a word. Continue. Sirius panted heavily, his trembling fingers pulling a crumpled newspaper from his chest. It was a clipping from the Daily Prophet, prominently featuring a photograph of the Weasley family on holiday in Egypt. Perched on Ron's shoulder was a harmless-looking fat rat. Look at its front paw, Sirius said hoarsely. It's missing a toe, isn't it? That's what he deliberately left behind when I was chasing him, when he used an explosive charm to blow up the entire street, faking his death so he could escape. His fingers shook violently, almost tearing through the fragile clipping. Sagres's gaze rested on his face for a moment, but there was no obvious change in expression. You didn't catch Peter Pettigrew? Sagres asked calmly. What about the bloodstains and fur on Ron Weasley's bed? That was him pulling the same trick again. Sirius's voice was filled with resentment and fury. Just like 12 years ago, faking his death to escape and fooling everyone. Sagres gave a slight nod. This aligned with his suspicions, but now there was a more troublesome issue. Your stupidity and arrogance have alerted him, Sagres said coolly. So now tell me, how do you plan to catch the cunning rat? Sirius opened his mouth, a surge of anger clogging his throat and leaving him momentarily speechless. It was indeed a difficult problem. A rat was far too easy to hide. Then let me tell you, Sagres said. Just then, rustle, crunch. The sharp sound of dry twigs being stepped on, accompanied by faint human voices, cut through the forest's silence and drew steadily closer. It was Dumbledore and the professors. They had just received Noctis's message and were rushing over. Sirius's face instantly drained of color, like a startled animal trapped in a snare, as he struggled to force himself upright once more. Sagres shook his head at him. Don't move, he said calmly. For the truth to come out, I will give you a chance. What chance? Sirius asked nervously. Can I kill that bastard myself? It's not impossible, Sagres replied briefly. But first, we have to catch him. But they'll probably kill me, Sirius said, glancing at the group of wizards hurrying toward them, his voice dropping. Or send me to the Dementors. Sagres shifted his gaze to the approaching figures, his tone unruffled. Don't worry. No one will touch a hair on your head without my permission. Sirius looked up. In his sunken eyes, a faint spark of hope flickered to life with effort. Your name. His dry throat worked as he asked instinctively, his voice hoarse. Sagres tilted his head slightly, his gray eyes flicking toward him before he replied casually, Sagres. Thank you, Sagres, Sirius murmured, his voice tinged with gratitude and fragility. Thank you, for being willing to believe me. Heh. Sagres let out a low, unreadable chuckle, his gaze shifting back to the crowd rushing closer. I only believe in myself. As his words fell, all the legilimency threads quietly withdrew, and the figures of the professors burst into the edge of the forest clearing. Stupefy. A blinding jet of red light shot from Snape's wand, carrying his pent-up hatred and urgent fury, reaching black in the blink of an eye. Sagres lifted his wand and pointed it effortlessly from a distance, and the thick red spell vanished instantly. He turned to face the surging crowd, his tall figure standing like an unbreakable dam, abruptly halting the tide of anger. Let him finish. His calm voice echoed through the tense forest clearing, suppressing all other sound. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 220, Rat Bait. Dumbledore's deep blue eyes shifted from Sagres to the gaunt Sirius behind him, and he raised a hand, signaling everyone to calm down. Professor Snape, however, let out a disdainful snort, his wand already poised to strike. Under Sagres's invisible protection, Sirius seemed to cling to a final lifeline, once again recounting Peter's betrayal, the switch of the secret keeper, and the other man's animagus identity. Utterly absurd. Snape was the first to erupt, his face carved with bitter hatred and extreme contempt. Black, do you think fabricating a story with no witnesses and slandering others will clear your name? Peter Pettigrew stopped you and was blown to pieces by you. That is an undeniable fact. You're as stupid as you were at school, Snevelis, Sirius said scornfully. You. Snape's fury reached its peak. He abruptly raised his wand, his voice dripping with cruelty. Give me one reason, and I swear I won't hold back. His face twisted, pale teeth bared. How about I hand you straight over to those dementors hovering outside? Let you slowly rot under their sweet kiss and become a true living corpse. Severus, Dumbledore finally spoke. Snape spun toward Dumbledore, his chest heaving violently. Dumbledore, you can't possibly believe this traitor's mad ramblings, can you? The potions professor's voice was sharp with anger. He's stalling for time, weaving lies, looking for a chance to escape. Sagres watched Snape's outburst with cold eyes, and only after he finished speaking did he calmly open his mouth. Anger and hatred cannot obscure the truth, Professor Snape. Since Black claims innocence, and you are so certain of his guilt, why not verify it in the most direct way? His gaze swept over Dumbledore and the professors present. Veritaserum will make even the most cunning criminals speak their minds. If he lies, the lie will have nowhere to hide. And if what he says is true? Sagres paused, his eyes shifting between Sirius and Snape. Then it means the real traitor is still at large. The scene instantly fell into dead silence. Veritaserum was indeed the most effective way to break the stalemate. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. This is the simplest way to resolve the dispute. Severus. He looked at the furious Snape, whose cheek muscles twitched violently, his eyes filled with reluctance and venom. Yet under Dumbledore's calm gaze, Snape reluctantly lowered his wand and pulled a small brown bottle from his robes. Sirius looked at the bottle, and even in his weakened state, managed a provocative smile. You're not going to take the opportunity to slip me something else, Severus? Snape immediately let out a disdainful sneer, his eyes as though he were looking at something filthy. You're still as arrogant as ever, Black, he said with open disgust. To deal with you, I have 100 ways to make your life worse than death without poison. As he spoke, he uncorked the bottle, his movements deliberate and precise. Powerful Veritaserum. Just 3 drops, and even you know who would reveal his most insidious secrets. A cruel smile tugged at his lips. Have you thought about what you're going to say? Is that so? Then I hope this stuff can make me quickly say the truth you want to hear, Sirius said, staring intently at the dripping liquid, his voice low. Unless, you're afraid to hear it. Heh. Open your mouth. Under the close supervision of several wands, 3 drops of Veritaserum were dripped into Sirius's mouth. Under the absolute effect of Veritaserum, Sirius's eyes became hollow, his voice losing all inflection. The interrogation that followed was cold and merciless. Like a puppet being manipulated, he recounted without reservation the past that had dragged him into the abyss. The sudden decision to change the secret keeper. Peter's flattery and betrayal. The despair he felt as he rushed toward Godric's Hollow. The breakdown when he saw his best friend's body amid the ruins. Peter's provocation and false accusations while he hunted him down. The earth-shattering explosion. And his own surrender, born of overwhelming guilt and utter despair, leading to his imprisonment. Every painful memory was forcibly unearthed by the potion's power and laid bare before everyone. His pain was real. His despair was real. And his loyalty to James and Lily was also real. When Sirius, in that emotionless voice, mentioned Peter Pettigrew turning into a rat and posing as Ron's pet, Lupin suddenly staggered a step forward from among the professors, his face instantly turning ashen. Why didn't you tell us the truth from the beginning? Lupin demanded furiously. In Azkaban, before the trial, even after you escaped, if you had just given me a hint, that rat wouldn't have escaped again. His voice choked, and he could not continue. As a member of the Marauders, as a former friend, this belated truth cut him to the core. Sirius's eyes were still somewhat hollow under the lingering effects of veritaserum, but facing Lupin's questioning, a complex emotion mixed with pain and self-mockery flickered within them. He remained silent, his lips parting slightly, yet no sound emerged in the end. 12 years of imprisonment and despair had long crushed any thought of seeking help. He was already disgraced, and would believe a notorious traitor anyway. On the other side, Snape's face shifted from livid to ashen, then from ashen to a deathly gray. He stared at Sirius for a long moment, then abruptly turned and left the forest. Dumbledore slowly closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his blue eyes were filled with heavy sorrow. It seems we have made a terrible mistake. Perhaps more than one. Sagres walked toward Sirius, who had just shaken off the effects of the potion, his eyes weary yet burning with the fire of revenge. Now your greatest challenge is this: how do you plan to root out that rat hiding in the shadows? Lupin's voice was cold, stripped of his usual gentleness. He's been startled, and now he's certainly like a frightened bird. I even suspect he's already hidden himself in the Muggle world. That's right. Black's intrusion into the castle must have terrified him, Professor McGonagall said worriedly. Since he has already escaped, he won't easily show himself again. I have a slightly different view. Sagres's lips curved into a confident smile. Just as he once chose to lie low in the Weasley household, that was certainly not a coincidence. A wizarding family, with the head of the household working at the Ministry of Magic, would allow him to constantly obtain information, especially news about the movements of certain individuals. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone. After all, if he merely wanted to hide more deeply, the Muggle world would undoubtedly be the best choice. But what he wants is clearly more than that. He needs to feel the pulse of the magical world, to know immediately if there is any news of his master's return. He sensed danger and fled, but it is also very simple to draw him back. His gaze finally settled on Sirius. He needs a sense of security. He needs to confirm that the greatest threat has been eliminated. We must give him that sense of security. Give him a sense of security. Sirius murmured. Sagres nodded. Exactly. The method is quite simple. Then he began to explain his plan to everyone. Step 1. Have Black break into Hogwarts again in front of as many witnesses as possible. Create chaos, spread panic, and let everyone witness his madness and danger firsthand. Step 2. Have Black accept death in full view. A fierce battle, an irreversible outcome. Finally, a cold glint flashed in Sagres's gray eyes. Then release an official message, through the Daily Prophet, Sirius Black executed on the spot for resisting arrest. We must make the entire wizarding world, especially that rat hiding in some dark corner, believe without a shred of doubt that Black is dead. Gone. No longer able to expose him, no longer able to threaten him in the slightest. Sirius looked up, the flames of revenge in his eyes igniting as he understood Sagres's intention. When he believes he is completely safe, Sagres said calmly, when he thinks the last person in this world who knows he is alive, who knows his true identity, has disappeared, this rat's courage will return. He will lower his guard and most likely go back to Ron Weasley's side, continuing to play the role of a harmless pet. After all, he has stayed there for over 10 years, where he can obtain stable shelter and information without attracting extra attention. Just like before, a feigned death, Lupin also grasped Sagres's meaning. Sagres nodded, his gaze finally settling on Sirius. So, Black, are you ready to play the role of being captured and dying? To personally finish him off? Sirius struggled to straighten himself. His lips twisted into a ferocious smile. As long as I can tear that rat apart, even if it means truly walking toward death, I have no fear. Oh, * greater than over equal to less than over equal to, Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Chapter 221, Fugitive Sirius Black breaks into Hogwarts, killed on the spot by Professor. A few evenings later, the students were enjoying dinner in the brightly lit Great Hall of Hogwarts. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from the direction of the castle gates, and the heavy oak doors exploded into splinters, sending shards of wood flying. A gaunt figure in ragged prison robes, Sirius Black, staggered into the entrance hall like a ghost risen from hell. He wildly brandished his wand, letting out a hysterical roar. Come out. I know you're here. Screams of terror instantly swept through the great hall. Students panicked. Some dove under the tables, others shoved one another backward, and a few even drew their wands, eager to act. The professors reacted swiftly. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick almost simultaneously raised their wands, sharply scolding the students to maintain order and protect them. Black, stop it. Professor McGonagall's voice trembled with anger and tension, he was performing convincingly. But Black seemed not to hear. He fired red stupefy spells wildly into the Great Hall. The spells struck walls and long tables, sending sparks and debris flying. The scene descended into utter chaos. As he cast spells, he continued to howl, his voice filled with bone-deep hatred and despair, so realistic that even Professor Lupin, who was in on the plan, felt a stab of pain in his heart. Just then, Sagres appeared on the staircase at one end of the entrance hall. He steadily raised his wand, pointing it at Black's rampage. "Sirius Black, surrender." Sagres's voice, like a cold wave, clearly cut through the screams and spellfire. Black spun around abruptly, a twisted smile of madness and provocation on his face. "You, alone." Without the slightest hesitation, a blasting curse-carrying destructive power shot straight at Sagres. Students erupted in terrified screams, and even Professor McGonagall could not help widening her eyes. As the spell reached him, Sagres dodged with effortless precision, the deadly magic grazing his robe before striking the stone pillar behind him. Boom. With a deafening crash, the solid pillar exploded, sending fragments of stone raining down. At the same time, a dazzling, almost ostentatious burst of spell light erupted from the tip of Sagres's wand. Accompanied by a cold incantation, an irresistible force slammed into Black's chest. In an instant, Black's body was struck as though by an invisible giant hammer, hurled violently backward. He spat out a large spray of crimson blood that arced through the air before he crashed heavily into the hard stone wall in the distance with a dull thud. Then he slid to the ground like a rag doll, motionless. Crimson blood quickly spread beneath him, staining the cold floor. His gray eyes, once burning with the flame of revenge, now stared blankly at the soaring ceiling of the Great Hall, devoid of all life. A deathly silence enveloped the entire Hogwarts Great Hall. The screams and chaos abruptly ceased. Students stared wide-eyed, eager to move closer and see the notorious murderer lying in a pool of blood. Sagres slowly lowered his wand, as if he had merely crushed an insect. He stepped forward, crouched down, and placed 2 fingers on Black's neck. A moment later, he straightened and announced in a chilling voice. "Sirius is dead." Professor McGonagall's face was pale, her lips pressed tightly together as she concealed the turmoil within her. Moments later, Dumbledore arrived in haste, accompanied by the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Escorted by several Aurors, they quickly collected the body of Sirius Black. The Minister, initially stunned, soon revealed a trace of relief and an almost imperceptible smugness. "Excellent work, Professor Greengrass." "Absolutely excellent." Fudge hurried forward, his voice slightly distorted by excitement. "You have rid the wizarding world of a major threat. Killed on the spot, clean and decisive. The Dementors will be disappointed, ha ha ha." He had intended to clap Sagres on the shoulder, but at the latter's glance, he immediately changed the gesture, pointing instead at Black's body on the ground. Under Fudge's personal supervision, the Aurors carefully lifted Black's cold body with a levitation charm, covered it with a black shroud, and escorted it out of Hogwarts through the shattered main doors under the gaze of the entire staff and student body. They would take this trophy back to the Ministry of Magic for what they called final confirmation and archiving. The next day, the news spread like wildfire, far faster than anyone had imagined. The front page of the Daily Prophet declared in the largest, boldest font. Breaking news. Demon vanquished. Fugitive Sirius Black breaks into Hogwarts, killed on the spot by Professor. Minister Fudge personally confirms his death. Wizarding world returns to peace. The article vividly described how Black had launched a frenzied attack on the castle, how the professors had fought him bravely, and how, in the end, he had been completely annihilated by an astonishingly powerful spell. Minister Fudge even delivered an impassioned speech, lavishly praising Sagres's achievements and proclaiming it a major victory for the Ministry of Magic in maintaining order. The newspaper also included a blurry but striking photograph, Sagres standing in the entrance hall, with the shrouded stretcher being carried away in the background. Fudge also subtly inquired whether Sagres was interested in the Order of Merlin, but Sagres simply pretended not to understand. So Fudge went on to announce that all Dementors would be withdrawn immediately. This time, Sagres did give him a glance. Deep within Hogwarts Castle, in the dark, damp pipe system, a rat with a missing toe trembled, curled up behind a cold water pipe. Just a few days earlier, while the young wizards were enjoying their holiday in Hogsmeade, Peter Pettigrew had meticulously staged his death. He simply used some blood and pulled out a tuft of fur, creating the illusion that he had been brutally murdered. He had originally intended to frame Hermione Granger's cat, but to his surprise, Black actually broke into Gryffindor Tower that very night. At that moment, he was almost ecstatic, believing that even Merlin was on his side. He unhesitatingly abandoned his warm dormitory and stable source of food, and, in his animagus form, like a true rat, hid himself within the castle's complex pipe system. To be safe, he even slipped out of the castle for a time, hiding for 2 days in the damp piles of rotting leaves at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. A few days ago, Black's mad intrusion into the castle, followed by the terrifying magical fluctuations and the biting chill brought by the Dementors, had nearly frightened him to death. He lived in constant fear, daring to sneak out only in the dead of night, cautiously nibbling at whatever scraps of food he could find. During this time, every nerve was stretched taut, his ears constantly pricked, alert to any sound or movement. He feared Black's reckless madness, and even more, he feared the powerful Greengrass. However, when the latest daily prophet was discarded as bedding by a house elf in a kitchen corner and then blown by the wind to the entrance of an abandoned pipe, Scabbers keenly sensed the scent of freedom. Hunger and the long-accumulated lack of information finally overcame his lingering fear, compelling him to cautiously approach. Through the faint light filtering through the cracks in the pipe, he saw it. The enormous headline on the front page struck him like lightning. Sirius Black is dead. Scabbers' heart nearly burst from his chest, as much as a rat's heart could beat so violently. He greedily read the report word by word, especially the parts where Fudge personally confirmed the death and where the body was taken away by the Ministry of Magic. Ecstasy. Ha! A tremendous surge of joy, like a drowning man finally grasping a piece of driftwood, instantly flooded his tiny body. The nerves that had been stretched taut for months finally relaxed completely at that moment. That heavy sense of dread also vanished into thin air. Dead, he's really dead. Killed. His body was even taken by the Ministry of Magic. Ha 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 ha. His tiny eyes gleamed with unbelievable excitement, and in the dark pipe he revealed a cruel smile. The greatest threat is gone. No one will ever know my secret again. No one can identify me anymore. He spun around excitedly in place a few times, his small body trembling slightly with exhilaration. Oh, * greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 222, Undercurrents Surging. As Scabbers surveyed the magnificent castle once more, his eyes no longer held fear but gleamed with greed and calculation. Greengrass. I'm so grateful to him. The Dementors have withdrawn, and the Hogsmeade weekend is approaching. That foolish boy from the Weasley family will definitely go to Honeydukes. At that time, a lost but lucky pet being found won't attract too much attention. His small mind worked rapidly. Back to Ron's side, continue being Scabbers, a rat in the Ministry of Magic employee's home. What a perfect cover. I can also hear all kinds of news, waiting for my master to return. The immense joy of confirmed safety, combined with the desire for a stable source of food and intelligence, completely overwhelmed his remaining caution. He was already impatient to return to that warm dormitory, enjoy a double portion of bacon, and then fall asleep peacefully amid Ron's snoring. These days, he had been living in fear, eating and sleeping rough, which was truly a hardship compared to his comfortable life of more than a decade. After casting a final glance at the newspaper that had brought him such good news, Scabbers turned without hesitation, following a familiar route with light, even faintly smug steps, sneaking back in the direction of Gryffindor Tower. He would stay near the tower, find an excellent hiding place, and wait for the perfect moment to return. Time to go home. He thought, his broken-toed paw making a faint sound as it stepped on the cold stone, before disappearing into the dark depths of the pipe. Minister Fudge's pride had barely settled when a thunderclap of news came from the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The body of Sirius Black, meticulously guarded in a special morgue while awaiting final disposal, had vanished without a trace. The Auror on duty swore that no one had entered or left, and that none of the protective magic had been triggered. Yet the body, covered by a shroud, had seemingly evaporated into thin air, leaving only a cold stone slab behind. Fudge was enjoying afternoon tea when he heard the report. At that moment, the porcelain cup in his hand crashed to the floor and shattered, and hot tea splashed over his trousers. What? Missing. Fudge's face instantly turned from rosy to ashen, and large beads of sweat seeped from his temples. He hurriedly took off his hat, his plump fingers unconsciously twisting the brim of his bowler hat as countless terrifying thoughts flashed through his mind. Black isn't dead. Someone boldly stole the body. Or is there a traitor within the Ministry of Magic? No matter which it was, it meant that his great victory and the return to peace in the wizarding world, which he had been boasting about in the Daily Prophet, were about to become a colossal joke. His political prestige might even plummet because of it. After a brief moment of panic, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Fudge's eyes. His alchemical prosthetic limb slammed onto the table as he issued an order to the head of the Auror office who had come to report. Seal the news. Immediately. Right now. Keep this matter tightly under wraps. It must not be leaked. Especially Dumbledore and that Greengrass must not know a single word. He gasped for breath, pacing anxiously back and forth in his office like a trapped beast. Listen. He stopped and lowered his voice, his tone carrying undeniable authority. The official line to the public is this: Black's body has been completely incinerated by the Ministry of Magic, reduced to ashes. Not a single trace remains. Understand? This is top secret. As he spoke, he vigorously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and chin with a handkerchief, as though regaining control of the situation. All personnel who know about this, including you, Scrimgeour, are to sign confidentiality agreements immediately and go to the memory erasing room to forget this matter completely. He paused, and a cunning glint reappeared in his cloudy eyes. Also, inform Barnabas. On tomorrow's front page, I want overwhelming coverage of the arrest and imprisonment of that fraud, Gilderoy Lockhart. Describe his miserable state when he was arrested, crying, begging for mercy, soiling his robes. Write it vividly, with the biggest headline, Former Hero's Aura Shattered, Mask of Deceit Finally Torn Off. Furthermore. Fudge spoke rapidly, his thoughts unusually clear. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries just got a new head, didn't it? That person, yes, whatever her name is. Add that news as well, St. Mungo's welcomes innovation, senior healer takes over as head. Use this uplifting news to divert public attention from the black matter. Do it immediately. Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Aura office, maintained a dark expression throughout. His lips were pressed into a thin line, and after listening to the series of orders, he turned and left without a word. Fudge slumped heavily back into his large minister's chair, as if the strength had drained from his spine. He wiped away another bead of cold sweat, his eyes flickering. He had to keep the disappearance of Black's body an absolute secret, even if it meant telling an even bigger lie. The lazy afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting warm patches of light across the ward. Madame Pomfrey had just finished examining Harry and announced with satisfaction that he was recovering quite well. Good news had been frequent these days, and the most exhilarating of all was undoubtedly that Sirius Black had finally been captured, or, more precisely, killed. That traitor who had betrayed his parents and turned him into an orphan was finally dead, ended by Professor Greengrass himself. It was a pity he had not been able to witness that moment in person, Harry thought with some regret. Strangely, he had never truly seen this enemy who carried such a deep blood feud. His impression of Black came almost entirely from the frantic face on the wanted poster and the cold body covered in black cloth in the Daily Prophet a few days earlier. Oh, and the photograph of his parents that Hagrid had given him, but Sirius in that picture was completely different from the one on the wanted poster. Not being able to confirm that face with his own eyes, not being able to witness the end of that hatred, a sense of loss inexplicably lingered in Harry's heart. Several days had passed since the news of Black's death, and the initial surge of vengeful exhilaration had gradually subsided. Now, his most urgent desire was to leave the hospital bed and return to the vibrant life of the castle. Harry had no idea that the body in the newspaper photograph had already mysteriously disappeared, and that Minister Fudge was currently in a state of agitation over this oversight, busy weaving one lie after another to cover up the truth. Just then, the ward door burst open with a bang, and Ron rushed in excitedly, his face glowing with uncontrollable excitement as he waved a brand new copy of the Daily Prophet high in his hand. Harry! Harry! Look! Big news! Another big piece of news. Ron's voice rang out with excitement. Startled, Harry took the newspaper that still carried the scent of fresh ink. The bold headline on the front page immediately caught his eye. Former hero captured, Mask of Deceit finally torn off. This is... Harry did not react at once. Lockhart. Ron blurted out eagerly, grinning with undisguised schadenfreude. All his adventure stories were stolen from other people. He's a complete fraud. He was caught. How did the Ministry of Magic find out? A healer at St. Mungo's discovered it. Oh, her name is in the paper, Ron said, pointing at the newspaper and lowering his voice. She's the one who cured Neville's parents last time, and she's going to be the head of St. Mungo's. So that's it. Harry's mind quickly flashed through Lockhart's flamboyant speeches and those flashy but hollow lessons. Then he suddenly remembered something. By the way, where's Hermione? Classes, I guess. Ron shrugged. She's completely mad, won't rest for a second. But she said she'd come to see you after class. Harry nodded. Those dementors outside the school, have they all withdrawn? He asked again, since this was one of his greatest concerns. They cleared out ages ago. Ron confirmed cheerfully. The air feels much fresher. Harry's thoughts drifted to his Nimbus 2000, and his mood involuntarily sank. He hesitated for a moment, but still asked, Malfoy, he... Ah. Ron's expression became a little subtle. He's been, well, not very popular in Slytherin recently. He lowered his voice slightly. Ever since he saved you on the Quidditch pitch, the Slytherins seemed to think he violated house loyalty or something, and they haven't been very friendly to him. Harry fell silent for a moment, his mood complicated. But Malfoy clearly doesn't care at all, Ron shifted the topic, a hint of amusement in his tone. Not only that, he even took the opportunity to challenge several people who mocked him. To be honest, he really is a bit different from before, isn't he? Yeah, I think so too, but I need to work harder, Harry said with a smile, a glimmer of light in his eyes. Otherwise, his dueling points might surpass mine. By the way, have I told you? Ron suddenly remembered something, his face full of pride as he pulled something out of his pocket. Look. I also passed the advanced dueling assessment. He displayed the brand new badge in his palm, its intricate patterns glinting silver in the sunlight. The ward was immediately filled with the excited chatter and laughter of the two boys. The huge burden named Black that had long weighed on Harry's heart seemed to have finally been lifted completely, and he felt that even his breathing had become much easier. Oh, * greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 223, Grumpy Hermione. Hogwarts truly seemed to have returned to its usual tranquility. The Dementors had withdrawn, and the oppressive atmosphere around the castle had vanished. Students' conversations shifted from the terrifying shadow of Black to Lockhart's ignominious capture and the dueling competition. Hermione Granger was still one of the busiest students. She carried a thick stack of books, darting through the corridors like a gust of wind, rushing from one classroom to another, trying to seize every single second to study. Her schedule was packed with various classes, assignments, and library research, to the point that she even resorted to using a time turner. However, in the divination classroom, the atmosphere was completely different. Professor Trelawney's perpetually dim tower classroom was a nightmare for Hermione's logical mind. On this day, Professor Trelawney asked the students to peer into crystal balls and interpret the omens of the future. I have decided, a little earlier than planned, to reveal the mysteries of the crystal ball to you, Professor Trelawney said, sitting with her back to the flickering fireplace and surveying the class in a deliberately mysterious tone. The fates are whispering to me, and they tell me that this year's exams will touch upon the realm of this profound orb. I therefore hope to grant you ample opportunities for practice. Hermione let out a clearly audible snort, her lips turning down without the slightest attempt at concealment. Oh, please. She folded her arms, her voice not lowered in the slightest but ringing clearly through the smoky classroom. The fates told her. Who sets the exam questions? Isn't it her? What a convenient prophecy. Her tone was heavy with sarcasm. Harry and Ron quickly lowered their heads, their shoulders shaking despite themselves as they desperately swallowed the laughter rising in their throats. Hermione. Talking bad about a professor. In front of the professor. Professor Trelawney, whether feigning composure or genuinely not hearing, remained expressionless, as though Hermione's mockery were nothing more than smoke drifting through the classroom. Hermione frowned, staring at the murky orb before her. She saw nothing but her own blurred reflection and the distorted glow of the chandelier above. Oh, my dear, Professor Trelawney's ethereal voice floated down over Hermione's head, her tone sharpening slightly. Your mind is a blank, a very heavy mist shrouds your vision. She shook her head, the beads around her neck clinking softly as they swayed. This is most unusual. Mist usually symbolizes confusion or uncertainty in the future, but such complete blankness. Miss Granger, I must regretfully tell you that you appear to possess no gift of inner sight whatsoever. Your soul is far too fixated on cold facts, which obstructs your connection to divination. Hermione's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She could tolerate Professor Trelawney's rambling, ambiguous prophecies, and she could tolerate the veiled jabs about her lack of imagination, but the judgment of having a blank mind, especially in front of the entire class, was like a sharp thorn driven into her pride. The frustration and dissatisfaction that had been building over months in this class erupted at once. She sprang up from her cushion so abruptly that she nearly knocked over the small tea table beside her. The crystal ball wobbled dangerously in its tray. No talent. Hermione's voice rang out, sharp with anger. With all due respect, Professor, what I see is not mist or blankness. What I see is merely the refraction and scattering of light on the curved surface of a crystal ball. What I see is the Barnum effect in probability and psychology. What I see is baseless speculation and the overinterpretation of vague symbols. What I see is the complete lack of any verifiable foundation that could be called knowledge in this subject. The entire classroom fell silent. Every student stared at Hermione, forgetting even to breathe. Ron's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg, and Harry looked at her in equal shock. No one had ever dared to contradict Professor Trelawney so fiercely, let alone dismiss her sacred subject as utter nonsense. Professor Trelawney seemed to have been struck by an invisible spell, staggering back a step. She clutched her chest, her face draining of color, her magnified eyes staring incredulously at Hermione through thick lenses, filled with offended shock and fury. You dare. Why not? Hermione met her gaze without fear, speaking rapidly. Did your inner eye not foresee that I would say these words? Her words came like a barrage as Hermione pressed on. Isn't this a perfect opportunity for practice right now? Professor, please predict immediately whether I will continue to waste my precious time in this place, or whether I will leave at once. This is sacrilege. I refuse. Professor Trelawney's voice rose, shrill and trembling. So narrow-minded. So arrogant. You are blinded, completely blinded, by your pitiful, narrow mind. Get out, Miss Granger. Leave my classroom at once. That is exactly what I intend to do. Hermione did not back down. She swiftly gathered her books and quill, her movements sharp and resolute. I have no intention of wasting my precious time any longer on this meaningless nonsense. She clutched her books, her back straight, and without looking back, she left the divination classroom under Professor Trelawney's furious glare and the astonished stares of the entire class. Bright sunlight and fresh air greeted her in the corridor. Hermione took a deep breath, feeling the tightness in her chest gradually ease. Although her actions had been somewhat impulsive and might even lead to trouble, she felt no regret, only the exhilaration of breaking free from shackles. Rather than wasting time in smoke-filled rooms guessing at some ethereal future, it was better to be practical and learn the knowledge that could truly change reality and protect herself and her friends. Her time was precious and not to be squandered on empty charades. She walked with purposeful strides toward the library, leaving Professor Trelawney's muttered laments of inner eye blocked, pathetic. Far behind in the dim tower. As she descended the spiral staircase of the North Tower, Hermione encountered the caretaker, Filch, at a secluded corner of the corridor. He was hunched over, sulking beside a pile of wet, limp mops and rags stacked against the wall. His cat, Mrs. Norris, squatted nearby, her tail flicking impatiently. Blasted things. Filch snarled in his raspy voice, as if he wanted to kick the heap of cleaning tools, but ultimately thought better of it. Out of magic again. They used to last at least a week. He muttered incantations at the mops, but since he could not truly cast magic, the tools remained lifelessly slumped on the floor. Hermione had initially intended to walk straight past, but seeing Filch's exasperation and helplessness, her steps slowed to a halt. She recognized the faint traces of magic lingering on the cleaning tools. It was the animating charm Professor Lumina had once placed on them, and it was now wearing off. A flicker of sympathy rose in her chest. Mr. Filch, Hermione stepped closer, her voice still a little tight from the earlier argument, though she made an effort to remain polite. The magic on these tools has run out. They need to be recharged. She took out her wand and lightly tapped a magical node on one of the mops. A faint white glow flashed, and the mop immediately sprang to life, straightening itself and beginning to scrub the floor vigorously on its own. Filch stared at the scene in surprise, a complicated expression flickering through his cloudy eyes. Oh, right, that's it. He muttered. Hermione patiently flicked her wand again, restoring the rags as well. As the cleaning tools resumed their work automatically, the deep lines on Filch's face seemed to soften slightly. Just as Hermione was about to leave, Filch spoke hesitantly behind her, his voice far quieter than usual. Hermione Granger, do you know if Professor Lumina, will she be coming back? I mean, back to Hogwarts. There was a cautious note of hope in his tone as he looked at her. Hermione turned around. Seeing the faint light in Filch's eyes, she was reminded of the rumors surrounding the curse on the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. She shook her head gently and replied with quiet certainty, I don't know, Mr. Filch. But personally, I don't think Professor Lumina will be coming back. The light in Filch's eyes faded almost at once. He lowered his head, looking at the mops busily working at his feet, and murmured vaguely, oh. I suppose so. He said nothing more, his figure seeming even more hunched and desolate than before. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 224, An Unexpected Encounter in the Library. Hermione fell silent and continued toward the library, hugging her books to her chest. She pushed open the heavy library doors, and the familiar scent of parchment and old books inside allowed the tension in her nerves to ease slightly. Hermione walked straight to her usual seat by the window, only to unexpectedly find someone standing nearby. It was Professor Greengrass. He was taking a thick volume from a tall bookshelf, comparing it with another book in his hand. Hermione's steps faltered. Thinking of her performance in divination class just moments ago, and the commotion it might cause, her cheeks flushed faintly, a trace of unease rising in her chest. Sagres seemed to sense her presence. He turned his head, his calm gray eyes settling on her, as though they could see straight through people. He closed the book in his hand and spoke in a gentle, low voice. Miss Granger. Noctis mentioned that you seem to have finished your class in the North Tower a little early today. There was no reproach in his tone, only a quiet note of understanding. How did you know, Professor? Hermione asked, somewhat surprised. Sagres smiled. Noctis has been searching for something around the castle recently. Hermione nodded, wisely choosing not to pursue the topic. However, her face grew even redder, a hint of stubborn resolve surfacing as she explained a little too quickly, yes, Professor. I had some disagreements with Professor Trelawney. I believe divination lacks a reliable empirical basis and is a waste of time. As the argument replayed itself in her mind, her tone grew slightly agitated once more. Sagres listened quietly, showing no sign of surprise. He moved to an empty oak table nearby and gestured for Hermione to sit as well. Divination, Sagres said calmly, is a discipline that relies heavily on talent. It is like an elusive form of magical perception, not something that can necessarily be mastered through diligence alone. True seers, like Professor Trelawney's ancestors, are exceedingly rare. He looked at Hermione, his gaze open and sincere. For most people, myself included, spending large amounts of time interpreting tea leaf patterns, illusions in crystal balls, or the movements of the stars often yields far less than devoting that same effort to fields of knowledge that are logically structured and can be learned and mastered systematically. He gently tapped the thick magic tome in his hand. You don't believe in those prophecies either?" Hermione asked, a little surprised. She had assumed that a powerful wizard like Sagres might hold more reverence for mysterious forces. Sagres shook his head slightly, a faint smile touching the corner of his mouth. "I believe that fate has its own trajectory. But rather than relying on vague and elusive prophecies, I place greater faith in seizing the present and shaping the future through my own knowledge and power. Prophecies, if they exist, are often obscure and difficult to decipher, filled with misdirection. They can even become shackles that restrict action. Without that innate inner eye, fixating on divination can indeed be a waste of time." He met Hermione's gaze, his eyes filled with understanding and a gentle, almost paternal reassurance. "So leaving a course that frustrates you and offers no value in your eyes, Miss Granger, is not a sign of weakness or failure, but a wise decision. Hogwarts has many fields worthy of your passion and intellect." Sagres's words were like cool spring water, extinguishing the last traces of self-doubt and irritation in Hermione's heart caused by dropping the course. His views aligned perfectly with hers, further affirming her decision. "Thank you, Professor," Hermione said sincerely, the final nod in her heart completely dissolving. Sagres gave a slight nod. "Your time is very precious. Pursuing a meaningless 12 OWLS is pointless." As he spoke, he extended a hand, and a magic book so thick it could almost serve as a shield floated lightly down from a towering bookshelf, settling steadily into his palm. "I know you are widely read and have mastered many branches of magic," he said, shifting the topic as he handed the book to Hermione, "but compared to breadth, I also hope you will pay attention to depth. Without a deep understanding of the essence and principles of magic, it is very difficult to cross the threshold of creation." What he handed her was none other than the book every Hogwarts first year purchased upon entering the school, Magical Theory. "You mean, creating my own spells?" Hermione instinctively accepted the book, asking in disbelief. "I can do that too." "Why not?" Sagres replied as if it were self-evident. "As far as I know, Professor Snape created more than one spell when he was a student." "Professor Snape?" Hermione's voice rose in surprise. "Exactly," Sagres said calmly, nodding. Putting aside his temperament, Professor Snape is undeniably a genius in the fields of charms and potions. Hermione nodded reluctantly, then curiosity pushed her to ask, "What about you, Professor? When you were a student?" "Of course, I was the same," Sagres said frankly. "But openly calling myself a genius, doesn't that sound a bit immodest? You are inherently arrogant and conceited." A cold voice rang out without warning. Snape emerged silently from the shadows between the bookshelves, clutching an ancient tome bound in grim leather. At that moment, his expression was as dark as the book's cover, clearly having heard Sagres's earlier remark about putting aside his character. "Do you find something wrong with my character, Sagres?" he demanded, practically hissing the words through clenched teeth. "Not at all." Sagres turned around, a flawless smile on his face. Their voices had evidently carried in the otherwise silent library, for Madame Pants peered out from behind a distant bookshelf, her stern gaze sweeping over them several times in silent warning. Snape snorted coldly, flung his robes aside, and turned to leave. Only after the black-robed figure vanished behind layers of shelves did Sagres turn back to Hermione. Lowering his voice, he added earnestly, "What I meant was that Professor Snape doesn't really have a character at all, because I was, especially looked after by him quite often when I was a student." His tone was unusually teasing. Hermione could not help letting out a small snort of laughter, quickly covering her mouth with her hand as her shoulders shook slightly. After a while, Hermione finally stopped laughing and looked with curiosity at the thick, weighty book Sagres was holding. "Professor, what is that you're holding?" "A compendium on the application of transfiguration in ancient ritual magic." Sagres lowered his gaze to the book in his hand, his voice carrying a trace of barely perceptible regret. "Unfortunately, many of the core materials recorded within have long been lost, and I'm afraid suitable substitutes can no longer be found." His tone soon returned to normal. Hermione nodded in understanding, her eyes reflecting regret for the knowledge that had been lost to time. Sagres said nothing more. He gave Hermione a slight nod, then, holding the heavy ancient tome firmly in his hands, turned and walked deeper into the quiet, secluded maze of bookshelves in the library. He was still searching for any remaining clues that might relate to it. Oh, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 225, that's impossible. The second Hogsmeade weekend arrived quickly, and a cheerful bustle filled the castle. Students eagerly discussed Honeyduck's new sweets, the butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks, and the latest prank items from Zonko's joke shop. Although Harry's mood was not as heavy as last time, the familiar sense of loneliness crept back as he watched his friends stream toward the gates in groups. Unexpectedly, Ron and Hermione stayed behind as well. They walked over to Harry. Ron scratched his red hair and spoke in a deliberately casual tone. "Hey, Harry, actually, well, there's nothing that special about going. Percy was right about one thing, Hogsmeade's kind of a mess, and too much candy just gives you a toothache." Hermione nodded vigorously beside him, clutching several thick books to her chest as she tried to disguise her real intentions with studying. "Exactly. And I just happen to have a few essays to finish. The library is much quieter." Harry looked at their clumsy attempts at comfort, and a warm feeling surged in his chest, his eyes growing a little moist. He knew they had given up the trip to stay with him. The depth of their friendship moved him, but it also made him feel even more guilty. "Thank you," he said, his voice catching, "but you really don't have to do this. You should go and enjoy yourselves. I can go to Hagrid's, or—" "Don't be silly, Harry," Hermione cut in, her tone firm. "We're perfectly happy staying here." Just then, two identical heads wearing mischievous grins popped out from behind a corridor pillar. It was Fred and George Weasley. They sauntered over, deliberately imitating Percy's solemn air. "Oi, you poor prisoner," Fred laughed, clapping Harry on the shoulder. "And two loyal jailers," George added, bowing extravagantly to Ron and Hermione. "Why aren't you two going to Hogsmeade?" Ron asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, us. We just haven't set off yet," Fred replied mysteriously. "After all, we can leave whenever we want," George chimed in, with a hint of boastfulness. "No need to wait for Hogsmeade weekend. And no need for anyone's signed permission. We can leave whenever we like. Anytime, anywhere. As we please." "Then why are you two standing here now?" Ron frowned, clearly confused. "Oh, my dear brother," Fred said conspiratorially, "a truly brilliant prank sometimes requires a little, special tool." He and George exchanged a knowing look. George then pulled a square, seemingly blank piece of old parchment from his pocket. "Harry," Fred said solemnly as he handed the parchment to him, lowering his voice, after much deliberation. "We unanimously agreed that you might need it more than we do. So it's time to entrust it to you. Consider it an early Christmas surprise." Harry stared at the blank, heavily worn parchment in confusion. "What is this?" "An old piece of parchment." "It's not just an ordinary old piece of parchment," George said, shaking his head with a proud smile. "It's the secret to our repeated successes," Fred said, his eyes gleaming. "And the guiding light for our countless nocturnal wanderings," George added, with a hint of nostalgia and pride. "That doesn't sound reassuring," Hermione said warily, frowning. "Rest assured." "Ladies and gentlemen," the twins declared in unison, as if unveiling a priceless relic, the Weasley twins proudly present their exclusive treasure, the Marauder's Map. The Marauder's Map. The trio looked utterly baffled. "What's that?" "You'll find out soon," Fred said with a grin. "You or me, George?" "I'll do it, Fred," George said, nodding. "Watch closely, you three. You only get one chance, don't cry if you miss it." George took out his wand, tapped it against the parchment, and said, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." As the words left his mouth, invisible ink seemed to surge and spread across the parchment. Complex lines and tiny writing unfurled like a spider's web, rapidly covering the entire sheet. A detailed map of Hogwarts Castle and its secret passages appeared at once. Even more astonishingly, countless tiny ink footprints were moving across it, each labeled with a name. Snape stood motionless in the dungeons. Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris, patrolled the second-floor corridor. Dumbledore paced back and forth in the headmaster's office. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were struck dumb, eyes wide with shock. It's incredible," Hermione murmured, momentarily forgetting her earlier worries about danger. "A powerful magical artifact." Fred pointed at the map with pride. "See. These are all the secret passages in the castle. This one under the Whomping Willow, we don't know where it leads. This one behind the one-eyed witch statue goes straight to Honeyduck Cellar. And this one." He launched into an enthusiastic explanation of the secret routes known only to them. "Harry, precisely because we know you can't go to Hogsmeade, we think you're the most suitable owner for it right now. You've been hiding something this good from me." "I'm your own brother," Ron exclaimed in disbelief. Precisely because you're our dear brother, Ronnie Ekins, Fred said with a grin, slinging an arm around Ron's shoulders. That's why we can't let you go astray. After all, when it comes to pranks, the Weasley family is already well supplied with just the two of us, George added, winking. Ron pouted and said nothing. Harry, who had been staring at the map, suddenly pointed to a name on it and spoke with confusion. But this map doesn't seem as perfect as you're making it out to be. Look, Sirius Black is already dead, but his name is still on it. What? The others immediately crowded around, their eyes following Harry's finger. That's Professor Lupin's office. Hermione frowned deeply when she recognized the location. The map clearly showed that beside the name Remus Lupin, another ink dot was moving slowly. The name written beside it stabbed into their hearts like a needle. Sirius Black. The playful smiles vanished completely from Fred and George's faces, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Fred's voice was dry. The map has never been wrong, Harry. It never lies. That's impossible. Harry cried out. He's dead. The newspaper said so. His body was even taken away by the Ministry of Magic. Didn't you all see it? As his words fell, a chill shot from the soles of their feet straight to the tops of their heads, raising goosebumps all over. Hermione's face drained of color. She clapped a hand over her mouth to stop herself from screaming. Her thoughts raced. A feigned death. A conspiracy. Or, was the map wrong? But the names of Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Filch on the map were all clear and accurate. And yet Professor Greengrass had killed him in plain sight. Noctis has been looking for something in the castle recently. Professor Sagres's calm words suddenly exploded in her mind. Could it be, what he was looking for, was Sirius Black? Had he already known that Black was not dead? P.S. The Marauders' names appear on the map whether they are in animagus form or not. In the original novel, Lupin went to the Whomping Willow Passage because he saw the names of Sirius and Pettigrew on the map, even though both were in animagus form at the time. Additionally, using Polyjuice Potion or an invisibility cloak will still display your real name on the map. Oh, * greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 226, Ron's Breakdown. Where is Professor Greengrass now? Hermione forced herself to stay calm, but her voice trembled as she rapidly scanned the map. He's near the greenhouses. Ron pointed at the area marked as the herbology greenhouses, where an ink blot labeled Sagres Greengrass was moving. We need to find the professor, Hermione said at once, her voice sharp with fear. We have to tell him that Black is in the castle, in Professor Lupin's office, right now. Hermione's right, Ron immediately agreed. We need to tell an adult. Although Harry desperately wanted to rush over and confirm the truth for himself, the last shred of his sanity restrained him. Just as the five of them huddled together, anxiously confirming Sagres's location on the map, Hermione's peripheral vision caught a tiny moving ink blot. Not far above the corridor they were standing in, a name was clearly marked. Noctis. Wait. Noctis. Hermione suddenly looked up, following the direction indicated on the map to the tall, stone-carved archway of the corridor. The others instinctively followed her gaze. Perched in the shadows among the towering gargoyle statues lining one side of the corridor stood Professor Greengrass's raven. Its dark eyes stared down at them without blinking, fixed on the unfolded Marauders map in their hands. Merlin's smelly socks. Fred and George shrieked in unison, their faces instantly falling as if the world had ended. It's over. It's all over. It saw it. It definitely saw it. The map's going to be confiscated. Mischief managed. As the twins wailed, Noctis perched above tilted its head slightly, letting out a faint click, like some kind of signal. The next moment, just a few steps in front of the five of them, the air twisted and rippled soundlessly, like water. Then Sagres's figure materialized out of thin air, standing before them. He first glanced at the terrified Fred and George, who were desperately trying to hide the map behind their backs, before his gaze landed precisely on the Marauders map they had just hastily put away. Professor, Sirius Black is at Hogwarts, and he's in Professor Lupin's office right now, Hermione reported at once. To their surprise, Sagres showed no sign of shock upon hearing the news. Noctis quietly beat its wings and settled onto Sagres's shoulder, its black eyes still fixed on the group. Yes. It seems you've discovered something you shouldn't have, Sagres said calmly, extending his hand toward them. With long faces, Fred and George handed the parchment over into his outstretched palm. Sagres's slender fingers traced the worn edges and blank surface of the map, a faint glimmer passing through his calm gray eyes. He did not activate it immediately. Instead, he lifted his head and slowly surveyed the five nervous students standing before him. An exquisitely crafted magical item, he said in a low, even voice. One that peers into the privacy and whereabouts of others. His gaze lingered briefly on Fred and George. They lowered their heads, though their eyes were still filled with anxiety over the map's fate. Sagres's attention returned to the parchment in his hand. He did not recite the spell the way George had. Instead, he drew his wand and pointed it steadily at the parchment. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. After a few seconds, the parchment responded to the magic. Familiar inked lines, names, and moving footprints surfaced once more, as though the map had come alive. Sagres's deep gray eyes swept across it, quickly locking onto Professor Lupin's office. The ink blot labeled Sirius Black was still there, unmistakably clear. There was no surprise on his face, only a quiet sense of confirmation. There's no need to hide it any longer, Sagres said as he looked up, his gaze calm as it settled on the young witches and wizards. Follow me. Without further explanation, he turned and strode toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office. Noctis lifted silently from his shoulder and vanished into the depths of the corridor, flying off to notify the headmaster and the other professors. The 5 students exchanged confused looks, then hurried after Sagres, not daring to hesitate. When they reached Professor Lupin's office, the door was closed. Sagres knocked once, then pushed it open and stepped inside. The office was dim, filled with the faint scent of herbs and old books. Lupin glanced at the students behind Sagres with mild confusion, then turned his attention to the large black dog lying quietly by the fireplace. His eyes shifted slightly, as though he had already understood what was happening. Change back, Black, Sagres said to the large black dog. They all know. Before the horrified eyes of the young witches and wizards, the familiar black dog began to shift and distort, its form changing until it finally became the men who had broken into the Great Hall only days earlier. He still looked gaunt and worn, but the madness and despair that had once filled his eyes were gone, replaced by a complex mix of tension and anticipation. Black tensed instinctively, his gray eyes fixing on Harry's face, as though trying to draw strength from features so reminiscent of James. Harry, however, came to an abrupt halt, his breath catching in his throat. As he looked at this legendary traitor, unspeakable anger and pain churned in his chest. Sagres's words echoed in his mind. There was no need to keep hiding it. So, was there another truth concealed beneath everything? Black's voice was dry and hoarse as he once again recounted the long-buried truth. As his expression grew increasingly bitter, the young witches and wizards listened in silence, their faces shifting with shock, doubt, and sympathy, emotions intertwining in the dim light. Yet the strongest reaction did not come from Harry, but from Ron. You mean? Ron's voice seemed to be dragged up from deep in his throat. Scabbers, my Scabbers, is the murderer who killed Harry's parents. Only now did he seem to grasp what this accusation truly meant. That's right. Your pet rat, Scabbers, the one you've kept for so many years, is actually Peter Pettigrew. No. Ron recoiled as if burned, stumbling back. Impossible. Scabbers. Scabbers is just a rat, an ordinary rat. He couldn't be some animagus. Sagres looked at Ron, a trace of pity in his eyes. An ordinary rat does not live for more than 10 years, Mr. Weasley. And do you remember his front paw? Black added. Missing a finger. According to the reports, Peter Pettigrew was blasted apart by Black, leaving only one finger behind, Harry murmured as well. As silence fell over the room, the Weasley twins exchanged a glance, then asked cautiously, Ron, you didn't secretly give your rat a new name, did you? Like Peter Pettigrew. What? Ron looked up, his face filled with confusion and disbelief. Of course not. Why would I give him a name like that? His name is Scabbers. Ah. The twins hesitated, clearly wanting to say something but holding back. What exactly are you trying to say? Ron demanded, baffled and growing irritated. Peter Pettigrew has been with you since the day you started school, Fred said, his voice dropping. And up to now, he's been sleeping on your bed for nearly 2 years, George added with visible difficulty. We always thought. The rest of the sentence died in their throats. The last trace of color drained from Ron's face. He froze, his lips trembling, but no sound came out. You always knew? Ron asked hoarsely. And you never told me. Oh, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Chapter 227, Hello, Peter. Long time no see. So his death was nothing more than a carefully planned deception. The goal was simply to draw out the real traitor. Peter Pettigrew. Hermione asked, gesturing toward the gaunt Sirius Black standing by the fireplace. Exactly. Harry lifted his head as well, his gaze complicated as it rested on the haggard man whose eyes were filled with pain, hope, and an almost pleading humility. The shock was overwhelming, leaving Harry's thoughts in turmoil as countless emotions tangled together. Someone else had betrayed his parents, and this man, imprisoned for 12 years, had he been wronged all along? Just then, Headmaster Dumbledore and the other professors hurried into the office. Professor Snape swept his gaze over everyone present, pausing briefly on Black, his disgust nearly tangible. He asked bluntly, "What did you call us here for, Sagres?" "Quite simple," Sagres replied, raising the Marauder's map in his hand for all to see. "I found this." Remus Lupin and Black both raised their eyebrows the instant they saw the parchment, then exchanged a complex glance. They recognized the old object at once. Sagres spread the Marauder's map fully open before them. He tapped it lightly with his wand, and the map immediately came to life, revealing the full layout of Hogwarts and countless moving names. "This magical item can display the location and true name of everyone inside the castle," Sagres said calmly. "More importantly, it cannot be fooled by an ordinary disillusionment charm or by an animagus form." The professors all stepped closer, curiously examining the magical map in Sagres's hand. "You mean," Professor McGonagall said, her voice tight, "we can use this to find Peter Pettigrew?" "We've already found him," Sagres replied calmly. He extended his wand and pointed to a tiny ink dot moving slowly within the area marked as the Gryffindor Tower Common Room. Beside that dot, a name that made everyone's pupil's contract was written with cruel clarity. Peter Pettigrew. The air seemed to freeze. In the warm Gryffindor Tower Common Room, a fat grey rat was laboriously squeezing itself out from a narrow gap beneath a sofa. Or rather, Peter Pettigrew had just finished enjoying a meal of breadcrumbs stolen from the kitchens and was now letting out a satisfied little burp. Safe, finally safe. Peter's wretched heart thumped with triumph in his chest. Black was dead. Killed by the terrifying Greengrass himself. Hogwarts had returned to peace, and his days of fear and hiding were finally over. Just a few days of safety and stolen treats had already restored much of the fat he had lost, to the point that squeezing out from beneath the sofa moments earlier had taken considerable effort. When those brats come back from enjoying themselves in Hogsmeade, I'll pretend to be a lost and lucky recovered rat. Peter calculated, a cunning glint flashing in his beady eyes. Ron, that foolish boy, will be surprised and delighted. Give me double the treats. I'll keep being Scabbers, a pet rat in the home of a Ministry of Magic official. What a perfect cover. Waiting for my master to return. He shook the dust from his fur and, on what he believed were nimble little legs, prepared to scurry back to Ron's dormitory to find a comfortable corner to sleep. But just as he turned, the blood in his body seemed to freeze solid. His tiny rat eyes flew open in terror, so wide they seemed ready to burst. At the entrance to the common room, a crowd had silently filled the doorway at some point unknown to him. Like the arrival of his worst nightmare. Sagres stood at the very front, his deep, cold grey eyes fixed quietly upon him. Behind him were Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, Sprout, Remus Lupin. Every professor he had always avoided at all costs, along with Harry, Ron, Hermione, the Weasley twins, and the dead, Sirius Black. They all stared down at his wretched rat form in utter silence. Peter's heart hammered wildly, nearly bursting out of his tiny chest. Exposed. No. Impossible. He was just a rat. A perfectly ordinary rat. Forcing down the terror that almost made him lose control, he relied on instinct alone. His bloated body jerked into motion, and like a truly panicked rat, he let out a series of frantic squeaks. His 4 short legs scrambled desperately as he lunged toward Ron, his only lifeline in that moment. Squeak. Squeak. He screeched in the most pitiful sounds a rat could make, his beady eyes forcing out tears of terror as he threw himself at Ron's feet. But he did not get even a step closer. Sagres raised his wand and pointed it at him. An irresistible force seized Peter's fat rat body at once. No. The shrill cry that rang out was no longer a rat's squeal, but a human scream. Under the cold stares of everyone present, the grey-black rat's body began to twist violently, swelling and warping. Bones cracked with a nauseating, grinding sound, and fur vanished like a retreating tide. Within seconds, a short, pudgy man with thinning, greasy hair collapsed onto the warm common room carpet like a sack of mud. Peter Pettigrew. The man who had been dead for many years. He was no longer a rat. He had reverted to that despicable traitor once more. Peter lay sprawled on the floor, his flabby body trembling uncontrollably. Yet after the initial despair, like plunging into an icy abyss, his instinct for survival began to grow wildly, twisting through him like a poisonous vine. He still had a chance. If they could believe Sirius Black, then why couldn't they believe him? A crack had already opened in his mind for a lie. He had deceived these people for more than 10 years, there was no reason he couldn't deceive them again now. He was still hurriedly weaving his lies when someone spoke. "Hello, Peter. Long time no see." Remus Lupin was the first to speak, but there was no warmth or joy of reunion in his voice. Remus. Peter Pettigrew's voice came out thin and shrill, his eyes darting instinctively toward the door. "My friend, my old friend." "Yes, old friend," Remus Lupin replied, nodding slightly. We've heard a few things about you. Would you care to hear them? Remus, Peter said urgently, beads of sweat breaking out across his pale face. You won't believe him, will you? Remus, Sirius can't be trusted. He wants to kill me, Remus. No one is going to kill you until we clear a few things up, Remus said evenly. He will. He has dark magic we can't even imagine. Peter shrieked. Otherwise, how could he have escaped Azkaban? I bet the one whose name must not be spoken taught him a few tricks. Ha ha ha. Black laughed, but there was no humor in it at all. Lord Voldemort taught me a few tricks. Peter flinched at the name. What? Afraid to hear your old master's name? Black sneered. Understandable, Peter. His followers aren't very fond of you, are they? If they knew you were still alive, well, you know what would happen. Oh, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 228, let's kill him. I don't know what you're talking about. Peter shook his head frantically, then looked toward the people surrounding him. You wouldn't believe this madness, would you? He pleaded. If the Dark Lord's followers were really hunting me, wouldn't it be because I sent one of his most capable subordinates to Azkaban? Sirius is the Dark Lord's most loyal lackey. He's from the House of Black, a pure-blood dark family without question. Just look at his family. Black's face twisted violently. How dare you say that, he roared. Me, Lord Voldemort's lackey. When have I ever groveled before someone stronger than myself? If anything, that was always you. You were the one who clung to powerful friends for protection. At school, it was James, Remus, and me. Later, it became Lord Voldemort. Believe me, Harry, Black said hoarsely, turning to him. Believe me. I never betrayed James and Lily. I would rather have died than betray them. Harry's throat tightened, leaving him unable to speak. He could only nod. He did believe him. Otherwise, why would anyone willingly live as a rat for more than 10 years? The moment Peter saw Harry nod, his small eyes instantly filled with tears. Mucus and tears streamed down his face as he crawled toward Harry on all fours, his voice shrill and hoarse, overflowing with false remorse. Harry. For James and Lily's sake. Harry, my dear boy. I was forced. The Dark Lord, he was too powerful. He threatened me. I had no choice. I always wanted to protect you. I've been protecting you in secret all this time. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. He lunged forward, trying to grab hold of Harry's trouser leg. Harry stepped back abruptly. His emerald eyes were utterly devoid of warmth, filled only with cold disgust and an indescribable revulsion. He looked at the tear-streaked, obsequious face before him and could not comprehend how his parents had been betrayed by someone like this. Seeing that Harry was unmoved, Peter immediately changed targets. He crawled on all fours toward Remus Lupin, his voice even more pitiful. Remus. My old friend. My brother. I was wrong. I truly was. It was the Dark Lord, it was him. He forced me. He threatened to kill me. You know how mad he is. Remus, do you remember? We were, the Marauders, we were brothers. Spare me. Please, spare my miserable life. He slammed his forehead against the floor again and again. Remus Lupin closed his eyes. His face had gone deathly pale, his body trembling faintly as though he were forcing down a violent surge of emotion. Brother. Hearing that word from Peter's mouth only filled Remus with overwhelming nausea. Peter then turned desperately toward Ron. Ron. Good boy. Kind boy. I'm your Scabbers. I've been with you for so many years. For the sake of the happiness I brought you. Please, speak for me. Tell them I didn't mean it. I'm just a poor rat. He tried to cling to their past bond in a final, frantic attempt. Ron's face twisted with rage and disgust. His lips quivered as if he wanted to speak, but in the end he simply turned his head sharply away. The thought that he had slept in the same bed for so long with the traitor who had murdered Harry's parents made his stomach churn. Peter then lunged toward Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall. Strict but fair. I know I was wrong. I'm willing to confess. I'm even willing to go to Azkaban. Please. Don't kill me. Give me a chance to reform. I'll do anything. He wailed, his voice shrill and grating. Professor McGonagall recoiled half a step in disgust, as if avoiding something profoundly filthy, her lips pressed into a hard, uncompromising line. Peter immediately turned to Dumbledore. Ah, great Headmaster Dumbledore. You are so gentle, so kind. You are the most tolerant headmaster in history. Save me, please. If you just say the word, spare my life, they'll all agree. Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore's blue eyes were filled with deep sorrow and a knowing compassion, but he pressed his lips together and remained silent. At last, Peter's gaze fell on Professor Snape, as though clutching at his final straw. Severus. Professor Snape. We both once served the Dark Lord. For old time's sake. Help me. Please speak to the headmaster. Don't let them kill me. We're on the same side. Professor Snape's face instantly froze over, his cold black eyes blazing with utter disgust and contempt, as though he were staring at the most repulsive creature imaginable. His thin lips moved, his voice low and hoarse. Stop your disgusting performance, Peter. Or try begging someone else. Someone else. Peter froze for a heartbeat, then turned desperately toward Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick, his voice breaking with sobs. Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, save me. I'm your student. Even if my grades weren't very good, I was always honest, always pitiful, wasn't I? Professor Flitwick turned his head away, and Professor Sprout let out a quiet sigh, saying nothing. Oh, no, Peter dropped to his knees before the twins. You too, for the sake of all the years we lived together, please have mercy. Fred and George both turned their faces away. Peter then shuffled on his knees and stopped in front of Hermione, clutching desperately at her robes. Kind girl, clever girl, you won't let them kill me, will you? You'll stop them, won't you? You're so smart, you. Hermione tore her robes free from his grasp and stepped back, fear flickering across her face. Peter's gaze finally shifted to Sagres and Black, lingering at last on Sagres. Powerful wizard, he pleaded, you possess unmatched strength. Save me. I'm willing to serve you for the rest of my life. If you say the word, they'll all let me go. No one would dare oppose you. Please, say you'll spare me. Sagres looked at him calmly, saying nothing. Why don't you beg me, Peter? Black said coldly. Afraid I might forgive you. Oh, serious, Peter crawled forward on his knees, his voice dripping with false humility, hands clasped to his chest as if in prayer. My friend, there's clearly been some misunderstanding between us, but that's all right. You'll forgive me, won't you? I'm your most loyal friend. You wouldn't just stand by and watch me die, would you? Black kicked him away. Peter recoiled with a whimper. Don't touch me, Black said icily. My robes are filthy enough already. Peter was utterly desperate. He collapsed onto the carpet like a formless heap of mud, his bloated body heaving violently with sobs and terror. He looked around and found only coldness, disgust, and contempt on every face, not a shred of sympathy or hesitation. He knew then that his flattery and groveling performance had failed completely. A deathly silence settled over the common room, broken only by Peter's ragged, desperate gasps and whimpers. In that suffocating quiet, Sirius Black stepped forward. His voice was unnervingly calm, yet carried an iron resolve that rang clearly in everyone's ears. Let's kill him. To everyone's surprise, the one who answered was the usually gentle Remus Lupin. He opened his eyes slowly. The gaze that had always held weariness and kindness now glinted with cold resolve. Meeting Black's eyes, he spoke without the slightest hesitation, a single, curt word. Good. Oh, * greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Chapter 229, Dumbledore's Demands. He, Sirius Black's wand was already raised, and Lupin's hand rested on his own. Peter Pettigrew lay slumped on the ground, desperate whimpers stuck in his throat, leaving only heavy, terrified gasps. Wait. A firm voice rang out, abruptly breaking the suffocating silence. Everyone looked up in astonishment. It was Harry. His expression was complicated, but he stood resolutely in front of Black and Lupin, facing the fury in their eyes. Harry. Black's wand paused. He stared at Harry in disbelief, his eyes filled with confusion and pain. He betrayed James and Lily. He caused us to. I know. Harry raised his voice, cutting him off. I know he deserves to die. His death wouldn't be enough. I hate him more than anyone. But. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His gaze swept over every professor present before finally settling on Sirius. But we can't just kill him like this. Sirius. He spoke the name with a trace of awkwardness. If you kill him now, you'll be a fugitive forever. People will only remember Sirius Black as a traitor and a murderer. No one will ever know the truth. Black's body trembled violently. Harry went on, every word striking home. We have to hand him over to the Ministry of Magic. We have to let everyone know the truth. Only then can you regain your freedom. Only then can you live with dignity, instead of carrying the stigma of a fugitive for the rest of your life. The common room fell silent, with only Peter's terrified sobs faintly echoing from the corner. Lupin took a deep breath, the tension in his body slowly easing. There was relief in his gaze as he looked at Harry, along with approval and even a quiet sense of pride for his best friend's son. He lowered his wand. Harry. Black's voice was hoarse. He took a step forward, as if he wanted to embrace him, but then stopped. Standing there, he looked at Harry for a long moment before lowering his head. You have more courage than any of us. Harry. It's just that I don't deserve it, and Peter doesn't either. Peter, who had been slumped on the ground, had already closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death. Now, as if clutching at a final piece of driftwood, an astonishing will to live suddenly burst out of him. He scrambled on all fours to Harry's feet, tears and snot streaming down his face, his voice shrill and piercing. Harry. Kind Harry. You're right. You can't kill me. I can testify. I can tell the whole world. Tell the Ministry of Magic. Black is innocent. Of course, I was forced to. I'm willing to repent. I'm willing to go to Azkaban for 100 years. 1,000 years. He babbled incoherently. Then, as if a brilliant idea had suddenly occurred to him, a sickly gleam flashed in his beady eyes. Or I'll never turn back into human form. I'll just be a rat, a truly harmless mouse. For life. I'll be Ron's best pet. No. Everyone's good pet. I'll be very well behaved, very obedient. I'll never do anything bad again. Please, let me be a rat. I promise I'll be a good rat. His fawning display was more nauseating than anything he had done before, filling everyone present with a deep sense of revulsion. If you do better as a rat than as a human, that's really nothing to be proud of, Peter, Black said scornfully. Peter froze instantly, as if struck by an invisible hand. Justice will prevail. Dumbledore's gentle voice broke the silence. He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on Black. This is not only for Sirius, but also for everyone who has been deceived and harmed by Peter Pettigrew's lies. As for you, Harry, Dumbledore continued softly, you have shown courage and wisdom that rise above hatred. That is no easy thing. He turned to the others. Now, please assist in escorting Peter to a secure location. I will write to Minister Cornelius Fudge at once and inform him of everything. Severus, please prepare some Veritaserum. I believe Minister Fudge will require irrefutable evidence. Dumbledore then looked at Sagres. Sagres, please help keep a close watch on Peter and ensure he cannot make any further moves. The professors moved into action immediately. Dumbledore returned to his office and took out a piece of parchment and a quill. He walked to the small table by the fireplace and began to write swiftly. Dear Cornelius. Regarding the case of Sirius Black, an extremely significant turning point has occurred. We have obtained irrefutable evidence proving that the true culprit who betrayed the Potters and caused the explosion that killed several Muggles was not Black, but Peter Pettigrew. Pettigrew concealed himself for many years in his animagus form and has now been exposed and apprehended on the grounds of Hogwarts. Bang. Fudge slammed Dumbledore's letter onto his desk, his corpulent body trembling violently with rage. Absolutely outrageous. His face shifted from red to white, then from white to green, and finally to a dark, purplish black. He suddenly leapt to his feet, pacing wildly around the office like an enraged rhinoceros. He waved the letter, spittle flying as he roared, Black isn't dead. Peter is the traitor. Then what about the newspapers I published? What about the assurances I gave the public? A colossal joke. Dumbledore, what do you take me for, a fool? A puppet to be played with at will. He snatched up a copy of the Daily Prophet from his desk, stared at the photograph of himself on the front page, proudly waving, and felt the blood rush to his head. With a furious motion, he crumpled the newspaper into a ball and hurled it at the wall. He had only just gone to great lengths to cover up the scandal of Black's body disappearing with the lie that the remains had been cremated, and had even used the Daily Prophet to trumpet Sagres's achievements and his own wise leadership. Now Dumbledore had sent a letter demanding that he overturn everything. Not only would he have to admit that Black was alive, he would also have to acknowledge that the Ministry of Magic had made a colossal mistake all those years ago, wrongly arresting a hero while letting the real culprit escape. Worse still, he would have to convict Peter Pettigrew, who had already sacrificed himself and even received the Order of Merlin, First Class, for it. The Order of Merlin, First Class, awarded to a traitor. This is the biggest scandal in the history of the Ministry of Magic. My political career. Fudge grabbed a silver inkwell from his desk and hurled it at the wall, black ink splattering everywhere. Fuck. What a disgrace, what a disgrace. To exonerate a criminal who spent 12 years in Azkaban, and to condemn a hero who received the Order of Merlin, First Class. Oh Merlin, why do I always end up dealing with things like this? He roared and cursed, hurling every breakable object in his office. He hated Dumbledore for withholding information and keeping him in the dark. He hated Sagres for his fake death plan, which had placed him in such a passive position. He hated Sirius Black for not actually dying. And he hated Peter Pettigrew even more, for hiding like a rat. But as the initial fury ebbed away like a retreating tide, and he looked at the wreckage scattered across the floor, Fudge deflated like a punctured balloon and slumped back into his large minister's chair. He covered his face with his hands, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Dumbledore's letter was not a request, but a notice, an unavoidable demand. The professors of Hogwarts were all witnesses. With irrefutable evidence in hand, he had no choice. If he attempted to delay or suppress the matter, the consequences would only grow worse. Once Dumbledore revealed the truth directly to the public, Fudge would be nailed to the pillar of shame, and his position as minister would likely be truly finished. Admitting his mistakes, humiliating as it was, would at least keep the situation within the bounds of internal correction. Rufus. Fudge suddenly slammed his hand down on the intercom, roaring hoarsely. Get Dolores Umbridge to see me immediately. Now. And bring the most elite escort team to Hogwarts. After cutting off the intercom, Fudge slumped back in his chair, staring blankly at the ornate chandelier on the ceiling, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He needed time to think about how to deal with the impending public outcry, how to minimize the damage. Perhaps he could push all the responsibility onto errors in the investigation at the time, then emphasize the Ministry of Magic's courage in admitting its mistakes and setting things right. He rubbed his temples irritably. The immediate priority was to comply with Dumbledore's demands. He picked up his quill and, with trembling hands, began to draft a new announcement. He had to get ahead of Dumbledore, or at least move in step with him, to control the flow of information. After being toyed with so thoroughly by the people at Hogwarts lately, his political instincts had almost been honed to perfection. His previous maneuvers had never been this smooth. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 230, Pursuing a Form of Eternity. Cold stone walls cast distorted shadows under the flickering torchlight. Deep within Hogwarts Castle, an abandoned classroom had been temporarily repurposed as a cell. Pettigrew lay slumped in a cold corner like a heap of mud. Specially crafted restraining shackles locked his wrists and ankles, a faint blue glow flickering weakly in the gloom. His eyes were empty, his body trembling uncontrollably, like a mangy dog with its spine broken. With a creak, the door opened. Sagres stepped silently into the cell, his gray eyes seeming bottomless in the firelight. He looked at Peter as though he were nothing more than a stone. Peter's bloated body instinctively shrank back, trying to press itself into the cold stone wall. Why you? What do you want to do? His voice was shrill, thick with a sobbing tone. You can't, the Ministry of Magic still has to put me on trial, the Dementor. The Ministry of Magic's trial and the Dementor's kiss are indeed the ending you deserve, Peter. Sagres's voice was calm, as though he were stating a simple fact. But Fudge is incompetent, and Azkaban is not foolproof. A wizard driven to desperation, especially a rat like you who excels at hiding, might find some tiny crack in the chaos and slip away. Who can say? He looked at Pettigrew, his steady gaze carrying an icy scrutiny. Even if the possibility is small, I will never tolerate its existence. Peter's beady eyes flew wide open, a sudden sense of impending doom flooding his mind. No, you can't. Dumbledore won't allow it, won't allow you to kill me. Kill you? Sagres shook his head slightly, contempt clear in his eyes. No. Of course I won't kill you. He slowly raised his right hand, the tip of his wand steadily aimed at Peter's forehead. An invisible force instantly bound Peter, leaving him unable to move even a finger. Just to be absolutely certain, you need to lose some unnecessary capital. Peter screamed in terror. Stop. What are you going to do? You can't do this. I deserve a trial. This is the trial. Ah. Screams instantly filled the cramped space. Peter convulsed violently, like a shrimp thrown into boiling water, his plump face twisting grotesquely under the agony. It was not the pain of flesh and blood, but the stripping away of his very essence. Something flowing within his blood and soul was being forcibly extracted by an unknown power. The sensation was even worse than the Cruciatus Curse. At that moment, his innate magic surged uncontrollably toward Sagres's wand, like a dam bursting apart. The entire process lasted less than a minute, yet for Peter it felt like a century of torment in hell. When it ended, Peter's eyes were left utterly vacant, as though not only his magic had been drained away, but also every trace of cunning and vitality. He collapsed completely to the floor, his chest rising and falling weakly as faint, meaningless groans escaped his throat. The sea of magic that had once filled his body was now nothing more than a shallow puddle of stagnant water, too feeble to even cast a lumos. You're very lucky, Sagres said, looking down at him without the slightest trace of pity in his eyes. That I even left you a trace at all. Despite that, Pettigrew's current state was little better than that of a squib. He did retain a faint remnant of magic, but that, paradoxically, felt more like a cruel reminder than mercy. Now you can wait in peace for the Dementor's kiss. They should greatly enjoy the new emptiness and despair in your soul. Sagres did not spare him another glance. He turned and left. The heavy oak door closed silently behind him and locked, leaving only darkness and weakness with the lump of mud on the floor. After absorbing 90% of Peter's magic, Sagres could clearly feel the torrent of magic within him finally breaking through a certain critical threshold. Deep night. All was silent. Hogwarts Castle lay asleep. Sagres stood alone atop the open astronomy tower, gazing up at the vast, boundless starry sky. The magic within him had reached its peak, a strange sense of fullness and expansion flooding his body. After many years, his long-dormant talent had finally reawakened. And this time, Sagres's goal was bold, almost arrogant, to raise the dead. Why not? He closed his eyes, letting his mind sink into the deepest recesses of his consciousness. Vast magic surged like a raging river and, under the guidance of his will, frantically attempted to weave and construct an ultimate spell capable of reversing life and death and reshaping the soul. Countless profound magical circuits rapidly took shape, merged, collapsed, and reassembled within his spiritual world. He tried to comprehend the essence of life's dissipation, to trace the path of the soul's return to nothingness, to find the legendary fragile thread that linked the two realms of life and death. Yet the outcome was like a stone cast into a deep pool, stirring only a ripple of despair. He failed. No matter how he tried, no matter how he attempted to complete the spell, it always broke apart at the final moment, just before reaching completion. Somewhere beyond sight, an invisible barrier seemed to exist, coldly rejecting any attempt to violate the iron law of life and death. As expected, it won't work. Sagres slowly opened his eyes. In their deep gray depths there was little disappointment, only a calm, anticipated understanding. The boundary between life and death was the most eternal of laws. Powerful as his talent was, it clearly could not truly shake such a fundamental cornerstone. The objective had to change. If he could not reverse death, then he would pursue another form of eternity, absolute control over form. This time, what took shape in his mind was no longer a spell to reverse life and death, but laws concerning form, essence, change, and constancy. He recalled the principles of transfiguration while integrating his own understanding of magic. Magic surged again, but this time it did not crash violently against a barrier. Instead, like an exquisitely precise weaver, it began to craft an entirely different kind of spell. Gray-white representing matter, emerald green representing life, azure blue representing energy, pale gold representing time, and silvery white representing space. 5 colored threads spun, intertwined, and connected. A spell designed to permanently engrave the effects of transfiguration onto a target's fundamental existence slowly took shape in the depths of his consciousness. After an unknown length of time, a completely new magic gradually imprinted itself upon his soul. Sagres let out a long breath, a hint of fatigue mixed with the deep satisfaction of having mastered a new power. Permanent transfiguration, or perhaps, cursed transmutation, was born. He opened his palm, and a galleon floated above it. Transfigure. A soft light enveloped the galleon. When the light faded, the golden coin was gone. In its place stood a crystal rose, vivid and lifelike. The petals were crystal clear, reflecting prismatic light in the faint morning glow. The veins of the leaves were sharply defined, and even the fine fuzz along the stem was rendered in perfect detail. It was no longer metal, nor an illusion, but a true creation whose very mode of existence had been permanently altered, an eternal work of art solidified by magic. Sagres extended a finger and gently touched the cold, solid crystal rose. A pure smile curved his lips. This spell could not resurrect the dead, but it could bestow another kind of eternity. An eternity that, under certain circumstances, might be far more despairing than death itself. It required no continuous magical upkeep from the caster, nor could it be undone or reverted. Even if Sagres himself were to die, this rose would remain a rose forever. Others might be able to temporarily transfigure it back into a galleon using ordinary transfiguration, but once that magic faded, or once the caster died, it would inevitably return to its eternally fixed crystal rose form. He had broken the iron law of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Oh, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 231, A Historic Error. A few days later, the Daily Prophet published a series of even more explosive front-page headlines. Front page, Day 1 Shocking Reversal. Peter Pettigrew captured, true traitor who betrayed the Potters brought to justice. Subheadline, Ministry of Magic confirms, Sirius Black wrongfully imprisoned for 12 years, retrial process initiated immediately. Former hero Peter exposed as Lord Voldemort's minion. Front page, Day 2 Order of Merlin, First Class revoked. Peter Pettigrew's honor deemed a historic error. Subheadline, Joint statement from the Ministry of Magic and the Order of Merlin, Peter's fraudulent actions tainted the highest honor, medal recalled immediately, permanent expulsion announced. Front page, Day 3, Ministry of Magic issues apology. Minister Fudge promises thorough review of Sirius Black's case, judicial fairness a top priority. Subheadline, Cornelius Fudge, I offer my deepest apologies for the immense suffering inflicted upon Mr. Black. He will be fully compensated, and we will ensure that such tragedies never occur again. Each issue was like a massive stone hurled into a placid lake, stirring an unprecedented storm throughout the wizarding world. Shock, outrage, uproar, doubts about the Ministry of Magic, and sympathy for Sirius Black swept through every corner of society. And the name, Peter Pettigrew, became completely synonymous with betrayal, cowardice, and disgrace. The golden light of the setting sun bathed the ancient tower, casting a warm glow over the cold stone bricks. Harry and Sirius Black stood side by side on the covered bridge, gazing out at the forbidden forest, dyed in crimson and gold, and the distant lake. Black had changed into clothes that, though ill-fitting, were clean and tidy. His grey eyes shone with renewed vitality, reflecting the light of the setting sun. It feels strange. Black's voice was still a little hoarse, but his tone was more relaxed than it had ever been, even carrying a faint smile. To be able to watch people pass by openly, without having to hide any more, without fearing the fear and hatred in their eyes. Harry nodded, a smile forming on his lips as well. It's a good kind of strange. He paused, then said softly, Welcome back, Sirius. Black's body visibly trembled. He turned to look at Harry, and a thin sheen of moisture immediately welled in his eyes. Thank you, Harry. Black's voice caught. Thank you for stopping me back then. You were right. Being alive, living freely, is more important than killing that rat. He gazed into the distance and let out a long breath, as though expelling all the stale air that had been trapped in his chest for 12 years. What do you plan to do next? Harry asked. The Ministry of Magic's procedures will take some time. Formal exoneration, the return of my property, a whole pile of troublesome matters. Black shrugged, his tone carrying a boyish nonchalance. But that fellow Fudge is probably desperate to get rid of me, this a jinx, to placate public opinion. Once everything settles down. He looked at Harry, his grey eyes glinting with warm light. I want to properly clean up that gloomy old house at number 12, Grimmauld Place, and bring some life back into it. You might not know this, Harry, but I'm your godfather, and perhaps I should prepare a room for you. Of course, that's only if you're willing. Harry's heart was flooded with a surge of warmth. He nodded vigorously without a moment's hesitation, his smile brighter than the setting sun itself. I'm willing. Very willing. Black smiled as well, a genuine, wholehearted smile, one stripped of every burden. He looked once more at the red sun sinking toward the horizon, his voice deep and filled with strength. Yes, living in the sunlight, it feels absolutely bloody amazing. When Peter Pettigrew was escorted out of Hogwarts by orders from the Ministry of Magic, he was little more than a breathing corpse. At first, the pitiful remnant of magic within him was not even enough to keep him standing. He had to be dragged along like a sack of rotting potatoes. The small eyes that had once flickered with cunning and terror now held only utter desolation and emptiness. Even the bone-chilling presence of the Dementors drew no more than a faint twitch from him. At the trial, Minister Fudge spoke at length, announcing that Peter would be imprisoned in the deepest level of Azkaban, where he would await the final judgment of the Dementor's kiss. The courtroom seethed with fury, curses nearly drowning out his words. Yet Peter listened in a daze. He felt no anger, no fear, only a profound emptiness. Sagres had not only drained his magic, but also the last trace of vitality he possessed as a person, even as a wizard. He was refuse, waiting to be discarded. The trial would last several days, and each day he would be forced to drink Veritaserum, answering the same questions again and again before the court. The Ministry of Magic's cold, oppressive temporary holding cell became, for Peter Pettigrew, a brief respite. The bone-deep chill brought by the Dementors was terrifying, but at least he no longer had to face those hateful stares, nor worry about someone draining what little magic he had left. He curled up in a corner, greedily breathing in the thin but unrestrained air, praying for the trial to arrive quickly, for the Dementor's kiss to end it all. That hollow kiss seemed preferable to the living hell of fear he was enduring now. However, fate appeared to believe that the punishment of this traitor was still not complete. Late at night, when the Auror on duty briefly left his post due to an accidental disturbance, a dark shadow, like molten asphalt, silently slid into the holding cell. The shadow found Peter with uncanny precision. Just as he was about to scream, a large hand covered in thick calluses and carrying a faint scent of blood clamped tightly over his mouth. Quiet, you filthy rat. A vicious voice whispered close to Peter's ear, laced with undisguised disgust and menace. Peter's eyes flew wide in terror. By the faint light seeping in from the corridor, he clearly saw the intruder's face, lean, severe, and eerily numb. Walton McNair. the chief executioner of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures under the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, infamous for his cold efficiency in dealing with dangerous beings. More importantly, Peter clearly remembered that this man had once been a follower of Lord Voldemort, one of the Death Eaters. McNair produced a large axe and brought it down with precise force on the shackles and chain around Peter's ankle. Sparks flew as the specially crafted restraints were brutally severed. At the same time, his other powerful hand clamped onto Peter's nape like an iron vice. "Come with me, Wormtail." The rough, hoarse voice sounded in Peter's ear, carrying the reek of a slaughterhouse. Dragged along by that overwhelming force, Peter scraped across the floor like a torn sack, the sharp pain drawing faint, pitiful whimpers from his throat. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 232, Consequences. Walton McNair clearly had a plan. He skillfully avoided all surveillance spells and patrol routes, using his familiarity with the Ministry of Magic's labyrinthine layout to weave through its corridors. In the end, he dragged Peter into a storeroom that reeked of disinfectant and animal entrails. This was the back end of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, stacked with discarded cages and processing tools, one of the most neglected corners of the Ministry of Magic. He grabbed a long string of animal entrails, then roughly slung Peter over his shoulder like an animal bound for slaughter, before leaving the Ministry of Magic through the fireplace. No sooner had McNair departed than he operated straight back to his secret hideout. Bang! Peter was hurled violently onto the cold concrete floor, stars bursting in his vision from the impact. It was a stone chamber steeped in the stench of blood. The walls were lined with grotesquely shaped knives, hooks, and chains, and the air was thick with despair. This was McNair's private workroom, a place that would make even the most vicious magical creatures shudder. McNair lit his wand, its pale glow illuminating his grim face. He looked down at the trembling Peter on the floor, his gaze that of a man appraising livestock. "Pettigrew," McNair said coldly. "Or should I call you the valiant recipient of the Order of Merlin?" A mocking smile twisted his lips. "The fools at the Ministry of Magic were completely taken in by you, but I haven't forgotten. Tell me, Wormtail, where is the Master, where is he?" Peter shuddered, terror instantly clutching his heart. I don't know. The Master, he was defeated." He tried to play dumb, his voice shaking uncontrollably. "Liar." McNair kicked Peter brutally in the abdomen. The searing pain made Peter curl into a ball, twitching like a shrimp thrown onto dry land. McNair bent down, his heavy, rancid breath washing over Peter's face. He picked up a nearby branding iron, still red-hot, its head shaped like a coiled snake. "Not talking. I have plenty of ways to deal with disobedient creatures. I'll peel your skin off bit by bit and let you taste pain more real than a Dementor's." Faced with the branding iron radiating terrifying heat, the last fragment of Peter's will collapsed. Sagres had already drained his power, and now McNair was about to destroy the only thing he had left, his body. "Wah, please, let me go, I really don't know," Peter wailed. McNair casually tossed the branding iron aside and drew his wand. Crucio. A flash of red light struck Peter instantly. The agony made his body convulse uncontrollably as muffled screams tore from his throat. "Don't play games with me, you parasite who only clings to the strong. You hid for 12 years after the Master fell, and you even survived Black and Dumbledore. You definitely know something. Speak. Where is the Master?" The tip of his wand pressed against Peter's throat, the red light at its end flickering dangerously once more. The icy touch of the wand, combined with the torture of the Cruciatus Curse, shattered Peter's last shred of hope. He was too weak now, without even the strength to struggle. No one understood the methods of the Death Eaters better than he did, especially when they believed they had caught a traitor. Albania. Peter broke down completely, crying out as tears and snot streamed down his face. "He's in the Black Forest in Albania. He's very weak, waiting there, waiting for an opportunity, and for the help of loyal servants." A flash of fanatic light crossed McNair's eyes, quickly replaced by deeper suspicion. "Albania. The Black Forest. Are you certain? If you dare lie to me." I swear, on my life." Peter raised his trembling hand, a futile attempt to lend his words some credibility. "He needs help." McNair stared at him for several seconds, clearly weighing the truth of his words. At last, he snorted coldly and withdrew his wand. "A smart choice, Wormtail." He turned and walked toward a cage in the corner, shrouded in a thick black cloth that radiated a chilling aura. "Since you know where the Master is, and you know what the Master needs." McNair yanked the black cloth aside. Inside the cage, an enormous viper lay coiled, its scales glinting with a sinister sheen in the dim light. Nugany. Lord Voldemort's most trusted companion. Peter watched in horror as the massive serpent fixed him with its cold, vertical pupils. McNair flung the string of entrails toward the snake. Before they even hit the ground, the huge python struck, its thick body instantly coiling around its prey. Nagini. There was a strange reverence in McNair's voice. The master's most loyal companion. I have kept her hidden, waiting for the right moment. He turned to the ashen-faced Peter, a cruel smile spreading across his lips. Now, Wormtail, your task has arrived. Take her. Go at once to the Black Forest in Albania and find the master. Nagini will make sure you don't try any tricks. Peter stared at the enormous snake in terror. It could easily crush and devour him. No. I can't. I have no magic left. You don't need magic. McNair cut him off roughly. Nagini will guide you, and she will watch you. If you dare to try to escape. He sneered, patting the cage that held Nagini. She'll make you experience something worse than death before you ever reach the master. From now on, you are her porter and her guide. Do you understand? McNair shoved the heavy cage roughly in front of Peter. Go. Leave Britain by the most discreet route you know. If I find out you tried to run halfway, or that you failed to find the master. He leaned close to Peter's ear, his voice dripping with malice. Nagini will swallow you whole. Not even your bones will be left. Peter stared at the terrifying cage, then at McNair's unyielding face. The sheer terror nearly robbed him of control of his bladder. He did not want to go. The Black Forest in Albania was a notorious lair of dark creatures, riddled with danger. He certainly did not want to face a weakened yet violent master. But he understood even more clearly what the consequences of refusing McNair and Nagini would be. They would be 1,000 times more painful than a Dementor's kiss. Faced with absolute power and the threat of death, Peter's pitiful resolve collapsed in an instant. In the end, he was still afraid of death. McNair pulled out a wide black robe and threw it at Peter. Put it on. With trembling hands, Peter picked up the wizard's robe McNair had tossed to him and hurriedly pulled it on. Nagini, having finished devouring the entrails, lifted her head. She glided forward with an elegance that was no less dangerous, her massive body leaving a sinuous trail across the floor. She slid straight toward Peter. Her cold, forked tongue almost brushed the face that had gone deathly pale with fear, before she slowly slipped into the folds of his wide robe. The snake's cold, heavy body pressed against Peter's spine, drawing a creak from his back and nearly preventing him from standing upright. He could clearly feel the enormous presence coiling around him, the slick rasp of scales against his skin like death whispering in his ear. Go. McNair opened a concealed back door that led into a disused rubbish transport tunnel. Peter cast one last look at McNair's cruel face, then felt Nagini tighten around his body. He had no choice. Dragging his heavy feet, he stumbled into the darkness of London's late night, setting out on a desperate journey toward Albania. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12 plus chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil. Chapter 233, A Convenient Tragedy. Cornelius Fudge felt as though he were about to explode. He sat in the high-backed chair that symbolized the minister's authority in the Ministry of Magic courtroom, doing his utmost to preside over the historic trial of Peter Pettigrew. This was his last chance to salvage his reputation and prove that the Ministry of Magic had the courage to correct its mistakes. The public gallery was packed with reporters and furious representatives, flashbulbs popping like fireflies on a summer night. Fudge cleared his throat, preparing to deliver an impassioned opening statement and carefully place all the blame on Pettigrew, this vile deceiver. An aura rushed in, flustered, even forgetting to knock. His face pale, he hurried to Fudge's side and reported in a low, urgent voice, "Me minister. Something's wrong. Peter Pettigrew, he's been abducted." What? Fudge's voice shot up, cutting through the courtroom's clamor. He sprang to his feet so abruptly that his wide robes knocked over the inkwell on the table. Black ink quickly spread across the parchment documents, much like his rapidly collapsing composure. In the Ministry of Magic. On the eve of the trial. Are you joking with me? Huh? What are you people even good for? He roared, spittle nearly spraying onto the aura's face. The courtroom instantly exploded into chaos. Reporters, like sharks scenting blood, surged forward in a frenzy, questions pelting down like hail. Minister Fudge. What happened? Did Peter Pettigrew escape? Is there more to the Pettigrew case? Fudge felt his vision darken and his ears ring. It's over. Completely over. The uproar over Sirius Black's fake death had barely settled. The fallout from the Order of Merlin scandal was still smoldering. And now this key prisoner, the very man he had intended to pin to the pillar of shame and use to divert public anger, had been abducted from the Ministry of Magic's most secure holding area. Disgrace. A monumental disgrace. It was like a resounding slap across his face. No, across the face of the entire Ministry of Magic. Rage surged through his veins like molten lava, nearly burning him alive. He wanted nothing more than to order the ministry sealed immediately, to tear the place apart and drag out Peter and the audacious kidnapper. But the last remnants of his reason, or rather the instinct honed through countless crises, held him firmly in check. If this spiraled any further out of control, his career as minister would truly be finished. Once the news of Peter's abduction was confirmed and spread, the shock would far exceed the impact of all previous scandals combined. Public trust in the Ministry of Magic, especially the ministry under his leadership, would collapse completely. The tidal wave of anger would drown him outright. He would be nailed to the pillar of shame in the ministry's history, forever branded as the most incompetent minister ever. No. Absolutely not. Fudge's corpulent body trembled violently with anger and fear. He drew several deep breaths, trying to steady the heart that felt ready to leap from his chest. A strange, almost numb coldness began to replace the towering rage. The sensation was not unfamiliar. He had felt it when covering up the truth of Sirius's escape and again when handling the Pettigrew scandal. It was the professionalism of forcibly shutting down one's conscience to preserve one's position. The fury on his face peeled away like a mask, replaced by solemn gravity. He raised a hand, signaling for silence in the courtroom. Powerful amplification magic carried his voice above the din. Silence. Fudge's tone held a carefully cultivated weight. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. I have just received extremely distressing and regrettable news. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, as if gathering strength and giving everyone a moment to brace themselves. Due to the heinous crimes committed by Peter Pettigrew, especially his betrayal of the Potters and the 12 years of injustice inflicted upon Mr. Sirius Black, his soul had long since been utterly corrupted by evil, emitting a stench that even dark creatures could not resist. Fudge's phrasing was steeped in official implication. Just moments ago, while awaiting final judgment, two extremely hungry dementors, strongly drawn to Peter's wicked soul, violated strict operating procedures, breached the Ministry of Magic's protective barriers, and infiltrated the holding area. The courtroom fell silent, everyone holding their breath. Fudge's voice took on a tone of feigned sorrow. They carried out the Dementor's kiss on Peter Pettigrew. Buzz. The crowd instantly erupted into gasps and murmurs. The Dementor's kiss. Inside the Ministry of Magic. Oh my goodness, that's horrifying. But a traitor like Peter deserved it, didn't he? But the trial was only halfway through. This procedure. Fudge raised his voice, suppressing the rising questions. Although Peter was extremely wicked and should have faced a public trial to expose his crimes to the light, the rampage of these uncontrollable dark creatures, the Dementors, has resulted in an irreversible tragedy. This is undoubtedly a major oversight in the Ministry of Magic's security system. I bear an undeniable leadership responsibility for this. He presented, at just the right moment, an image of deep remorse and a willingness to take responsibility. Peter is dead. His soul has been completely sucked away, leaving only an empty shell. We have lost the opportunity to publicly expose all his crimes and bring solace to the families of his victims. This is a regret for justice, and a major loss for the Ministry of Magic. Fudge's words were steeped in feigned regret. I have ordered the immediate formation of a special investigative team to thoroughly examine this malicious incident. All personnel involved, whether negligent guards or department heads who failed to effectively restrain the Dementors, will face the most severe punishment. He successfully shifted the focus from the shocking scandal of a key prisoner being abducted and the ministry security failures to a security incident in which Dementors lost control and caused the accidental death of a prisoner, while conveniently reinforcing the idea that Peter had met his just deserts. Reporters scribbled furiously. Tomorrow's headlines were already taking shape. Dementors run amok. Traitor Peter executed in custody. Minister Fudge condemns security failures, vows reform. Fudge looked at the bewildered expressions below, the cold numbness in his heart growing heavier. He manipulated the truth with practiced ease, molding it like clay into whatever shape he required. Again and again. Anger had long since been replaced by deep exhaustion and an almost mechanical familiarity. He only wanted this farce to end quickly. Given the prisoner's death, this trial is cancelled. Fudge's voice returned to calm, even carrying a hint of formal indifference. This session is adjourned. He waved his hand as if shooing away a swarm of flies, then left the clamorous courtroom without looking back, surrounded by horrors. He needed to return and continue handling the aftermath. For instance, he would have someone from the Obliviation Department ensure that Peter's body, wherever it supposedly was, vanished completely from the Auror's memories, or fabricate a more convincing discovery narrative. As for where Peter had actually gone, who had abducted him, and what conspiracy lay behind it. In Fudge's numbed mind at this moment, there was only one thought. I don't care where he is. Just don't let this come back to trouble me again. Oh, * greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Dizzy read up to 12+ chapters in advance on Patreon/Dark Devil.